The young man jolted awake in a place that didn't feel real. He was sprawled on the grass, staring at the forest around him, and he couldn't decide whether to get up or panic because he had no clue how he'd ended up there in the first place. Strange plants crowded every inch of the place, ones the young man had never even dreamed of seeing. Then the pain slammed into his skull, and he grabbed his head like he could wrench it loose. Jolting to his feet, the young man stared in shock. He'd landed in a whole new world, nothing like the life he'd known, and he didn't want to think about how he got here, because the memory of his death still burned like a nightmare. He didn't know what to do or where he was supposed to go, and just as the young guy was about to decide his next move, bam! A bear slid up behind him. The animal roared to scare its prey, and the young man froze, terrified and totally confused, trembling where he stood, because he never imagined trouble would crash into his life so fast after he'd just woken up. The young man's mind started racing, hunting for the safest move to keep himself alive. Play dead, bolt into the unknown, or fight it out. And that last option? It was the craziest thing of all. The bear started closing in, and panic slammed into the guy's chest. So the young man did the only thing he could and greeted the monster. The animal didn't slow down like the young man hoped. It surged harder, roaring with fresh fury, and the guy realized too late he'd picked the worst possible way to fight. Then, right when the bear finally snapped into attack mode, slime surged around it and clamped its movement shut, leaving the young man completely stunned, like this was the last thing he ever saw coming. The slime wrapped the creature up like it owned the world, like it was drowning him in slow motion, while the bear thrashed, clawing to break free, and the young man just froze. Because the bear wasn't a threat anymore, but he had no clue how long that mercy would last. Before he could blink, the bear dissolved in the slime like it was made of acid, and the monster's movements fizzled out until it went still. The young man stared, realized he couldn't handle what he'd just seen, and when he finally made it to the tree, he vomited. The young man realized the bear might be gone, but the slime was still hunting him. Then, after a beat, he sensed the attack coming straight for his skin. Then, everything shattered. The shelter he'd scrambled into behind him exploded, and when he snapped around, the slime was right there, inches from his face. The stuff didn't hit the young man at all. It just fizzled out right where the bear used to be. The guy forced himself to breathe steady, scrambling for his next move, because the slime had already swallowed the animal, and one wrong step could get him too. With the bear showing up, the young man stopped acting reckless and finally understood he had to learn this world. But the slug encounter wasn't even the worst of it. To give himself a fighting chance, he grabbed a branch that looked like a wooden sword and smashed the spider nests with it. While the young man wandered through the forest, he spotted people and figured they were harmless civilians. Then he realized they were savages, hauling around human flesh like trophies. He was terrified, so he inched behind the bushes and went stone calm, because if the robbers spotted him, they'd come for him. After what felt like forever, the young man finally spotted a real road and broke down in tears of pure joy. Then he carved a heartfelt inscription into a tree to mark the start of his journey. Even so, what happened to the young man left a sour taste in his mouth because nothing felt right. Everything was strange, unfamiliar, and out of place. After wandering through the forest for what felt like forever, he finally stumbled on a castle that looked weirdly ordinary, just like the ones he'd imagined from fantasy stories. As he stormed up to the castle gate, the young man shouted a greeting to the guards at the entrance, but their grunts and clanking armor didn't match his words at all. Not a single one understood, and before he could blink, they seized him and dragged him off to jail. He slammed himself behind bars just to meet people fast, and the guards, totally clueless about who he was, had no choice but to lock him up. The guy never wanted this. He barked at the men to get help, begging only for protection from monsters. But when the guards finally replied, the young man couldn't understand a single word they said. Beat down by fate, he dropped onto the hay by the grate, stared at everything that happened, and before his thoughts could finish, he crashed into sleep. He was terrified of what came next, because in no time at all, he'd been mauled by a bear, watched it get swallowed by a slug, crossed paths with bandits, and ended up locked in prison. The young man jerked awake because someone hit him, snapped his eyes open, and there, right in front of him, stood a blonde girl in armor, trading words with the guards before she spun back and pointed straight at him. The girl in the armor was smiling, so he figured she'd finally get him, and smile back, so he waved his hand. But she didn't like that one bit and clocked him again, dropping him to the ground as he bent over and stayed down. This girl was ridiculously strong, so when the young man face-planted again, she shoved him in a bag and hauled him off, and when he finally woke up, he realized they were dragging him straight to some building. After what felt like forever, the guy realized the bag was finally being untied, so he ripped at his restraints and fought to break free. He poked his head out, and there were two ladies right in front of him, with one, unmistakably the girl in armor, who had dragged him to this strange, unknown place. The blonde girl snapped her head toward the lady, Maya, and said the young man had already woken up, then fully tore himself free of the bag right after. After hearing that conversation, the young man snapped with the urge to fire off an insult at the girl. But right before he spoke, he froze, because it suddenly hit him. He was starting to understand a foreign language. The short-haired girl begged the guy to stay calm, reminding him he was inside the church, and then the lady warned him that a spell had been cast, letting the young man suddenly understand and speak a foreign language. The young guy caught the vibe of that spell. It screamed, "Chewing gum translator." But when the girl in the dress asked what he was babbling about, he snapped his focus and dodged the question. He rose to his feet and raged that the knight's armored girl had treated him way too harshly, and the short-haired girl shot her friend, named Ilias, a look full of reproach. The young man admitted he was packed with questions and confusion, but he never once expected the girls to actually believe his story. The church girl leaned in and swore she could smell lies a mile away, so if the stranger told the truth, she'd believe him. The young man couldn't believe his luck, thanked the girl for meeting him, and even asked if he could wrap her in a hug, while the lady blushed and the armored girl beside them pushed. "All right, tell the story, faster." That kid said, "If I can spot lies, life gets way easier." Then he dropped the bombshell that he came from another world. After that, he told the girls his name, and they both blushed hard at what they'd just heard. After the young man finished his story, the church girl straight up vouched that every word was true, and the girl in armor shook her head like, "Yeah, that's hard to swallow." Later, the young man blurted that a bear tore into him and even a slug tried to crawl in and eat him alive, so yeah, he was sure death was coming any second, until the girl in the dress stormed in, shoved him in the shoulders, and cut him off before he could finish. The lady demanded to know if the young man truly escaped the Black Demon Killer Mountain, and he had no clue that the hellhole even had a name like that. She added it was so dangerous that dragons wouldn't dare go there, let alone humans. After hearing about the dragons, the young man swore he'd see them with his own eyes someday, and the girl chimed in that the bear the guy spotted was eating fruit. Then, without even realizing it, they started heading straight for the slug's lair. The girl in the armor said the young man brought those fruits with him, and he shot back that hunger was hitting hard, so he had to munch through a few right then. The girl in the dress even said his mana was almost nothing, so the fruit control power barely touched him at all. Later on, the young man started sizing up his mana because the power didn't crush him or overwhelm him like it should have. Then he couldn't shake this thought. For a guy as ordinary as him, the usual story says he'd still be hiding abilities way beyond the norm. The girl in the dress snapped that it was impossible for the young man to have power because that tiny amount of mana could never make it happen. And the guy still couldn't wrap his head around why he got nothing after he was reborn in another world. He looked at this new world and realized he'd become about as scary as a beetle. Easy to crush under a boot. Because yeah, the only thing he had to protect himself was that stick. But that didn't rattle the young man at all. He actually felt relieved, because he knew he'd be safe since he had no abilities. Ilias stared at the young man and said she couldn't believe he'd made it to the city with no gear. Then he pointed out he did have a stick, and he'd used it the whole way. The girl in the armor flashed a smile and shrugged. I had no idea that was your weapon. Then used it as firewood, while the young man seethed because everything was gone and he had nothing left. Ilias told him to be thankful he was still breathing, because bandits creep onto those mountains and won't spare a soul, only for the young man to snap back that he'd actually spotted the very one the knight was warning about. Ilias mulled it over and asked her straight up if she'd caught the guy's meaning right. Then the young man said that while he was hunting for shelter, he'd spotted a bunch of dark, bandit-looking people hanging around. The blonde girl yanked the guy by his collar and started shaking him, demanding to know exactly where he'd spotted the criminals, while the young man begged her to stop because every word wouldn't come out. But Ilias just couldn't calm down. The church lady snapped at the girl to jolt her back to her senses, and the moment she did, Knight dropped the guy and bolted over to apologize. The young man was crushed by rage and fear at once, because Ilias used her power, and if she didn't act right, he could truly die. The girl in the dress even wondered if he'd managed to track down the exact spot where he'd seen the bandits. The guy shot back, I can, because he remembered carving an inscription on a nearby tree. And the church girl felt her heart burst as she just wanted to wrap him in a hug. So he quickly told her, easy, be gentler. Ilya didn't have time to just stare at that couple. She had to snap together a squad and head to the mountains right now. And the armored girl even insisted the young man would come with her to point out the right spot. And that news lit a fire under him. The blonde girl spun around and decided to fully introduce herself. I'm Ilias Ratzel, a knight of the kingdom of Thys. She explained she'd been ordered to hunt bandits on the mountain, and when the young man spoke up correctly, she confirmed it. The bandits weren't far at all, close to the cave entrance, even right there inside. Two men stared at the entrance to their lair. Then one of them started to slip away. Dark-haired guy shot him a question. Where'd you go? His partner just shrugged and said he needed to step out to use the bathroom. While the bandit was left alone, lusty thoughts hit him hard. He didn't want to babysit that cave at all. He wanted a gorgeous woman with a killer figure right in front of him. While he munched on a snack, he kept ranting out loud. He was sick of seeing women selling goods at the market right beside him, until his tirade got cut off when the band's monologue was interrupted. Within seconds, a spear ripped through the air and slammed into the bandit's head. He didn't even get a chance to react before he crumpled dead. Ilias burst from hiding and nailed the criminal in the head with perfect aim. And just like that, another knight caught the second man. But he warned him the bandit had slipped away using detection magic, meaning the criminals would know they'd been found. The young man gaped when the bandits turned out to wield magic too, but Ilias snapped them out of it and told them not to panic, because with only one way out of the cave, they could wipe every last bandit down fast. The dark-haired guy was shaking with nerves, but he forced himself to believe the knight, because that blonde girl sounded 100% sure, and her confidence felt like pure power. Ilias wasn't the only one who blew his mind. Those night team guys moved fast and fought brave too. And the young watcher realized one thing. Every night like that is built on courage and raw strength. The blonde girl spun around, stared at the guy, and told him they had to move too, so he couldn't fall behind the team, even though fear was clawing at him. And still, he didn't put up a fight. The moment the guy and the girl stepped into the cave, they froze. Knights and bandits were already in full battle, and everyone was fighting tooth and nail so the other side couldn't seize the win. The battlefield turned savage and bloody. This guy sprinted away, trying to dodge every blow so he wouldn't get tagged by someone's weapon, while Ilya barked orders to her squad. Don't kill anyone who drops their weapon and surrenders, but don't let go of the ones who try to flee. The brutal fight dragged on for a while, then right out of the cave's dark depths, the gang's leader finally surfaced, and he didn't waste a second. He charged straight for the girl with his homemade, massive stone weapon. The armored girl snapped to what was happening, slammed her right hand up to stop the blow aimed at her, and then shot back a question. What did he think he was doing? Ilias flashed a confident smile at her opponent like he wasn't even a threat, and the girl fired back. So why does the gang boss need a body that big if it doesn't give him any real power? Rage surged through him as he snapped at the girl, tried to rip his club from her grasp. Then the knight shattered the stone she was holding. Ilya snapped that she wouldn't haul that massive body all the way to the kingdom. Then she bolted straight to the cave to settle accounts with the gang's head for every last sin. The armored girl swung once, crack, and dropped her foes in a single blow, stunning her whole team and locking the young, dark-haired man's eyes on her. After that, the knight snapped the detection magic into action, hunting down every bandit who slipped away and hauling in the ones who still had breath. The other knights cheered like the fight never ended, then scrambled to carry out what Ilias demanded, pushing the mission into overdrive. The young man watching the battle finally let out a shaky breath, and right then a girl stepped up, telling him it all went off without a hitch, only for him to admit, trembling, that he'd been terrified the whole time, stuck inside the cave, watching that fight unfold. Elias couldn't wrap his head around why the guy was trembling with fear. He just witnessed the great knights tear through success, so Elias figured he'd be thrilled. Even so, the young man couldn't shake one question. He blurted it out to her. Why did Ilias never draw her sword without that scabbard? The girl rushed to explain she didn't want to foul the blade with dirty blood. Then the guy clocked it. She reached for a weapon, tried hard, but the sword jammed and wouldn't budge. A beat hung in the air as the knight froze, unsure what to say to the young man's intense attention. The girl's face tightened with nerves and anger, and the guy cut the talk short fast because he didn't want to get caught in the blast of someone else's rage. Once the knights followed Ilias's orders, they slammed the door shut on the bandit mission, caught 7 of the 30, watched the rest fall in battle, and not a single criminal got away. On the way back to the kingdom, the young man figured he'd finally gotten used to Ilias toting him on her shoulder. But the young man's real worry wasn't survival. It was why he'd been thrown into this new world when he'd become completely ordinary, with nothing to inherit. He even feared he'd been picked for some divine whim. But the real truth didn't matter, because deep down, he only wanted to see the face of the one who dragged him into this new world. Leaving him stranded on that mountain was just plain stupid. He didn't care about toppling anyone or building a harem. He just wanted a quiet life with 0 worries. Meanwhile, deep in the kingdom of Theus's forest, a man sat and listened as his subordinate reported that the knights had wiped out the Jadoo squad. He chuckled it off and said he didn't want to fret over it, because those bandits weren't fools. Then Decola, the Alliance of Mountain Bandits leader, smirked and admitted everyone feared his wrath more than the torture ordinary knights faced. Once the mission wrapped up, Ilias stormed into the Thetis kingdom's palace and headed straight for the conference room, where King Thias and Marito Thias stepped in, praised him, and thanked the knights for delivering an absolute win this time. She bowed and promised she'd keep pushing to carry out the king's orders. And then the man leaned in, asking if she'd finally pulled any information. Ilias told him the detained bandits were being interrogated right then, but nothing useful was turning up, so they'd need a bit more time. After hearing the girl, the king noticed Lord Leonard was about to speak. He even lifted his hand to cut in. He said he got it. Lady Ratsal handled trapping the villains just fine, but she couldn't bring herself to torture them, so the Lord decided to interrogate the prisoners himself. Whispers tore through the room, and the Lord snapped into motion, rushing to apologize. Yet he pointed out again that Ilias had a tiny elite squad, far outnumbered by Lord Leonar's forces. They pressed the king to remember one thing. Those prisoners weren't ordinary, bandits who never let anyone live in peace. The Lord stared at the girl and promised, "I'll help you." While Ilias took heat from everyone for her powers, lunch got set on a table somewhere else, and the dark-haired young man finally decided to dig in, because he hadn't eaten in ages. It was his first time tasting food from this brand new world, and the guy still thought it was pretty darn good. Sure, the spices got him talking, but when the old man apologized for having nothing else to serve, He didn't grumble at all. Last night, when the knights came back from their mission, Ilias begged the guy to stick around and celebrate the win with the crew, but the young man flat out refused. The young man asked breathless if there was anywhere he could sleep because he hadn't rested in 2 whole days. An adult man heard him, handed him fresh clothes, pointed him to a place for the night, and then bolted away in a hurry. Back in the present, the guy figured he must have hit the jackpot meeting a grandpa so kind, and he blurted out, "What's your name?" The old man smiled and answered, "Kara Gugesta Domi Tukovkin." The guy didn't get a single word the old man said, so he asked his name again, then again. The grandfather repeated it, but it still didn't click. Watching the confusion spread across the young man's face, the old man just sighed and told him, "Call me Grant Fakarga." Once the guy finished his food, the man leaned in and asked if the young man could go with him. He nodded right away, and then the man led him straight to Ilias. She bowed in apology for the mess, then leaned in and begged the young man for advice, only for the knight to shut her down, saying she couldn't pry what she needed out of those prisoners at all. And then he pressed to confirm. "So you're still interrogating them?" Ilias said the interrogations were still going, but the bandits refused to spill how they communicate, and the guy just grinned, amazed that he never would have guessed a tough girl like her could run into trouble questioning criminals. Ilias let out a heavy breath, then snapped that nothing was as simple as it looked at first glance. The girl swore that even the bait wouldn't touch them. Those bandits used magic to dodge every warrior like it was nothing. Those criminals had detection magic that could sniff out creatures brimming with mana, and it worked within a set radius. The young man pressed, "Why don't the knights use the same magic?" And Ilias snapped back that the bandits were loaded with anti-magic stones. Then the girl slid a round stone onto the table and showed him exactly how it works. Ilias said this stone can straight up crush magic on contact, and its power and price rise with its size, so even a kid could afford a tiny ball. And the guy was stunned at how crazy easy it was to get something this important. He said that stuff proves magicians aren't valued in this world at all, and Elias snapped back, "Sure, warriors can sling magic, but the moment a fight erupts, there's always a stone nearby that crushes magical power." Once he saw that Bell couldn't possibly be done in this world, he snapped with surprise, because the new world was just as brutal as the one he came from. Later, the young man blurted that maybe hypnosis magic could crack them in interrogation, but the girl snapped that the bandits had shields in place to make it useless on them. Because tiny anti-magic stones had been jammed into the bandits' brains, the girl couldn't get to them and save the prisoners without killing them. So after a long moment, the young man spun around and called out to her. The dark-haired guy stepped in to help and promised he'd interrogate the criminals himself. Then, the moment the young man sat down, the bandit snapped with rage and demanded to know who he was. He swallowed the rude remarks, insisting he didn't want to resort to brute force during the interrogation. But the other guy refused to talk, declaring he'd rather die than spill a single thing. He sized up the whole situation, checked his opponent's body up close, and then realized the wounds weren't new. They were the scars left behind from previous tortures. The young man finally relaxed and told him straight up that he was facing a death sentence. But the bandit didn't blink, because he was ready to die any second. Still, the young guy couldn't wrap his head around one thing: why the man kept his mouth shut if his life was about to end. The young man said the other bandits would erase that man the moment he died. So right before the end, the criminal needed to slip out something important. Then the guy stared at the bandit in front of him, totally thrown off, because why wasn't he terrified of dying? He started pushing his opponent's buttons, taunting him and insisting he could keep sitting there silent. The man snapped back, asking what would even change if he told something, and the young guy just kept his cool. He said he'd be happy once he finally heard. He hurried to add one thing. If the man is finally satisfied, the torture ends. Then he can walk away from his life in peace, without violence. Watching the criminal's face twist, the young man coldly said, "Talk, or I'm walking out. Then the knights will haul this back to the room." He played it like a trap, baiting the bandit until the man finally had to show what he'd do next. He didn't back down, he just kept repeating his words like a hammer, and the criminal shrugged off everything, convinced that if he died, nothing at all would change. Then the bandit slammed his grip on his head and hissed that eternal terror lived inside him and his comrades. So torture death felt like the only easier way out than talking. The young man finally got it. Why the criminal refused to talk. Because something far worse than death was waiting for him. After he finally got something useful from the bandit, the young man shot straight to find Maya, the church worker, and grilled her about magic that can reshape the soul of someone already dead. The girl in the dress seized the guy and squeezed him in a hug, convinced Ilias had threatened the young man, but the knight told her he was safe, and she hadn't done a thing to him. The guy jerked back just a bit and made it clear it wasn't her fault. The girl in the dress shot back that real magic like that exists. It can pull a dead person's soul back into the world. And Maya insisted that kind of power had been lost for ages. So the young man just grinned and said, of course everyone would want it. Maya stared him down and snapped that those words had no place around anyone, because in some countries, even wishing to get her could get him executed. He blurted, how dangerous are you? And she shot back that her magic only brings harm. Plus, people had tried to use her for resurrection, but in the end, it all turned into disaster. Maya snapped her gaze to the young man and said those who tried to drag life back eventually twisted into demonic lords, while the guy just stared blankly, too stunned to even find a reply. The young man kept replaying it in his head, stunned that someone like that could even exist in this world. And later it hit him. If resurrection turned people into demonic lords, then of course this kind of magic was banned. Maya also let slip that beyond this forbidden magic, there's another nightmare spell, the dead spirit spell. The guy who decided to help her with the books leaned in and demanded what the spell even did. Maya shot back that it could rip a dead person's soul out by force and drag him through public humiliation right here in the living world. It could raise the dead on a leash, turning corpses into brutal sacrifices. Either way, that kind of magic was pure cruelty, because nothing felt worse than that. After a moment of thinking, the guy grabbed the church girl's attention and asked if people who are called to resurrect still stay aware, fully conscious. The short-haired girl froze, stared at him, then snapped back that he just asked about something brutally complicated. The guy rushed to reassure everyone that he was asking all this detail only because he desperately wanted to know what, exactly, was so terrible. Maya finally leaned in and told the young man that long ago she had to square off against a guy who used the exact same spell. Then her and her comrades had to hunt down and destroy the monsters the enemy churned out. Most of the monsters shrieked for their lives and vanished, but one monster refused to follow the script. After Maya wiped out another creature, it turned to her and actually thanked her for destroying it. The dark-haired kid leaned in, listened hard to the church girl's tale, then bowed low and thanked her like it meant everything. After the guy walked out, Maya shoved Elias to watch him. He was way too hooked on scary stuff, but she still believed the truth. He wasn't a bad person, just someone who could mess up his way one day. Meanwhile, the young man sprinted right up to where the prisoners were, grinned, and declared that from this moment on, he was the one doing the interrogating. The criminals refused to hear him out. They snarled that he needed to get rid of them right now. The young man was sick of all this death talk, so he cut straight to the point. Were men really that terrified of becoming victims of a dead spirit spell? At first, the bandits stayed on edge, but then they started playing dumb, acting like they didn't get a word this guy was saying, so he kept going. The young man's tone sharpened, and once he fully grasped the trouble the criminals were stuck in, he decided to swing back with something completely new. The bandits thought freedom was coming, but the guy snapped that he could only push back their execution date once they dealt with the person who had cast the spell on them. The criminals tried to argue, but the young man cut them off. If they teamed up, they could go down as human beings, not monsters. Now the men were all replaying the words of someone they'd totally underestimated, so the young man stepped back in and demanded, "Be honest with me." The young man also said the detainees get something out of it too. If they cooperate, they'll enrage their leader and they'll live to see another day. He carried on, saying that sure, they'd rot behind bars, but nobody would torture them, and then they'd finally be able to die without turning into monsters. While the young man promised the criminals that behind prison walls, they'd get their minds back. Think about life in peace. The bandits snapped back, refusing to trust him, so he pressed the truth harder. There was no sense in spending the nights just hunting and killing them. But one of the criminals scoffed, saying there was no point taking the chance, because even if they confessed everything, they'd still end up dead. The guy shot back that there was zero risk, because even the bandits knew exactly what they'd walked into, and the young man added that the knights didn't mean to find them, they stumbled on them by accident, even as the knights stared, clearly stunned at how it all happened. But if those knights track down their leader using this method, he'll instantly know someone in the gang spilled everything. He stared down those men with pure menace and demanded to know what their leader planned to do next. Because everyone their bandits had captured was already on the knight's radar, and that realization crushed the bandits with frozen fear. The young man leaned in and said, "Criminals get a choice. Either they go out peacefully, or they're turned into puppets the moment they fall into the wrong hands." He also said his offer would stand only until tomorrow. Then he just prayed they'd make the right call. And once the young man finished, he bade the bandits farewell, knowing the knights were there to haul them off to the dungeon. Right as the meeting ended and he stepped out, his grandpa and a girl in armor ambushed him, both staring at him in shock. The stare prickled his cheeks and he blurted, "Hey, wait, stop." The older man clocked the kid's talent for talking people into anything and figured he could build financial pyramids in no time. Then the young man made it crystal clear he never meant to live that life. Ilias asked if those criminals would talk tomorrow, and the guy shook his head, doubtful, then slid in one request. Grandpa Karg. The young man laid out his plan and demanded her full attention. Then the girl leaned in too, hanging on every word, until the moment he spilled it all, and Ilias froze, stunned by what she'd just heard. Ilias convinced himself there was nothing weird about it because they had no other choice, and even then, Grandfather Cargo's approval didn't ease the fact that Ilias still wasn't buying the plan. After a while, the man in the dungeon snapped. He and his comrades had been split into different cells, so he couldn't even talk it over with the others. Just as the bandit stalled in thought, Dakota's words hit him. She'd push them to examine what they could become, and warned them that disobedience would be their downfall. The bandit leader made an example of every traitor, so nobody dared team up with the knights. Then, once it was time to swap the guards, Grandfather Cargo pressed for any important news, but the knights snapped back that every criminal had kept their mouth shut. The bandit practically grinned. If his crew wasn't betraying each other, he had something to celebrate. And the knight even warned that the execution would be pushed back for a while, meaning the prisoners would need extra food to keep them going. Grandfather Cargo snapped back that this wasn't a problem at all. Execution would be delayed by just 3 days. Then they'd be wiped out soon after, so no resources were wasted. The bandits' nerves exploded into panic, and Grandfather Cargo warned that even if every criminal wanted to cooperate, they'd still spill the same info. So stopping just 3 people alive would be enough. After eavesdropping on the guards, the bandit finally got it. The young interrogator's words weren't random at all. For their leader, betrayal meant one thing. If someone was caught, he'd turn on them all, no matter who it actually was. The criminal steeled himself, grabbed the guard's attention, and promised to spill everything. Then he demanded they fetch the young man who'd been grilling them. ASAP. Grandpa Cargo couldn't figure out why they wouldn't just wait until tomorrow, and that question lit the bandits' rage like wildfire. But the guard cut in, saying the boy was already asleep, so it was easier to spill his thoughts onto paper for now. The man shoved the bandit a scrap of paper and a pencil, and the bandit's confidence crumbled again, still, once he pictured the fate waiting for the people who get killed. He clenched his teeth and kept writing, filling the nights with as much information as he could. The man cursed through clenched teeth, scribbling everything he could recall about his leader, while Grandfather Cargo stood right there, watching the bandit like a silent storm. The next morning, Elisa told me that 5 of the 7 criminals finally cracked and started spilling everything they knew. And while the guy sat there eating breakfast, he promised he'd come back and question them again to dig up every last detail. So the young man tried to squeeze confessions out of the prisoners, but the girl wouldn't give him a single one. So he stared at her, confused, and asking what was going on. Ilias refused to hand over the sheets, stared at the young man, and demanded to know what kind of person he was before he stepped into the new world. That night, she didn't have a clue about the guy's past because he never spilled a single thing about himself. So doubt crawled up in her chest. And when she realized he was using people's weak spots like weapons, she didn't just dislike it, she hated it. Ilias said this is exactly how criminals and folks tied to them usually move. And right when the girl's suspicions started to bite, the young man blurted, "No, I'm just an ordinary guy," promising he only wanted a quiet life. But the armored girl couldn't wrap her head around it at all. She still couldn't figure out why that guy had to use a method like that to get answers. The young man stayed cool under the suspicion, then straight up said this: "Living in peace means you don't go hunting for trouble or stir up problems for yourself." In his old world, you could find a dozen ways to get inside someone else's head. Yet when you reached out to too many people, meetings turned into a gamble, swinging hard between amazing and disastrous. If he wanted a normal life, he had to learn how to dodge the bad people and move smart in their world. And that's exactly what his past life was all about. Ilias couldn't read the guy at all. He acted one way with her and another with the bandits. So he snapped back that he only picks his behavior based on whoever's standing in front of him. The guy even pointed out that Ilias carried himself like a knight in any crowd, and that's exactly what set him apart from the young man. The girl latched onto those words and figured he'd turn evil the moment he meant evil. But the young man calmly swore he'd only become something that truly understands evil. The blonde-haired girl didn't know what to answer anymore, so she just sat there and watched him sip his tea. And then, after she finally found her footing, she lifted her own mug and told him, "Now I get everything." The night matched the guy's words to the warped mirror, and that twisted reflection lit up the young man's face with a grin. Then the couple sat up, clinked teacups, and the girl admitted that living a peaceful life sounds simple, but it's anything but. After she rounded up all 3, Maya told them that once she sifted through what the criminals gave them, clear conclusions were finally within reach. Once the intel hit, it was crystal clear. Those bandits didn't just scatter. They regrouped into a huge power called the Bandit Alliance, led by a one-armed man who tore through the rules with forbidden magic. The alliance leader was Dakota, no ordinary man because years ago he'd been in a kingdom's assassination squad. Then he broke the ban and got hunted, racked up crimes across Garn, and finally wound up in the kingdom of Theus. The young man realized Dakota was using what he'd learned from his criminal days, so once you clock his habits, dealing with him shouldn't be all that hard. Just as Maya was lost in her thoughts, Elias cut in, saying that the guy looked like a villain and that the info they got somehow screamed the same thing to her too. Then, when the young man finally stepped into the city, he took one look at the kingdom of Thais and realized it was booming. He also remembered how Ilias shoved him in a bag, so he never even got to enjoy the streets, and after that, he never went outside like that again. The guy shrugged and assumed the king must be an excellent ruler. So Ilias snapped back that both the current heir and the last one took real care of the people, and that's why everything felt safe enough for the girl to grin as a knight for the kingdom's good. Ilias said the richer their country got, the more merchants flocked in. But once trouble followed prosperity, the wrong people could show up in Talais, and someone had to deal with them. He clocked how huge the bandits' crew was, saying catching every last one would be a nightmare. Then the girl flashed a grin and said she'd call in every knight from Lord Ragdow. Lord Ragdow was one of Tissa's royal generals guarding the kingdom, and Ilias was his subordinate. Then the young man pressed her for how many knights she actually commanded, and she shot back that there were only 30. Then the guy asked, "Are there any other squads? Because if the girl said the word, everything would have been way easier." Yet Ilias slumped a little the moment he heard the other person's words. The girl snapped that he was right. She couldn't let her reputation come before everything, so she needed to go get help. Elias knew protecting every citizen had to come first, so she wasted no time. She called a meeting and demanded the other squads jump in to help. The young man asked, "Can we hold this meeting in the barracks?" And when the girl pressed, "Why would we need that?" he snapped back that he was just a stranger she'd only recently met, so the castle probably wouldn't let him in. Because Ilias took the case seriously, he refused to let anyone talk about his plan without him there in person. Then, after hearing the offer, he waited for nightfall and rounded up everyone who could help her inside the building next to the castle. The girl thanked them all for showing up at such a late hour, then jumped right into what she desperately wanted to tell the audience. The Lord cut the girl off mid-sentence and told her to stop there, no details. Then the man spun toward the crowd and demanded to know how many knights the commanders would give up to help Ilias. After hearing his comrades out, Lord Ragdo declared he had the biggest force, 300 knights. So he grabbed the reins himself and personally took command. A young man standing nearby finally clocked what the Lord was really like. He didn't want to help at all. He just wanted to grab the case for himself. Then Grandfather Cargo leaned in and told the boy the truth. Not every man is eager to admit Ilias's worth, and it's even harder when she's a woman. While the commanders snapped at each other, the guy sat there thinking, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman running this mission. What counts is how well they get the job done. Grandpa Karg snapped that he was done hearing how men were harassing Ilias, and he flat out refused to trust her with this case she'd been carrying from the start. Then, he jabbed a finger at the young man and demanded he speak up so the commanders would finally shut up with their nonsense. All eyes went dead silent on the guy nobody even seemed to notice, and then Lord Ragdow turned to the old man and demanded, "So who exactly is he?" The old man snapped back that it was the young man who could actually give the knights the intel on the bandits, so yeah, he absolutely had the right to talk. When the Lord demanded whether he had any complaints, the man snapped back that it was downright logical to order the guy with the biggest army. If the Lord wanted to be commander-in-chief, then he had to master every dirty detail of the job. So the young man pulled out a map, unfolded it on the table, and laid his plan bare. The guy told him the bandits' routes were already stamped on the map, and the young man pushed him to split up the squad's roles right then. The Lord clocked that the guy showed up fully prepared, and he confirmed the young man's guess. He'd be the one running the area where their organization's leader was. Next, the guy started handing out the other commanders' detachments so nobody would be left out of the important zones, until the line hit Ilias. And when the young man asked who wanted to work with her, nobody raised a hand, and dead silence swallowed the room. The young man didn't panic one bit. He insisted Lady Ratzel would stay in reserve, ready to haul supplies down the trade road, and her squad would ride in to save the day the moment the main one couldn't handle the job. Lord Ragdow nodded at the guy's choice, then ordered him to keep distributing the kingdom's forces. Only Elias never saw the fallout coming. The girl snapped in rage at him, furious he didn't fight for her, even as he did exactly what the Lord wanted. As soon as the operation kicked off, the guy tried to talk the girl into it, but she brushed him off, too stubborn to listen, even though she knew the supply squad was crucial to the whole plan. What scared the young man most wasn't her attitude. It was that she was speeding ahead and refused to carry him this time. He was still holding on to hope that this new world would gift him some kind of power, but it never came, not once. Meanwhile, Grandfather Cargu was pouring out apologies to Elias because he couldn't stand up for her the way she deserved. While the knights were busy yapping to each other, the guy suddenly crumpled and lost the strength to even walk. His companions only noticed later. Meanwhile, the supply squad trudged through the forest as Lord Ragdow's squad tore into the bandits they'd already found. The criminals couldn't believe how the knights tracked them down, so they scrambled to vanish and rush back to their boss, only to watch the squad leader snap orders. Exterminate them all. If you catch anyone, leave nobody alive. He slipped into the bandits' camp and declared he couldn't even wrap his head around how useful the document from the guy he'd showed them was. At the meeting, the Lord was thrilled by how the young man, someone he didn't even know, held himself. And he couldn't believe Lady Ratzel managed to pull information right out of the bandits. Above all, the Lord loved that she turned to him for help, and after that, she quietly fell back into her own reserve. So the man felt driven to glorify his family even more with what he did. The commander's thoughts got yanked apart by something that made zero sense. Lurking under the tent, someone was trapped under the cloth, but they didn't so much as twitch. Then the Lord spotted a corpse and knew he had to look, so he yanked the cloth back and stepped inside. In mere seconds, the corpse jolted back to life, and the Lord instantly clocked it. Someone had slammed a death spirit spell on the camp's bandits. Two criminals clawed their way free and slipped past the knights, rushing back to tell the boss they'd been betrayed. Then Dokele snapped, furious and shocked that anyone would dare cross him, because every one of his subordinates knew exactly what betrayal would earn them. Even so, the man didn't crack. He smirked with menace and said that no matter how this turned out, he had a plan. Out on the battlefield, the clash raged nonstop. Knights tore into criminals who didn't look human anymore, while the revived corpses marched and followed the head of the bandits. Lord Ragdow tore into the fight with his squad too, but he couldn't wrap his head around how the enemy was casting magic. Knights had anti-magic stones for exactly that. And the more he watched, the more it made sense why monsters were so convenient for them. They didn't drop dead from the fatal strikes meant for humans. The commander barked at his squad to stay sharp, because if even one knight falls, that survivor is going to snap and turn into a monster. And the Lord warned too that some people wield magic to wipe the dead out for good. The gang's leader tried to slip away with a few of his own, but the Lord clocked him and slammed the order to seize the runaways. Yet the commander knew the hard truth. At some point, someone from his squad would get killed and come back as a ruthless, deadly enemy for their former allies. While the battle raged, Dokolo bolted as far from the camp as he could, shouting that people get way more useful once they're dead. Then one of his subordinates blurted, "So how does your magic even work if the knights have anti-magic stones?" The boss snapped back that anti-magic stones don't kill magic in their area at all. They just break the magic's link. And that confused the subordinate, so Dokolo explained the real twist. The Spirit of Death spell was different, and it was forbidden. The spell yanked a soul into a corpse and forged it into a zombie, one that once wrecked whole countries. But here's the scary upside. The dead still leak mana, and that mana powers and messes with the zombies around them. The gang's boss smirked and shrugged. Whether the knights had stones or not didn't matter to him, because as long as corpses were piled up, he'd churn out fresh new zombies. Dokolo had stashed a bunch of living dead inside a barrier by the camp, and the moment the stones came close, that barrier shattered. Then a furious swarm of undead surged in to crush a squad of knights. If someone gets too close to a man already on the edge of death, they'll turn into a zombie too, even if they didn't die from the attacker, but from some other blow. And the man said it just to terrify his subordinate into falling in line. Fear hit him so hard he nearly dropped the bag, and Dakota snapped, "Careful, that's your treasure." Even the gang's boss couldn't help noticing he was weirdly grateful to the knights. Dokele realized something brutal. If his whole crew was alive, he'd have to split the treasures with them. So the truth was simple. The fewer survivors, the more he got. Right in the middle of his rant, Ilias cut in. She'd spotted criminals sprinting away, and she snapped that she felt zero joy at all. Still, the Daikala threw thanks at the knights. The girl in the armor planted herself on a small slope, staring at the targets she'd chased for so long, while her whole squad stood right behind her. Then Ilias Ratzel strode forward, faced the Dokele bandits, and declared that today, the head of their band would be the end of the road. He definitely didn't expect to run into the Royal Knights again, but he didn't flinch, and he snapped that the girl was wrong with total confidence. Elias didn't show a single emotion as she stepped down the slope and stared her enemy down, fearless. The man halted, demanded to know who led her here, then backed off, because this didn't look like his doing at all. Ilya insisted she was the one who tracked the route the organization's head would use, but Kola refused to believe her. He refused to accept that some girl had blown his plan wide open, and even dragged other knights in as bait just to snare Dokal herself. The group's boss snapped that he didn't mean some arrogant knight. He was hunting for someone who truly got how the rabble survived. Right after he finished, a dark-haired young man showed up nearby, right where Ilias was. Dakota's voice was all about him. The guy closed the gap with the girl, leaned in, and told Grandpa, "Don't worry, I've got this." Then the man in front of him froze in shock because the guy looked nothing like a fighter. The young man didn't even try to deny it. He just admitted he was certain he was the weakest one in the room. The bandit leader demanded how the boy found their hideout, and the kid just shrugged, claiming he only stumbled onto them by pure luck while he was hopelessly lost in the mountains. The man chuckled at that answer, then pressed the young guy harder. How did he even pull off a deal with those captured criminals? The young man went straight for the truth again. The leader even wondered if the boy thought the living all had a purpose, and the kid shot back that they only mattered as long as they were useful. After a quick chat, the criminal swallowed his nerves and asked the final question: what kind of magic the boy used to track him. He stared his interlocutor down and said, dead serious, that, yeah, that's probably what it was called. Understanding. And the bandit's boss looked genuinely satisfied with the answer. Honestly, he figured the one-armed man would bolt mid-fight because the guy could read his own strength like a damn map. So of course he had escape routes ready to go. The young man realized exactly how the man was squeezing those bandits. Pure fear, powered by his death spirit spell. Yet in the back of his mind, he was already planning another outing before the mission. Because that day, they couldn't find a single corpse anywhere. There's no way the leader of the bandits suddenly took pity and buried those people. He's clearly the kind of monster who couldn't do that. So the young man just kept staring, trapped by one brutal question. What the hell was he doing with the corpses? Those thoughts hit him like a hammer. If the corpses vanished, then they weren't gone for good. They could have been hauled to a new spot where they'd still be useful. Staring at the boy again, the crime boss demanded who that young guy was, because he'd make the perfect villain. Then the guy shot back, "Nah, I'm just a regular civilian." The man refused to believe it. No normal person could ever read the minds of the scum. So the leader leaned in and demanded where the boy came from. The young man fired back, saying only criminals get to do whatever they want. Then the man finally clocked exactly who he was talking to, and that smile turned downright vicious. The man stared at the boy's dark hair and piercing eyes again, then snapped that he'd clearly lived on Earth before, while the young man just couldn't believe a word of it. When the guy snapped back, the criminal knew he'd hit the nail on the head. So he blurts that she really is out there. The young man freezes, baffled, and demands how the bandit even knew about Earth. The bandit just chuckles and says he's been tracking that other world for ages. Then the bandit snapped with rage and screamed that the spirit of death's spell, what wrecked his life and dragged the world into dark times, was tied to the Earth, along with the magic that could bring the dead back. It was Earth, the cursed parallel world that spawned every forbidden technique. And when the young man heard the bandit say it, shock hit him so hard that even Ilya, standing right behind him, couldn't mask her surprise. The young man couldn't wrap his head around it. Someone born on Earth had invented resurrection magic, and it blew his mind. Staring at Ilias, he realized she didn't know a thing, and he figured there was no reason to keep the truth from the doll. The moment the young man realized the truth, he figured the bandit wouldn't kill him right away, so he grabbed the head of the bandits and demanded what else he knew about Earth. But the man just shrugged and admitted he didn't really know much at all. The criminal even told the boy to go figure things out on his own, like he just handed him a whole new puzzle to chew on. And the bandit then thanked him for giving him the chance to talk to someone interesting before pulling out a knife and slashing at the young man. The strike crashed and fizzled out, Right in time, Ilias snapped his guard up and shoved away the next attack, and two knives clattered to the ground. The young man froze in shock because the opponent was fighting with only one hand. The armored girl told him to stay right where he was so she could guard him with zero trouble. He didn't argue, just nodded and agreed. Decola snapped orders to his crew to swarm the knights, and anyone who hesitated would be turned into zombies, no questions asked, while Decola's own bodyguard battle-hopped too because the knights were rushing to take him out before he could breathe. Ilias lunged at a man who had the strength to fight her off, but he could only defend himself, and one hand left him wide open. After Decola shoved Ilias back, he praised her on the spot, saying she was the first person he'd ever seen this strong. The girl refused those compliments because the bandit was clearly enjoying the chaos, and the man felt a little bothered that she wouldn't play along. But he still got why she was calling the shots. After a quick chat, the band decided to pull another knife trick, hurling it high into the sky as it burned with dark energy. So Ilias, seeing it all, snapped and ordered a knight to slam a protective barrier around the young man. He didn't see another attack coming, so he steadied himself when a knight with magic finally closed in, and Ilias warned him that Decola had already unleashed a death spirit spell. The bandit boss fired off another round of praise for her sharp mind, then immediately leaned in to warn her. There were plenty of men beside him who'd obey his every command. After Doko's words, a giant monster slammed into Ilias, swinging a massive sword at her, but she twisted out of the way and deflected the hit at the last second. When she stared the enemy down, the knight's memory clicked. She'd beaten him once already in the cave. The man confirmed it. This was the same fighter she'd faced back then. The gang boss clocked one thing too. She doesn't have a sacred weapon, so the dead are going to crush her way harder than she thinks. And once the death spirit spell spreads through the area, the monsters keep slaughtering no matter what happens to the doll. Ilias didn't break. She just lifted her blade and swore she'd handle every last one of them to finish the fight. Then she snapped to her armored teammates. "All right, start jumping." The young man couldn't figure out what Ilias was trying to pull off, and then he stared in shock as the knights sprang so high. Once Decola finally got the rival's plan, she hurled anti-magic balls everywhere, screaming that he wouldn't let her use a single spell. She stared at all those anti-magic stones in front of her and just shrugged, saying she wasn't planning to use magic at all. Turns out, Ilias only wanted to crush the problem at its roots, so she cut down the deadly mana leaking from the dead in a single strike, and that one hit left her completely stunned. The armored girl fought with nerves of steel, reading every shift of the battlefield like it was already written, while Ilias urged Ocalan to pull every trick he had just to end it faster. Ocal agreed, and that decision left the guarded young man staring in shock. The bandit unleashed a smokescreen the young man swore was impossible, and it instantly threw the opponents off, while the girl shrieked at the enemy, realizing he was dodging her on purpose. The man didn't even deny it, saying he truly just wanted to get away. As soon as the bandit backed off from the girl, a spear came flying out of the forest and slammed into him. Then Dakota dropped from the pain, couldn't get back up, and glared at Elias, accusing her of cheating, but the young man snapped back that she had no idea what was going on. Staring at the guy, the man knew he'd nailed the escape. Dakota had already slipped out from the knights earlier. The young man kept watching, sure everything was going exactly his way. So he leaned in and warned Grandpa Kaga about it. The young man clocked it. This was the perfect time to strike. Once Decolia started calling out the opponent's mistakes, he'd make his move and then bolt for freedom. The bandit demanded, "Is this the same understanding you're talking about?" And the criminal actually felt relieved, because it was the very guy who exposed his plan that ended up defeating him. Dokolis started talking to him, and right then it felt like, under any other circumstances, they'd have become real friends. Until the kid snapped back that he can't stand anyone who kills people. He basically said he'd never veer off the right path by choice. So the man snapped to a new topic. Then the bandit revealed that tucked among his stuff, He had a map with a very secret spot marked on it. The man stared at the young guy and said this was a parting gift for someone who'd caught his interest. And the kid couldn't believe it. How could a criminal stay so calm and even cheerful when he was about to say goodbye? Nicola even asked the man for his name, and the young guy nodded, too late though, as Ilias lifted his sword right over the bandit's head. Right at the last second before death, the man still caught the name of the person he was talking to. Then a smile burst onto his face, and Ilias immediately swung in, chopping the bandit's head clean off before the conversation even fully ended. Scraping the blood off her sword, Ilias demanded to know what the young man wanted to confess, because the enemy clearly had secrets about his home world. But the young man only breathed out and said the man before him had already embraced his fate, so he'd swallow his punishment the same way. The young man figured there wasn't much more to learn anyway, but he still wished Nicola had lasted longer. And he couldn't ignore why the girl struck the criminal down. If he got another chance, he'd try to escape or fight back. Ilias shoved back, insisting he was too badly hurt to fight, but the guy kept talking, saying the girl had done nothing wrong, since all he'd been doing was cooking up new schemes to catch the bandit. The girl snapped back again, saying his plan actually made sense, even though she hated it. Then the young man let out a heavy breath as the guy pressed on, saying he'd hear her out if it made her feel better. So why had she killed Do Call when he was already defenseless? Ilya apologized, started by saying she was scared, then snapped her words back fast. She said she was disgusted by how the young men looked when they were talking to the criminal. That girl reminded him of the crooked mirror analogy, because the moment he heard about the cola, he started looking more and more like the guy. And after their talk, Elias's anxiety only skyrocketed. The girl figured if this talk kept going, the young man would finally back her side, so she couldn't hold herself back any longer. He sat there wrestling with his true feelings, how he and Dokolas actually understood each other, even with a murderer standing in front of him. Yet this young man didn't condemn her one bit. Instead, he praised her for keeping him on the right path. Even after Ilias tried to beat herself up for that reckless move, the young man praised her again, straight up telling her she'd done the right thing. The young man also clocked that she stepped in because she'd already mapped out what could happen next. So yeah, you could only call that truly commendable. Ilias finally eased up a bit, but she couldn't wrap her head around why that guy was talking to her like she was some kid. Then the young man smirked and said he was older than her. That girl's jaw nearly dropped at what she heard. Then the guy leaned in and asked how old Ilias was. And when she said, "I'm 18, he didn't debate it. He just confirmed Ilias was older than her. The girl couldn't wrap her head around the fact that the guy was really older than her. So she started suspecting his family was hiding elves, until the young man shrugged and said he was just an ordinary person. Ilias couldn't shake it, how that kid had spoken to her. So she figured he couldn't be older than 16. And with his Japanese look and the way he still carried himself like a full-on teenager, there was no way he wasn't. Once she realized the age gap, the girl rushed to apologize. Then the guy calmly waved it off and told her, "Don't sweat it." Ilias looked completely lost, so the guy decided to act right like he was over 18. Because Ilias was totally flustered, she didn't see that guy getting this serious, so she blushed and nodded, convincing herself he'd act more mature from now on. Once the mission wrapped, the two of them climbed into a cart together so they wouldn't have to walk back. In the end, the knights tore through every last base and walked away without a single loss. Then, Maya helped wipe out the remaining zombies, and even with injuries in the mix, not one soldier from Lord Ragdo's squad died. The young man didn't think Commander Leonore was a bad warrior at all. He just thought she should have handled it with way more tact, because he soon learned that Duck Hall's head was getting hauled out for everyone to see. Still, he couldn't shake the worst fear. People knew about Earth, and worse, there were people on Earth already crafting forbidden techniques. He finally got it. Peace and a normal life in this new world were still a long, brutal road away. While the troops marched back to Tis Kingdom, deep in the mountain forests, a lone man stayed in his tent, adding years to his life and sharpening stories like claws. The moment night dropped, the man peered out from his hiding spot, but he had no clue what he was supposed to do next. After what felt like forever, the young man finally snapped awake in a normal bed in a separate room. Then he sat up, took it all in, and realized that for the first time since arriving in this world, he actually felt rested. Still, the young man couldn't shake the worry. His muscles ached like crazy after the mission. And as he replayed the day in his head, he remembered the talk he'd had with Ilias right after he got back to the kingdom. When the girl asked what he wanted to do, he said he had to get permission to stay in this country first. And the girl shot back that he'd have zero problems. After that, the guy decided he needed a real permanent place to live, so he pestered Ilias for advice. Then he chased after a new language because he was still trapped under the spell. Next, he hunted for a part-time job to cover his daily needs and stash cash for his next house. The girl warned him he couldn't pull off everything he dreamed of, and the young man immediately decided that going back to prison was the smart move. At least there, they'd feed him. Ilias let out a shaky breath and told the guy he could expect things to get better. Then, to help the young man right away, the girl invited him to crash at her house until he found somewhere to sleep. Ilias told him her house had spare rooms, and once that night was done, the young man wouldn't have to pay a single cent for lodging. He lit up with joy and nodded his agreement fast. Later, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was his plan all along, because he agreed way too fast until the young man calmly promised he wasn't trying to stir up trouble, and said living with her meant he wouldn't have to worry about so many things. Thanks to Ilias's kindness, a young man who'd been ripped into another world with nothing at all started over and built a brand new life. While a lonely house by the market now had him temporarily holed up in one of its rooms. He couldn't stand being stuck at home, so he bolted out to take a stroll and scout the streets. But his black hair popped so hard it was impossible to miss. Then he hit the market and stared at the chaos with people hawking everything they'd grown in their own vegetable gardens. For money, it went copper equals 100 yen, silver equals 1,000 yen, gold equals 10,000. Simple as that. And the market prices lined up right with Japanese numbers, so you never had to scratch your head. He was strolling the streets, baffled that this market had zero salty food, when someone suddenly toppled right beside him, because that girl, clearly rushing somewhere, crashed at the young man's feet and sent her basket of vegetables and fruits flying. And he immediately asked, "Are you okay?" She pushed herself up, thanked the young man for worrying, and waved him off. "I'm fine." But the moment he saw that girl smashing someone else's basket, his face tightened, and he stepped in to help her dodge the mess before it blew up. The young man shoved a basket into the girl's hands and told her to fill it. Then she finally realized he'd already bought everything that had fallen apart because of her. And to keep from getting in anyone's way, he spun off the middle of the street in a hurry. After getting saved, the girl started thanking her savior nonstop, then practically sprinted to introduce herself. "I'm Syra." And when they finally reached the building, she revealed her tavern was called the Dog Bone. But the guy didn't buy that name for a second, and before he could say more, someone shoved him. A man finally stormed out of the building and demanded what kind of young guy was standing beside her. Then she explained the whole recent mess, and his tough act crumbled as he realized he'd just been helping the right person all along. When the owner of the Dogbone Tavern saw the young man was genuinely good, he told him his name, Gauze. Then the owner offered to pay him for the basket, but the kid refused the money and demanded one thing instead, to cook him lunch. Even though everyone else seemed to shrug it off, Sayers bluntly said their tavern food wasn't up to par. But the guy had no choice, so while he waited on the meal, he leaned in and grilled the girl about the new city he'd be calling home. Cyrus dug in and studied relentlessly, and when she finally had a break, she clocked in as a waitress, everything so she could chase her dream and open her own clothing store. The girl blurted that nobody wants her as an apprentice, so she refuses to quit. She locks in on self-study, earns her own money, buys clothes, and then sews her life together stitch by stitch. Sayara's grin lit up her whole face. She was loving every second of it, and the young man immediately clocked just how upbeat his new friend was. He shrank at the shock of how different he was from her. But before the thought could settle, she cut in, asking where he came from and where he was staying. The young man swore that saying goodnight helped him, then begged the owner to lend him one room so he could stay, right after he blurted that he was Ilias Ratzel from the Ragdow squad, and the tavern owner and waitress froze in shock. They couldn't believe the guy was bragging about someone who could fell an entire forest with one single blow. Only the young man didn't realize his friend was that famous until Sira snapped back that there wasn't a soul in the country who didn't know her. And the girl went on, saying Lady Ilias had crushed the Thigh Swordsman tournament, bullying every knight aside with sheer power. The guy tried to dodge the topic, claiming he still knew that old hag, but Sira immediately snapped that she'd been keeping tabs on him all along. Turns out, Grandpa was the real Lord of the Spear, one of the top 5 masters of the TSA Spear. The poor guy even slumped a bit when he realized he was surrounded by nothing but famous legends. Syra straight up asked, "Were you the one who helped catch the bandits from the mountain?" And the young man just shook his head, saying he only pointed the way. The girl said she'd love to see Lady Elias fight one day, but when the young man warned her that battle is a brutal, ugly sight, her excitement collapsed and her shoulders drooped. Seeing how crushed the girl looked, the guy instantly figured he should have never dropped those heavy truths on her. Later, Soraya doubled down, saying Lady Elias was wonderful, but admitted, plenty of people didn't see it that way. The girl rushed to swear she wasn't one of them, yet the guy understood anyway. The young man tried to lift her spirits right away, telling his new acquaintance not to fret, because Elise would always stand up and beat evil in the fight. Then Syra lit up with pure joy and showed it again. When Ga finally brought over the cooked dish, the young man even considered handing it to Lae, because people backed her. But the second he tasted it, his face twisted and he spat the food right back out. Ciara shot him a look. Was it really that bad? The food tasted so awful, the young man swore he'd drag Elias here only when the tavern had something worth eating. And Sira snapped back that she'd warned him what was coming. After he met Goss and Syra, the young man rushed back to the church and begged Maya for help. And Maya couldn't help noticing how fast he'd somehow made new friends. The other day, this guy ate dinner at church and the food didn't taste half bad, so he hauled his feelings to a girl he knew, told her all about Guza, then looked at Maya and asked her to teach him how to cook at least one delicious dish. Glancing at his brand new acquaintances, the young man noticed they couldn't even get a word out, so he turned to Maya and asked if she was some kind of celebrity. Gauze couldn't wrap his head around it. The kid actually marched up and asked the church's head to teach him how to cook. When he asked, Maya shot back that she used to be a demon slayer. Then the kid leaned in and asked if she had any free time, and Maya grinned, saying she had just finished her report. Maya kicked into warm-up mode and told him junior employees usually get stuck with the paperwork. Once the girl nodded, the guy handed the responsibility to her and even added one more detail. Salt wasn't something this country bothered to sell. The girl bragged that salt is a fancy delicacy for the nobles, but the guy shot back that where he's from, salt is everywhere and dirt cheap. Then Maya turned around and insisted she should march straight to the trading company to cut the salt prices and lock in steady, constant supplies. The young man leaned in and begged the girl for every detail about the person selling it, then pushed even harder to find out all about the carrier spell. When Maya finally heard the second part of the request, she blinked in shock, then shot back, asking if the guy was having any issues. But the young man only shrugged and said he was really just curious how long it would last. Maya told everyone the magic won't last more than a week after the application, so right now the burden has only 4 days left. Then the girl will have to renew the spell all over again. Her reaction hit hard, and the young man blurted out asking if anything was wrong with the spell. Then, after a beat, it finally clicked. He'd been set up and played. Maya admitted she hadn't cast a spell like that in ages, and the second she sealed it on the young man, doubt hit. like she'd just screwed up. The girl rushed to reassure him that it wasn't all doom and gloom, just a few nasty side effects. Then when he pressed what they were, she told him that after some time his muscles would start aching. The girl knew the muscle pain wouldn't hit right away, but it could creep up and get worse fast. After she warned him about the side effects, the guy instantly realized why his muscles hurt every morning. Suddenly the pain crashed back over him, so he begged the girl to fix it with magic, and Maya snapped that it couldn't be healed, sending a bone-rattling scream of agony roaring through the church. The young man refused to delay his trip to the shopping area, so he sprinted there the moment he could, only to arrive with Sarah when a girl at the entrance grabbed their attention and told them to follow her. The girl hustled the young man and herself into a room, waiting for the right person to show up, and soon the door opened. A man walked in and announced, "I'm Ban, and I run the trading company you've come to." Bans read the letter and snapped to the truth. People were coming to him because of the salt, and the man promised Maya's friends a discount. But that answer didn't sit right with the guy. The young man snapped that he didn't come for a discount at all. He came to slash the price of salt for the entire country. The seller blinked, thrown off by how relentless he was, and demanded he explain exactly what he was after. In this world, a single kilogram of salt fetched 1 gold coin, worth a whopping 10,000 yen. So the young man couldn't wrap his head around why salt was everywhere so rarely. Mulling over what he'd told Maya, the guy leaned in and told her that in his home world, salt wasn't just food, it was life-saving nutrients, and people fought wars over it. She swore it all came down to magic energy, because vegetables and grains drink it in, turning it into nutrients that the soil also shapes. The young man suddenly figured out the magic wasn't in the air. It was hiding inside the minerals. And Maya was like, "So why's the burden running on empty? Maybe he just never ate right." In this world, salt isn't scarce, so it never loses its prestige. Then the young man pushes the idea again, insisting he wants to crank up salt's demand. The guy claimed that more deliveries could slash the price, and Ban nodded along. Then the man hit back that you couldn't cut it overnight, so he turned the question on the guy and demanded, "So what do you think?" Soon enough, night rolled in, and anyone craving booze started pouring into the Dogbone Tavern. So Sire swung into action, serving drinks and fresh new alcohol snacks non-stop, letting the guests sample everything. He stared at the plate that wasn't on his order, turned to the waitress and demanded, "What is this?" And she grinned and told him it was the tavern's brand new menu. Saira bragged that it was all free, so they should dig in. But the men already knew it was ghost cooking, and they weren't about to eat that. I tried it, and the men lit up at how good it tasted. They couldn't believe it wasn't some guy who did it. And once the salt hit the potatoes and chips, everything went way tastier, so they all ended up loving it. This young guy cooked up a bold plan. Hand out snacks for free first to lure in customers, and it totally worked. Syra breathed easier when the guests finally handed her real work, menus, not just weak alcohol. And that young man grinned because their run-in with Ban had gone perfectly. Thanks to Sira, the young man showed up with a face full of seriousness, and Ban immediately latched onto the chance to meet him, especially once he realized the guy spoke to him with pure politeness, like they'd just stumbled into good fortune. Suddenly, visitors burst in and yanked the waitress over, shouting that they needed to try everything new. So from that day on, buzz spread through the streets about the tavern's fresh menu, and Sayara was slammed with work all the way to night. After everything was over, the girl slumped on the table, still reeling from shock because she'd never felt shifts like that before, while God hurried over and apologized to the guy for having to jump in to help too. He didn't expect the crowd to show up in such numbers. While he was stuck working at the tavern, Ilias sat at home, eating alone, and something gnawed at her. She couldn't even get a proper bite, time already slipping by, but the young man still hadn't shown up. The night shoved those thoughts down and told herself he'd come back tomorrow. Then morning hit, and the young man was hit with that same brutal muscle pain again, with no way to stop it. while he also couldn't stop thinking about how the tavern was short on staff. Gauze quickly stamped out the problem by hiring a crew of old ladies, led by the fiercest one, Grandfather Cargo's wife. Then in the morning, the guy rolled into the bathhouse for salt, bumped into an old man there, and told him everything after explaining it at the tavern. After the old man listened, he told the young man to go straight to his wife and get her to help Gauze. The young guy scoffed, doubting his grandmother would be any use, but Cargo snapped back that she was bursting with energy, and she even called in a bunch of other wives who were stuck at home. That woman was bursting with energy, so she happily took the young man's offer, because she refused to stay stuck at home. He asked the woman if she could really work all day, and she smiled like it was nothing, saying her husband didn't want her lonely, so it would all work out just fine. The young man finally got it. Starting work wasn't so brutal for a woman, and once she did, her husband's guilt would finally fade away. The woman marched the men out of the tavern so they wouldn't mess with her and her friend's work, then told them to go take a walk. So the young man and the old man listened and headed out while the weather was still good. Pulling out the card, the guy shoved it toward Grandpa Kaga and demanded he check it. Yet Grandpa just stared, baffled. So the guy broke it down. The marked spots on the map were exactly where Ducola stashed the treasures, and the map also showed the bandits' bases and secret caves. Right before he died, the bandit hissed that something huge was stashed in one of the bases, so the young man bet it had to be tied to Earth. When he finally studied the map, he realized the real nightmare would be reaching the most remote base, the one that just might be hiding the key to everything. The guy demanded to know what happened to the original maps, and the old man snapped back that Ilya had snatched them up and delivered them to Lord Ragdu, so Ragdu could hand them straight to the king. The young man snapped to it the moment the map reached the king. Once it landed, the bases would get swarmed and searched. His grandfather, Cargo, told him the hikes would kick off in just a few days. He didn't know if he'd even have time to hunt around, and he definitely didn't expect the old man to order him to leave right away. Grandfather Cargo got it. The boy was desperate to find out what the criminal had left behind, so he shoved the card back into his hands. The young man wasn't sure they could even try hunting for treasure, but the old man snapped, "Hurry, before it turns into a no-go!" So they grabbed the horses and rode out, racing toward bandit bases. When they finally hit the forest, everyone shoved the animals aside to lighten the load, and the guy asked if the animals would be okay, only for the man to say the horses could handle an attack on their own. Hearing that, the young man shot back, "So those mighty horses would really go after a regular passerby?" And the old man just smiled, swearing everything would be fine. As everyone pushed through the forest, the guy quizzed the man. "Did you really beat that waver? And did you do it by hurling a helmet at it?" The old man's eyes widened, shocked that such an ancient story had been passed to the young man. The man nodded, agreed, and then he hurled the helmet, because it felt like a crime to waste a spear on a flying monster, especially since the hag adored his weapon more than anything. After he finished the short story, the old man hacked the branches away, then gestured the guy to follow him, because he'd already spotted the cave entrance on the map, and not only that, it was marked with a different color. Grandfather Cargu warned him to be careful, and right after that, everyone charged into the cave, torches blazing as they went, until the travelers finally stepped inside and found nothing scary or weird at all. On the floor sat plain straw, and in the room you saw knives, magic stones, and barrels lined up like a battlefield. Yet tucked in a drawer was a diary, or maybe an old book, stuffed with the secrets behind those gems. He snatched the book into his hands and instantly felt it. This thing was ancient, and he even figured it had to be Dokel's own diary. But the moment his eyes caught the inscription, his body went rigid with shock. And when his partner saw his face, the old man demanded to know what on earth happened. Grandfather leaned in, and the moment he spotted the inscription, his eyes snagged. He couldn't make out a single word because it was in a foreign language. After a few tense seconds, the young man spoke up. The book's got an inscription in Japanese, and only he could read what it said. The old man didn't let it go. He pressed the young man to confirm if Japanese was his native tongue back in his old world. The young man nodded and said, "Yep, it's even written in my diary. This book is the fourth set from the Blue Demon King's surveillance records." The young man and the old man stared at the book. Then it finally materialized in their hands. The fourth report of the Blue Demon King's observations. The very parting gift Decola promised. No question about it now. Karagu turned to the young man and asked if he wanted to read it. Fear flooded the young man as memories of what he'd heard earlier hit him again. The Demon King's birth, the forbidden resurrection spell, and the sickening twist that it was all laid out by an earthling. The book in his hands looked wrecked, and the title label was barely clinging on. The boy turned to the hag, ready to tell her how things stood, his voice hit like a serious warning. The old man's eyes went wide when he heard the boy came from another world, but he still forced himself to trust the young man's words. Then the young man begged him to keep quiet, because he couldn't let Ilias and Maya learn what was hidden in that book. The old man knew he couldn't risk cracking their bond, so he stopped and asked the boy what he wanted right now. That question hit him off guard, but the kid still admitted he wanted to read the book. Just not yet. The old man snapped that he'd blow his chance if he waited. Then the boy shot back that if he read it, he'd be stuck alone, and the moment that book gets out, the whole world will flip. Cargo nodded hard and swore he'd keep the secret. The young man grinned wide, boasting about how much he trusted Grandfather Karg, because if anyone caught on, they'd likely torture him. Then the boy spun toward the old man and begged for a favor, and the old man just stared back like he already knew exactly what was coming. The old man promised the young one he'd make it all the way to Lord Ragdu and the king, no question. Then the boy grinned, shoved the book into his hands, and together they slipped out of the cave, while Kargu strode in front, torch blazing and lighting the whole way. The boy told himself it was for the best, because Kargu was feared all night, with an amazing reputation, and if that guy opened the book in front of him, trouble would explode. Even if that guy managed to read the diary, nobody knew if the old man would actually keep it under wraps. After all, the knights were fiercely loyal to the king. A knight like him never shatters his oath. The promise they gave is going to be kept, no matter what. When Kargu finally steps out of that cave, he pushes to confirm everything is truly settled. And then, things spiral into something far darker, far more serious. The boy flashed a smile and said he just wanted to live safely and finally be accepted by others. Then they headed back to the village right away. After the Cargo left with a goodbye to the young man, he went straight to the house, where a girl was already there to greet him. The guy screamed, shocked by what he saw, because Ilya was right there on the doorstep, glaring like she'd been waiting for hours. The boy blinked, staring at her like, "You've been here for me?" and asked how long she'd been sitting at the entrance. Ilya shot back that she'd been there since morning. It hit him. If Grandpa could take one day off, then Ilias could finally rest too. Yet she snapped in frustration, saying she'd been stuck alone all day and it made her feel lonely. Though in the end, it turned into a good experience for her. Guilt hit him like a punch, so he hurried over to apologize to the girl who'd taken him in. Then, right as he suggested they grab dinner together, she cut him off instantly and said they didn't have a single bite of food. The young man swore it was all okay. He'd found a tavern full of good people. And then the girl finally caught on and realized where he'd been all this time. When the young man tried to spill everything to the knight about his latest run-in with the hag, she didn't just listen. She snapped that he was off enjoying someone again, just not her. Suddenly, her stare melted, and she rushed an apology, admitting she'd gone too far because she just wanted to spend her day off with someone, but her excitement got the best of her. Ilya nodded, realizing the young man had his own plans and that she was still way too green. The boy went wide-eyed at her words. Suddenly, the young man snapped his palms against his own cheeks, jolting Ilias and blurting that he needed a moment. He wanted to change clothes before they went out for a walk. Ilias stared, caught off guard by the sudden shift in him, and once he was dressed, they headed straight to the spot where he usually spent his time. As she closed in on the building, the girl stared in disbelief, because she'd never thought they'd actually make it here, to the dog bone. The girl figured this tavern had killer drinks but horrible food, so she braced for punishment. Yet the young man was sure her thoughts would flip in no time. Once more, the young man shot her an all good look and turned away, like it was nothing. Confident as hell, he strode into the tavern, waving the confused girl over. The place was packed with noise and bodies. The waitress spotted the newcomers and greeted them. Then her smile snapped off, and her face changed fast. It all came down to Ilias. Saria burst up to her and started gushing with praise. And even though the boy looked shocked by Saira's sudden enthusiasm, he rolled with it fast. Because when he saw Ilias, it was like her old resentment had vanished without a trace. A voice from the back of the tavern yanked the waitress's attention, and the young man stared at the rowdy crowd with pure horror, only to realize there'd been even more of them lately. Then he asked the girl if she was ready to hear him, watching as Ilias started sampling new dishes. She stared in shock. This food was insanely good. But the moment she caught herself smiling, doubt came crashing back. Because that young guy pulled off so much in a single day, and it made her feel like she was falling behind. The young man asked Ilias what he really thought of Sair as a greeting, and the knight shot back that she couldn't believe it, shocked, amazed, and probably secretly happy about it. The boy leaned in and told her, Ilias is a legend with everyone, not just the knights of the Ragdow squad. Then he added, and he's always dreamed of becoming a knight as incredible as your father. But she still realized one thing. Someone else's opinion can completely swing the way you feel. And the kid agreed with Ilias. So it's no wonder people end up crushed when they're blamed, but light up when they get praise. The young man also feared that if all that inexperience were taken away, his own heart might finally start to falter. Otherwise, Father Elias would crush his heart and turn stone cold. But Elias exploded at that claim, because her father was a good man. Memories slammed into the girl's mind, her father beaming as he praised and thanked her for the wreath she'd woven from flowers, while a young man nudged her, telling her not to hide her inexperience, to chase happiness, and to turn her anger into raw power. A grateful smile lit up the girl's face as she stared at the confident grin of the young man standing before her, because on the battlefield, Ilias was the best knight around, no question. But in everything else, she was way worse than a girl her age ever should be. She was sure that if she didn't live up to her status, she'd be nothing but a beginner. But the boy cut her off and told her that wasn't true. That night dragged the young man right back to his old self, because in her eyes, even if only faint, people still mattered, and that crushed hope made him see the truth. With her hurt and betrayal already in the air, bringing her to the tavern was the right move. There were enough friends here to back this girl no matter what, so the young man brought her in. Right in the chaos of merriment, Ilya Scott ripped himself up from the table and jumped into the general fun, because these people would become her strength. The fun kept rolling, even as the hag's wife started snapping and grumbling at all the guests packed into the room. Then the next morning hit, bright, sunny, and calm. Ilya woke up with a pounding headache and fought to lift himself out of bed. Frightening memories crawled back into my mind as I scrolled past them. She'd gotten drunk yesterday, sure, but it somehow didn't feel that awful. She burrowed under the blanket, hugged the soft fabric tight, and grinned to herself like yesterday was a blast. Inside the castle, everything kept running like normal. Cargo strode through the lavish, gold-lit corridors straight to the right office. Lord Ragdor, seething in his study, stood up and greeted the old knight, then hurried him in to report to the commander of Theos's chivalric forces. The hag shoved the battered book into the lord's hands, and right then, bam! He faced the real question. What was it even about? The old man said he dug into it himself, guided by a map the leader of the bandit alliance left behind. Then the lord leaned in, staring at the cover, and demanded to know how the hag even found out. The old man got visibly flustered, scrambling for the right words. But the Lord just waved it off, saying the hag had nothing to fear, while staring at the strange, unreadable script, then turned to his faithful servant and demanded the real question. Had he actually read that book? The knight dropped to one knee at once, swearing that the very first thing he'd do was hand this book to the Lord, no peeking, not even a crack. Then the Lord instantly bought it, right away guessing who the old man was, hiding with the hag. Thump! The book hit the table, and the Lord finally snapped out his explanation. Maya spilled the details. Ilias clammed up the whole time, yet that man still demanded to know if the kid really came from another world. The old man stared at the Lord and demanded he keep every detail locked away, and when the Lord chuckled, he nodded, promising it would stay just between them. The Lord was convinced Cargo hadn't cracked the book open, but he knew those sharp eyes could still read the title, so the old man leaned in and declared it. This was the fourth sample from the Blue Demon King's research records. The Lord grimly said, "The Demon Kings are the ugliest chapter in their world's history, and blue is the fourth one." He still had to track down where that book came from, but he knew better than to drag a bunch of people into it. Right then, the young man finally realized he had to start pushing harder to find a job, because he was still living off the woman's kindness. And if he wanted a real way out, he should go talk to a merchant and get advice. With his thoughts racing, he finally barged into the trading company building 3 full days since his last visit. Then I met this young guy, and he was damn grateful for the advice to invest in dog bone, because it triggered wild, amazing changes. The company owner planned to keep pouring money into the tavern, but with such a tiny crew on hand, doubt started to creep into his head. A man and a young man slid into a table to talk trade, and pushing salt hard was the whole plan, so they crushed the market price to make it everywhere fast. Once the bandits were crushed, merchants flooded in from everywhere, bringing fresh supplies and all kinds of new goods. Then, the moment the country got richer, people's cravings shot up overnight. It was a blast, but this boy couldn't stop himself. He had to ask Bon about that rumor, especially the rock salt. Bon blinked in surprise and said, "Yeah, it really does exist, and it comes as crystals pulled from a whole mountain range." The guy dashed to win the man's approval, because out in those unexplored lands, salt really did run wild. The young man even brought up highlight, but this is the merchant's first time ever hearing the word. He told us, "This is salt. Just boil the hot spring water and you'll get it. If the mountain's packed with caves, it's also got hidden streams, and that's where you go to scoop the salt." Van grinned as a wild new project sparked in his head. Salt mining and thighs. And this info had him locked in, no doubt at all. Sure, he worried it could all crash and burn, but that merchant still vowed to blaze into the lands himself. The man claimed a real treasure was lying dormant in the country, and there was no way he'd skip that shot. The young guy also said Van clearly understood how to spot projects that actually pay off. Seeing that man light up with pure excitement, the boy slammed a card onto the table, one he'd been clutching in his bag until this exact moment. It was a copy of the leader's map from the Bandit Alliance that had just been wiped out. The merchant couldn't believe his luck, but the boys snapped that they'd keep it secret, because that map stretched over so much land that he couldn't stop worrying about the poor knights who'd have to slog through all that fighting. The boss of the Bandit Alliance has scribbled a bunch of unused caves on this map, and explorers made them legendary, because once people started studying and cross-checking everything, the odds of stumbling on something worth it shot way up, instead of ending up going blind. That young kid kept blowing his mind with pure resourcefulness, because out of all the odds, they were still going to handle everything on their own. And even though the kid was still green, the man clocked every smart move. All because Maya's recommendation wasn't given for nothing. Still, that didn't erase one huge fact. The man demanded to know why the boy never wondered if, with info that valuable, Van would keep it secret and act on it without him. The boy just flashed a grin, assuring Ben that he knows a real man always picks the right choices. Then the man finally understood he could become the perfect partner for this new acquaintance. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, everyone's eyes were glued to the found book, and King Marito leaned in like it was the only thing that mattered, hanging on her every word. Lord Ragdow, right there on the scene, snapped into action with the latest info, while the young man who'd helped Lady Ratzel turned out to be the key player in the whole mission. The king was absolutely thrilled, though Lord Ragdow didn't look nearly as happy. King Marito praised the bravery of that young man who'd arrived from another world, and even said he'd love to meet him in person, because the king was absolutely captivated by who he really was. The Lord promised he'd invite the boy to the award ceremony, and the king immediately followed up by reminding everyone to order the delicious alcohol. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Bond's loud, excited cheers kept blasting through the trees. But somehow, he was also ruining the fun of the whole research. As they pored over the map, they spotted a handy cave nearby. No wild signs in sight, so the young man decided to figure out what one study would cost. Still, the merchant refused to stay behind. He swore it was a great little walk, and he'd go with him, no questions asked. The boy couldn't believe a man like that was so driven, and honestly, the way he blundered in without a single thought was almost impressive. The young man asked, "Are you used to this?" And the guy bragged that he used to be a total troublemaking adventurer until the moment he switched to the merchant road, and everything in him suddenly cooled down. Now, he just lives quietly. The young man kept scratching his head, wondering why strange folks always seemed to find him. Gas and Soraya were great too, sure, but they didn't have that same twitchy, flighty energy. After a little trek, they finally spot the right cave, tucked out of sight, swallowed by the tree branches. Then, as they climb down, something snaps the merchant's attention and makes their eyes widen. Fans realized they'd hit a dead end. The cave cut off way sooner than they expected. Still, she was the perfect hiding spot. The boy already regretted that their whole research really kicked off with a failure. And the merchant? He didn't look bothered at all, even with a dead end right in their faces. After a quick stare at the wall, Bond snapped to the truth. Some kind of barrier spell was right here, just like he'd run into before. He told the young man he knew the drill, then yanked out his tools from the bag and ordered, "Hold this bag for me." The next moment, he slammed the hammer into the stone with everything he had. Bam! Stone dust burst into the air, and the boy jerked back in shock. Turns out that hammer was enchanted to deliver a tenfold blow, and when he hit, he absorbed magic power, too. The boy's whole world went numb when he realized his background meant he'd never be able to use something like that. Then Bandsaw opened a brand new passage. The merchant's eyes lit up like a switch flipped. No turning back now, adventure mode locked in, and he took it all deadly serious as they marched ahead, torchlights slicing through the dark, until something suddenly made the boy halt. The cave opened up into a glowing paradise, lush with trees and thick greenery, like it had its own secret forest inside. Even the torch had gone useless. The merchant let it drop lower and lower, then swept his eyes around, searching. The forest looked totally normal to the boy, yet that awful dread wouldn't let go. Meanwhile, Ban was convinced they just stumbled onto something incredible. The boy snapped his eyes toward him. Then the merchant dropped beside a tree where glowing flowers spilled from the roots, and the boy instantly figured out exactly where they were. This place felt just like the Black Demon King's Killer Mountain. Bond froze at the spot, because slime was proof of what he'd seen before. Back then, the young man found it, and now it filled the man with terror, since once you're trapped in that mountain, getting out is brutally hard. The plants Band stumbled across looked downright weird, like something had crawled out of a pocket of heavy magical energy, and Band couldn't shake the feeling that this mountain was going to be no different from Thais. The merchant lit up the moment he realized he could launch a brand new business, and the young man was blown away by how the man could turn absolutely anything into cash. At first, the search looked like a total screw-up, but then boom, it paid off, and the bad habit turned out to be a smart one. The boy even guessed medicinal plants were here, until something cut him off. Suddenly, the world blurred in front of my eyes. Everything went foggy. The merchant barked at the young man, but it all bounced off like noise in a storm. Then his strength crumpled, his eyes shut, and his consciousness dropped straight into darkness. After what felt like forever, the warmth in his chest finally crept back. Then strange voices swelled around him, like they'd spotted his awakening. But he still couldn't see a thing, and when they pressed him for answers, he snapped at them to stay quiet. When his consciousness snapped back, black-haired, pale-skinned strangers stared down at him, and his hands were yanked behind his back, down tight. He couldn't move much. Rope cinched his hands tight, and panic shot through him as the truth hit. He really had been kidnapped. He snapped his gaze up at the kidnappers, and whoa, everything about them looked unreal. Their black hair and blazing red eyes grabbed him instantly, and even their faces screamed they belonged to an animal race. Shock hit the black-haired guy like a wave as he stared at the kidnappers until it clicked. They weren't full beasts. They were half-humans of the beast race. Right then, the same men pressed a weapon straight to his neck, going for the kill. The trap guy demanded to know what just happened. Then a half-human blurted that only their tribe had black hair. And the clues screamed. He had to be from some demon race. But he instantly started denying it. But the half-humans were stunned. This guy actually understood their language. Still, they kept him at arm's length, desperate to uncover who he really was. Then the guy blurted that he meant them no harm. He just needed them to untie him. But the tribe couldn't make heads or tails of his words, and he instantly realized he was stuck in trouble all over again. The guy clung to Maya's words. This spirit spell let him hear anyone talking and instantly understand every word, then lock those words into his memory. He could decode every language he came across. Yet when it was his turn to speak, he could only talk in the common tongue. So he picked the best option for the moment. And yeah, it gave him a real edge in this world. The Animal Clan's men started circling the guy, pressing him with threats, demanding to see what he'd do next, and whether he could understand their language. Then, out of nowhere, someone demanded to know who the black-haired guy really was. It was Obaba, the tribe's old head, sitting there with a calm face, because in her eyes, the guy looked no older than a child. The men swore they'd caught him while hunting, but then they spotted the second one and watched him slip away. And when it all sunk in, the guy realized the band was hiding like pros. The tribesmen started spilling every detail to Obaba, realizing the man could actually understand them, yet he couldn't speak a word back. Then Obaba stepped right up to him, raised her will, and flashed her clawed palm straight in front of the stranger's face. Chandra's dude wouldn't stop. Then a surge of magic tore toward him. The Wanderer demanded where she'd hidden the host's spell, and the Beast Race kids went wide-eyed when they realized he was speaking their language. Turns out the village chief slipped him some of the tribe's magical energy. Then the guy practically begged to know if it could cure his side effects, and the answer hit hard. It didn't work at all. She caught the spell with a grin and thought it was amazing, but it was weird. She'd slapped it on the wrong kind of spot, and the guy realized Maya did it in a rush. Right after that, muscle pain hit him. He told the Beast Tribe he wasn't here to do them harm and kicked off negotiations on the spot. Now that he could finally talk to them, there was no way he'd waste this chance. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, someone shouted for Ilias, and Ragdor declared that the very man who'd helped them corner the bandits should get himself into the award ceremony too, because his help mattered. Ilias already knew his power and what he'd accomplished, so she understood why he was getting called into that ceremony. And now it was all on her to rush the news to him. Once the girl took the task from the man, Ragdor stared at her in total silence, and for a second it made Ilias's skin crawl. So she snapped his name and called out to Ragdor. The man clocked that the girl had loosened up since yesterday, and Ragdor couldn't stand the curiosity. He had to know what changed, while Ilias froze in embarrassment and blushed hard. She insisted nothing happened to her, and Ragdor only got more entertained, while Ilias looked better than usual. The man ordered Ilias Ratzel to hand the invitation to that guy and make him say yes. So the girl snapped to it. Ragdora and Cargo grinned, and she dashed out. Cargo spotted. Ilias had leveled up for the better because of that guy, and Ragdor refused to say it out loud, while Cargo admitted he'd love a granddaughter who turned out just like Ilias, and Ragdor snapped back, "I'm her father, not her grandfather." Ban tore through the forest, panting hard, spotted that marked spot on the map, and raced back to help save the guy. Right then, he also had to deal with it back in the Beast Race tribe, while the wolf-eared youths stood stunned, hearing the Demon King was finally gone. They stared in total disbelief that the Demon King was gone. And when the guy saw their shocked faces, he realized he couldn't just blurt out that the Demon King got wiped out by slime. Turns out their Black Wolf tribe slipped into this forest ages ago, fleeing the Black Demon King. And for a long time they'd lived in silence. Then they totally lost touch with the outside world. And no, the world wasn't enslaved or wiped out. So the village headman sat there drinking tea with a tight, heavy sadness in his eyes. Then this young Beast Race guy couldn't stand the mystery. He had to track down his friend Ban, but he had no clue where he'd gone, thinking Ban might just return to gather more allies, because the real Ban isn't the type to abandon someone who's in trouble. That doesn't mean the tribe is about to get attacked. Up to now, they've lived in peace, no war, no bloodshed. And if they trust the colleague who's come back asking for help, they can negotiate with him safely. Obama figured the guy could have named his friend on them if they hadn't untied him, so that'd make him doubt everything. Then the guy asked her if he could stay in their settlement for a while, and she agreed, but only if he followed her one request. Bobobo pushed the guy to step in and mediate between their tribe and the people beyond the forest, and when she asked, he was completely stunned. Because deep down, she knew they should have split from their old life in the settlement ages ago. You can't keep living forever in a forgotten forest. The guy cracked their language, and even the tongue of outsiders, and it sent the tribe into pure triumph. Now folks in Tasaja will want them, so he's stepping in to broker negotiations as their mediator, forging fresh connections, and the village head couldn't stop smiling. Some tribesmen still worried about her call, but Obama was convinced. He didn't look like a liar, so they figured he was safe to trust, and she could see straight through him. After that, the guy realized he'd been out cold for about an hour. Then the young man from the tribe apologized, but the guy waved it off and demanded a trade. Give him a tour of their village. Their homes were plain but built like fortresses, and deep in the forest they hunted animals to keep everyone fed. Even though the forest sat up in the mountains, they still hunted animals, until the numbers got so huge the tribe could swoop in and smash the entire herd at once. The villagers gathered to watch the men prove their speed and iron protection, and the guy stared at those warriors with raw awe. They were stronger than the bandits, and everyone in the tribe nodded like it was no shock at all, because those fighters had been battling side by side with the Demon King's troops. So this daily training became the warrior's routine. Suddenly, the guy heard something far off, so he pushed forward, crept closer, and spotted a small group of kids, and his curiosity snapped as he questioned his escort about what they were up to. Then the animal race's man snapped a warning. If that guy stepped into that spot, a curse would slam down on him, because right there sat the home of an unwanted child. A white-haired beast girl burst into view before them. Messy hair, innocent face, while the guy just stared with eyes bulging like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The animal race kids kept roaring with laughter outside the girl's dwelling. Then the guy snapped awake, saw them bullying the one everyone called cursed, and his face tightened in a hard frown. He couldn't wrap his head around why they'd do that to the white-haired girl, and he didn't get how she ended up stuck in that filthy, forgotten place miles away from the village. Then the man grinned and declared that her looks made her a curse, an unwanted child. And he shoved the kids out of the home, shouting that they'd be damned too. Even so, their laughter still rang through the neighborhood. He got totally overshadowed by that moment because he knew exactly what it felt like to be in a girl's shoes. The same kind of pressure he'd lived through back in Japan. Then the guy forced himself to calm down because he knew they had no clue what was really going on. So he had to get answers from Obaba and figure out why that white-haired girl got bullied by everyone. Panic erupted in the palace. Everyone suddenly learned the black-haired guy had been captured by half-humans. Cargo slammed down the order, search for him. But the man refused to tell Ragdor. Ilias finally got his day off, and Cargo could only pray his acquaintance would be okay. Because right then, in the demi-human village, that guy stepped into the house and found a woman of the animal race waiting for him. While touring the half-human village, he fixated on one case, then demanded answers about why a certain girl was branded as an unwanted child. The woman jabbed a finger at the girl and swore she was cursed. In her eyes, white hair meant nothing but annihilation, and the Black Wolf tribe had no business having kids with someone like that. Her mother vanished in childbirth, and her father never came back because that huge beast wouldn't let him. When the residents dumped her in the forest, the plants around her started to wither. A girl who took lives made them panic, so they wiped her out because she didn't fit a single rule of their world, and their tribe was terrified of the curse she carried. The girl grew up outside the village, doomed to spill misfortune wherever she went, yet the guy didn't take it lying down. They said she was a shield against evil, but to him, that was the only way the cursed child could ever serve the village. Rage flared at the woman's words, and he stormed out of the room in silence. Obaba said it was late and she couldn't promise the guy would make it outside the settlement. And the guy answered in a grim voice, he'd be fine as long as he didn't try to slip out, because the magician's real mission was to go take a look at the white-haired girl. She didn't care what he did at all. Then, after a while, he found himself standing in front of the girl's broken shack, where her shelter was nothing but stapled boards and torn fabric. The white-haired girl spotted the guy and instantly panicked. She ducked and hid. The stranger, from another world, tried to soothe her, but she kept staring at him like he was a nightmare, trembling from head to toe. She curled into a trembling ball, desperate to disappear, while strange, half-formed noises slipped out of her, until the guy finally realized she couldn't understand a word he was saying. He fixed his eyes on the broken exile, because the bearer's spell had been corrected, and knew he had to decode the demi-human's words from the Black Wolf tribe. The girl kept mumbling in garbled sounds, a shiver ripping through her as heavy metal chains clamped her leg. He stared at it with sorrowful eyes, and it hit him. She didn't even know the language itself, so he couldn't make sense of a word she said. The blonde girl shook and cried her heart out. Those iron shackles had wrecked her leg, and ever since she was born, fear had been the only thing that lived with her. The black-haired guy stared at the trembling girl, cowering in her busted, filthy shack. But the chains biting her leg kept her from slipping away. Pure fear and panic shook her whole body. The wanderer couldn't wrap his head around why they were doing this to her, or how anyone could leave a girl to rot in a life like that. And the white-haired girl stared back at him, tears spilling from her eyes. Tears burned in his eyes from her awful look and the misery of her life. He couldn't stand staring at that nightmare, so he lunged in fast, wrapped her in a crushing hug, and the white-haired girl jolted in shock before snapping her leg up and kicking him hard, baffling him. The wanderer's voice cracked with despair as she confessed how lonely and terrified she'd become. Everything she'd survived just to keep breathing. And to the ones who dragged her into this life, they never had the right. He was screaming at the girl, begging her to understand how he felt, because she'd normally have shut down her fellow tribesmen, but she couldn't call for help since she was completely alone. And when he finally spoke, she stared back in total confusion, like she had no idea what he meant. The same one believed a kid who didn't cry was just plain wrong, because this world had already sucked the tears dry from the white-haired girl, and even the hero was struggling to stop himself from breaking down. He stared her down with unshakable resolve, while the confused girl just couldn't get his message, because society had already shut her out, and the wanderer swore he'd make her leave all that pain behind. He'd find a way to make sure she never suffers like that again, no matter what it takes. He'll do everything in his power. And if it all goes right, that guy finally gets to live a calm, peaceful life. The black-haired guy was sobbing like his heart was breaking, swearing the girl would never have to taste bullying's pain and grief again. The white-haired half-girl stared at him, and his bitter tears chilled her for a split second. Then she fell apart too, sobbing hard as he held her tight in his arms. After what felt like forever, their gut-wrenching crying finally died down. The guy steadied himself, let go of the girl, and took a quiet breath, then apologized for breaking down like that. But she just shook her head, telling him everything was okay. Next, the wanderer turned his eyes to the beast girl. He couldn't believe it. She understood every word he said. And the moment he realized it, embarrassment flooded his face as he stared at her, stunned. Because just recently, she couldn't grasp a single word. He patted the girl on the head. Then his eyes caught her hair glowing, and shock hit him so hard he just stared. He instantly snatched the white-haired girl's attention, and he demanded to know if she wanted to leave her settlement, only for her to stare back innocently, completely clueless, as he waited for her to finally answer. Suddenly, someone tapped him, and the mystery man snapped, "Calm down!" The voice hit him like a shock. It was that familiar Ban, the one he knew by heart. The man's ball was tucked away under his clothes, and his face was wrapped in ribbon, and seeing him like that made the guy's stomach drop. For one frantic second, he even wondered if it was really his friend. So he yanked off his clothes to reveal his face, and the guy exhaled in pure relief, because Ben was okay. Ban's told everyone he'd already sent reinforcements to the village, and while the man tried to hide, he still heard the crying. Then it hit him with sickening horror. Ban had heard everything. For a split second, it hit him like a heavy wave of sadness. Then Ban kept talking. Ahead, the Karaguya squad waited at the forest's edge, but they should have bolted. Still, that guy ditched the escape plan. For a second, it knocked him into this awkward, heavy sadness. But then the Karaguya Jesta squad was waiting right at the tree line, so they should have fled. Yet the guy ditched the escape plan, told Ban that the locals wanted peace talks, and pointed straight at the white-haired girl, only to realize she wasn't there. When a strange, band-shaped man showed up out of nowhere, the white-haired girl panicked, darted back into her shack, trembling from head to toe, and peeking at them with pure fear. He tried to soothe her, but right then Ban snapped and demanded to know about the villagers. He'd assumed they were just bandits in disguise, and when he realized that wasn't true, he started spilling the whole story. After hearing it, Ban snapped. Tears exploded out of him as everything finally clicked. And when the guy demanded he grant one last request, Ban rushed off, tears still streaming, determined to make good on it. The guy watched the man fade away, unsure if his choice would wreck the calm life he wanted. So he sat with it, thought it through, and decided he would save that girl himself. The white-haired girl yanked his clothes tight, her eyes shining with pure, innocent trust. So this time, he decided to shove his usual thoughts and quiet life cravings aside for a moment and told the girl, "I'm going to save you." He wanted to give her freedom for real, so he'd hand her the chance to choose her own path with no regrets and keep his mind calm right then. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Ilias couldn't land a boyfriend, so she hunted through every spot where he normally hung out, but he was nowhere to be found, and that empty silence crushed her. She was furious. Her assignment was going to stay unfinished, and then a tired messenger from the band showed up, dragging news after hunting for Lady Ilias for what felt like forever. The girl caught on fast. If anyone could point her to the black-haired guy, it would be him. And the messenger nodded, agreeing. The demi-humans caught the guy, and when the girl heard that news, she went completely speechless. Meanwhile, the guy was still stuck in the Black Wolf tribe's village, pushing to add one more condition to the negotiations. The village feared the stranger was here to hijack the negotiations, but that wasn't it. The deal was simple. They'd secure the food supply, and if they agreed to any extra conditions, they'd get paid for that too. When it comes to these negotiations, if they agree to equal terms, everything gets settled fast. But if they refuse, Baba's convinced they'll come storming in and attack their deal. But it's not that simple. If they don't agree to equal terms, the delivery won't happen at all. And everything from the talks hinges on that decision. They'll only trust you if you stick to a single condition. They wanted to kick an unwanted kid out of the settlement, and everyone freaked out. Then Obaba stepped in and smoothed it over, because the guy hadn't even mentioned it until now, and they were more than happy to hand it to him. Rage boiled in his chest after her words, because he swore her leaving was for him, and they were still good. Then, out of nowhere, a male beast man crashed into the room, screaming, shouting, "Baba!" A beast folk man hauled up to the village elders and blurted, "Warriors with weapons are at our entrance." The woman spun toward him, and boom, everyone rushed out to the gate. Even Obama and the villagers leaned forward with tired, wary eyes on the guy. The wanderer told them the knights had come for him, so they should have kept negotiating. Then he learned the deadliest warrior in their village, and he marched straight to him, claiming he'd fight that unwanted child. If the white-haired girl wins, she'll be crowned victorious. He was stunned. He truly thought they'd hired him to wipe out that girl, but when nobody even flinched at her elimination, he figured the mistake didn't matter and let it slide. The whole village said he should date the white-haired girl, but they also hated her, so he stepped up and challenged her to a duel, forcing them to settle it face-to-face. He just smiled, didn't try to shut the woman down, and the village head refused to accept the condition, because nobody wanted to risk the girl's curse. Then the wanderer had to admit his knights were about to start a brutal bout. Kargu and Ragdor stormed into the field, stared each other down, and raised their weapons, ready to clash. Then the battle detonated. Steel clanged through the village as their strikes hit with terrifying force, and a wave of Gustav's air slammed across the field, forcing the villagers to shield themselves. Kargu lunged at Ragdor, but the gray-haired man slammed his hammer into the ground and yanked the attack to a stop. Then the knights' brawl roared on, their blows whipping gusts of wind across the whole village. People ducked for cover, and some couldn't even stand before the sheer impact. Then the guy blurted out that the knights weren't showing up to fight, and that sent everyone else scattering, so few people came at all. The residents shouldn't sneer at them for what the troops are already going to prove. The woman snapped with annoyance, because she knew exactly how deadly this situation was, and by his own choices, that guy left them no other option. They had no choice, and the talks kept rolling without a hitch. Once everyone saw who was stronger, it was settled fast. Then the guy swung his gaze to the white-haired girl and declared it loud. The knights wouldn't step in. They'd only stand guard until the village's strongest warrior agrees to the duel. The blonde girl hovered by the tribe's men, nerves buzzing. Then, out of nowhere, a guy slid up to her and murmured a few words, and panic instantly lit up her face. Now the girl couldn't stop worrying, while the guy stayed cool and strolled the other way. Kirgu fired questions about their last battle, and the wanderer just grinned like he knew something they didn't. He loved that fight. It was a killer performance, no doubt. And because of the old man, they were finally about to see something interesting. Karka was still a bit nervous, but that guy stepped in, calmed him down, and promised he could be trusted. The village head nodded, handed them off to the toughest young man, and told him he'd have to handle the unwanted exile by himself, because the woman swore his mission was a curse that was siphoning his life force. But he wouldn't explain a word, and instead pushed to start the fight right away. The headman went silent and barked an order to get ready to fight, and the white-haired girl stared at the guy with tears pouring down her face, even as her sword stayed poised, because the fear was choking her. So the guy had to shout for Grandpa Hag, and when Kargu lifted his weapon and drove the blade straight at the guy's throat, the girl's desperation spiked to pure panic. Soon, the battle ignited. Then a young man from a half-human village surged forward, yelling at the white-haired exile and lining up to strike. But his attack never even landed, His weapon snapped apart on its own before it could graze the white-haired girl. Everyone froze at what they were seeing. Then, at that exact turning point, the black-haired guy shouted and the blonde girl snapped into action, fighting back just when it mattered most. And even though she'd been terrified a moment ago, she pulled herself together and steadied her breath. Then the exile of the village shot into a fighting stance, ready to pounce on her opponent. And with a fierce cry, tears streaming down her face, she clenched her fist. Then the white-haired girl smashed the guy with one brutal hit, so hard the strongest warrior in their village got launched across the area and slammed into a house. The whole town froze in disbelief, because their strongest warrior got crushed by the exile. Then that exile leaned in and revealed his true plan. He didn't just win. He wanted every single person to hear the exact same truth. The girl they hate isn't some cursed child. Her pale white hair and striking eyes come from a genetic disorder called albinism, not magic at all, and only about 1 in 10,000 kids show those symptoms, because even the tragedy of losing her parents can hit anyone. And that's when fear took over. Villagers cooked up a fake curse about an unwanted child. Then, blind to the truth, they made a cruel mistake that became their lifelong sin. Even though he said it, some people still wouldn't believe him until this duel crushed their doubts and proved the girl's worth. Now the wanderer and the girl stand before the stunned residents. Then he kept talking, steering you to a spot where see-through trees drank in tons of magic, and their leaves shimmered bright as stars, right as the guy leaned over and pointed at the girl's glowing hair. At that exact moment, knowing the language saved the day. Her magic surged in and sank straight into the bearer's spell, scrambling it from the inside, because this girl is packed with terrifying, bottomless amounts of power. With a gloomy face, he told the residents, "That girl's got freak-level talent, just like the hero who later went and crushed the Demon King." This kid wasn't unwanted. He was a savior sent from above. The Black Wolf tribe, cowering in fear of the Demon King, suddenly gets word that heaven has chosen this child, and the whole village freezes, stunned by the news. When it clicked, some people crumpled to their knees, finally realizing what they'd just done to the girl. Then the guy calmly told her, "I'm taking you under the contract," and they started marching out of the village. The guy's performance blew the knights' minds, his words stunning them so hard they got goosebumps. Yet underneath it all, he was terrified the villagers would snap and rebel against them. Everything clicked because of Ban. The guy finally got it. He couldn't even measure up to Ilias because she was terrifyingly strong. And this duel didn't end the way it did unless Ban showed him exactly how to break the magic open. She finally crushed her fear of the village and even learned to face it head-on with her own hands, setting the stage for everything that comes next. It was all for the village's good, but their blind faith in the supernatural and the lies they swallowed locked them inside the forest. Now, at least, they'll finally see what they did wrong with their own eyes and regret every last bit. Annoyance sparked in him as they started blaming him for not convincing everyone. But the truth was, he was still brand new at this. Then, out of nowhere, the hag marched up. The gray-haired man reached for the girl and she panicked, darting behind him to hide. Cargo choked back tears and begged the guy to fix the misunderstanding with the girl. Then their performance together blew everyone away. And that's exactly why the girl stayed on guard around him. Earlier, the girl was buzzing with excitement, and the magic in her, it was on a whole other level. 10,000 villagers trembled at her power. Then, right before the duel began, the guy leaned in and whispered that if she lost, they'd be destroyed together. The girl snapped into a full panic. Then she watched Cargo swing his weapon straight to the guy's neck, and the wolf scrambled even harder, terrified. So, terrified by what the villagers thought, she spiraled into desperation for that guy, because she was an amazing kid, and he didn't even bother to clear up the misunderstanding. His companion still looked innocent, but it wasn't the same innocence anymore, because the truth stuck in his throat. And the guilt he felt made it brutal for him to say it to the girl he couldn't stop regretting. But the wanderer realized when he got home, he'd spoil her properly. She'd get scrubbed clean, stuffed with food, and then he'd press Ilias about where they were actually going to live. Suddenly, his focus snapped to something. This dude stared into the distance with pure, awkward horror. Turns out that gloomy Ilias was right there, not far at all. The girl looked furious over something, and a nasty, gloomy aura rolled off her. Then she let out a malicious laugh, clocked that they'd already solved it, and with that smug smirk on her face, everyone panicked. They were completely stuck until the guy remembered Ilias had a day off, and because the search for people dragged on, Ban could only reach out and call Ilias. Turns out the knights, once they realized the guy was safe, slipped into the cave and stayed the night in silence, while Ilias burned through the whole night hunting for him in the forest. When the girl finally heard, rage exploded in her. She burst into loud laughter, furious to the core. And as the knights, along with the guy, caught on to what was happening, fear hit them even harder. Then the hag shoved the guy out toward the girl, and he went wide-eyed at what his grandfather just did, until he snapped out of it, calmed down, and apologized to Elias. After that, he stuck even closer behind her. So he crushed the girl in a tight hug, and he thanked her, because the desperate search had worn her out to the bone. No matter what she tried to tell him, Ilias insisted she wasn't tired at all. The knights just smiled and watched, and the guy kept talking while holding Ilias even tighter. But the girl, not getting the full picture, still trembled with fear for him. The wanderer swallowed every accusation like it was his to carry, and he felt a rush of relief that she was freaking out for him, while Ilias's face went hot with embarrassment. And she smiled all over too, because deep down, she knew he was okay. The knights finally let out a breath of relief because the case was over. But if Elias had shown up sooner, they'd have wrapped it up in a blink. Ban didn't buy any of that, though. He was certain the guy wouldn't sign off on it either. If Ilias showed up here, everything would get messy fast. And when Ilias heard the guy's words, his face snapped into a frown. The guy just looked even more embarrassed, while deep down he was already screaming at the men. Just as the guy finally calmed Ilias down, everything snapped. Suddenly they were talking about it, and he realized he'd have to take the hit of the girl's strength. The same one, still furious. He tried to deny it all, but the girl wouldn't buy a single word anymore. She yanked him by the waist and pain shot through him, while the white-haired girl stared on with tears blazing in her eyes. And then Ilya wrapped him in a fierce hug that hurt him even more. After that, Ilias dropped him with one blow, and the guy crumpled into unconsciousness. Just a pathetic guest from some parallel world. Once Ilias pieced everything together from the explanation, he handed the case report to Kargan Band, then grabbed the girl and hauled her into the bathroom. Soon, a clean, lovely girl stepped right in front of him, and he couldn't help but notice she'd grown even more beautiful, while she trembled in fear because of what Ilias had just done. She lunged at the guy with a sobbing scream, and he couldn't take the onslaught. He crumpled to the ground. Elias struggled to keep up because the girl refused to listen, not after she'd bullied the poor guy before. The guy wanted to whisk the girl away to Maya, and Ilias even told him he'd have to show up for the awards ceremony celebrating the robber's capture, but the guy tried to dodge it, and Ilias snapped, furious. She grabbed him and wouldn't let him out of the house. The girl's frustration surged as she demanded to know why he refused, until her tight grip clamped down so hard his shoulders screamed, and Ilias, just waking up, finally let go. Then the guy leaned in and told her straight up that only knights mattered, and that he didn't want to draw a single eye on himself. He expected the girl to get it too. As cranks, they already pull way too much attention. The girl couldn't keep her eyes on that because she had partners who could carry her, and Ilias was sure they'd end up being each other's steady support too. He nodded along. Cargo, Ban, Ilias, any of them could be his backup. Then he leaned toward the girl and told her to rein in her art, just a little. After all, it had only been a week since he landed in this world, so he needed time to carefully figure out how much he could give, and who was actually safe to trust. If he stood out, enemies would come hunting, and this guy wanted nothing to do with that. It was pure, frugal cowardice. So when Ilias heard it, he just froze in shock. He'd barely crawled out alive after a bear and a slime tore into him, and he knew he could lean on Ilias. He just couldn't bring himself to trust him all the way. Because, yeah, he'd only just met that girl. Then the guy grinned and told me Ilias was the most dependable person right now, until he suddenly refused to join, and Ilias said Ragdor had ordered her to do it. Still, she listened to the guy's take, until the next moment when he flipped and agreed, leaving her stunned. He might have refused at first. Still, that refusal would have wrecked Ilias's prestige, so he swallowed the no and tried to thank her with everything he had. Next, the guy shot back, saying she never told him about it soon enough. Then they stormed over to Maya, and before long they were standing at the church, where Maya raised a spell and blasted the white-haired girl with magic. The girl managed to cast the spell on her, and then Ilias stepped up and asked if she could understand her words. She could, clean and clear. Still, the guy couldn't shake the worry that Maya might have slipped up somewhere, but the girl was totally fine. No nasty muscle aches like he feared. The girl finally clued in that her name was Ilias, then blurted out, "What's my savior's name?" And the guy grinned because he knew he could pick the name she'd call him. The name sounded great, but she could drop the respectful suffixes. Then the guy started thinking, until Maya suddenly begged, "Tell me about your nickname, darling." And he just brushed it off. To help the girl learn how to stand on her own, he stepped up, ready to support her and take responsibility for her. And he even demanded she call him master or teacher. She weighed her choices, then quickly decided she'd only call him master. The nickname hit him like a compliment to the soul, and he lit up. Next, he leaned in and told Maya to teach her how to keep her magic to herself. She nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then the real headache showed up. He still had to sort out clothes, food, and a place to live. That's why Cyrus showed up at the church, and the girl lit up like crazy, wrapping her arms around her the second she saw her. The guy even called out Cyrus's name, since he was free to do it, but Ilias clenched his jaw, hating that the guy already knew Cyrus's address, even if he tried to cover it by saying friends share contact info. At least that's what he claimed. Then the guy hammers Cyrus to make clothes for the girl because this city won't sell outfits for half-humans. So the girl keeps grinding and practicing her craft. Cyrus said yes to the guy's request, and she threw herself into the workshop with pure excitement, because now it was their job to teach the girl how to talk. Because Maya had a spell straight from her native tongue, she finally caught their language. But that was only step one. She still had a mountain of work ahead, or else she'd never become independent. So first they had to drill the alphabet and learn the rules of society. And as usual, they leaned on Maya, until the girl snapped a detail. The guy had taught her how to call Maya master. Then he bragged that he'd explain the laws of life, but the truth was, he was the kind of genius who studied speech, and even the hidden rules of this world. So he snapped Maya into helping. She launched into the full breakdown, while Ilias sprawled there, bored out of her mind, absorbing everything anyway, until she suddenly heard a violent stomping right out of nowhere. Cyrus came sprinting in, and the girl had just whipped up fresh clothes, while the guy stared in shock at her insane speed. Then, bam! She kicked him out of the church. After a bit, they let him back in, and Cyrus couldn't stop staring as she showed off her masterpiece, the clothes she'd made. The girl showed up in comfy off-the-shoulder, a soft tee, short shorts, and those long, cozy boots, and everyone couldn't stop grinning. Cyrus, eyeing her white hair, figured black clothes would hit perfectly, but the guy liked the outfit all right while still grumbling that her shorts showed off too much, so Cyrus had to stitch extra fabric onto them. Now the guy was grinning over the clothes. Then Ilias even praised Sayara, and she practically lit up with joy. Even though her outfit was totally on trend, he still didn't believe she fit this world at all. Maya said the same thing too. Her and the guy lined up on the exact same opinion. Then the guy told Sayara to sew clothes for Ilias next time, and he even wanted to see what she'd make for him. After that, he paid her for the job on the spot, and Syra couldn't help blushing at that massive sum. The guy didn't just pay for the materials, he paid for her skills too. Sayara panicked because she wasn't even in sales, but he wouldn't budge. Then he leaned in and told her straight, if her hands are shaking from a big reward, that's your sign to train even harder. By the end, everyone was sure of one thing. This girl was the real deal. The girl lit up at what they said, and the guy couldn't hide how much he respected Cyrus's skill, because just a few hours later, she didn't only nail the design, she styled the whole look too, adding shoes and accessories to match. Then they bolted out of the church, and right away, a famous tavern slammed into view. The girl caught that mouth-watering smell and rushed inside, practically buzzing with excitement. A packed, lively crowd hit her like a wave. The tavern owner clocked the guy had brought a stunning girl, and then the guy leaned in and asked her to get them a drink. Ilias spotted the tavern packed with even more customers, and the guy nodded like, yep. Soon, Ilias would be stuck thinking about the next stage, how to whip up a sweet dish. But the idea didn't sit right, because she hated fruits especially. A minute later, a dish landed in front of the girl, and the guy barked, "Repeat after me," only to have her lock eyes with him like she was memorizing every word, as he then guided her step by step on how to eat with a spoon. Soon the girl finally got it. Then she gripped a spoon in her palm, and her hand trembled hard as the spoon shook with it, but she still managed to taste the dish, grin lighting up her face because she truly loved it, and the others just laughed at how she was so into it before she asked for more supplements all over again. They slipped out of the tavern that night, and the guy even praised Ilias for staying calm until the girl's anger flared up, and he had to spell out what brawl really means. Then it hit him hard that he still had a ton to teach the kid, because learning to fight matters too, but first she has to learn how to live. So a kid who knows 0 letters can still learn how to live on their own. And then the guy snapped out and called to Ilias, stuck on one thought for what felt like forever. Back in the village, she didn't even get a real name. Everyone called her the Corsage child, and Ilias couldn't resist asking what black and white were in his own language. But those words just didn't fit her name. Ilias even caught the word wolf in his native tongue. Back home, it sounded gorgeous, like it was a man's name, not a beast. So they had to swap it to wolf. The original name screamed strength, yet it felt oddly soft and weightless. But once it became wolf, the sound turned smooth and satisfying. Yeah, the guy just loved it. Then he told the girl that from that day on, her name was Ufi, and she couldn't stop asking about it. Joy lit up her face with a bright smile, and everyone at the company felt relieved to see Ulfa. Before long, they ended up right near Ilias's house. The guy told Ulfa, "From today on, this house is yours too." Ulfa stared at him, full-on amazed. Then she sucked in her courage and sprinted straight for the place. The girl burst into her new home, grinning like crazy, and from that day on, Ulfa, the child, started a whole new life with the guy and her enjoying every second of it. While the king was learning that a hidden tribe of demi-humans lived right in Thais, somewhere nobody even suspected, everything the guys did in this world had turned into chaos, and Merito discovered the truth. The guy had accepted the invitation to the ceremony because he knew he was the kind of man who would shape this country and bring real change. The king stared out the window and joked that even the thought of meeting a beautiful aristocrat girl made his heart thunder in his chest, while Ragudo, for his part, was busy climbing the stairs. Ulfas's development sprinted forward, and he swore he'd handle everything, but he couldn't figure out where to stop. Ilias probably fumed too, because she couldn't fully trust him. That girl felt every judgment like a blade, and the stress just kept piling up inside her, while the guy stared at Ilias's insane strength and picked a risky, indirect route instead of charging straight in. He snapped out of it and refused to dwell on it, because that oath incident was going to flip everything about how they faced their opponents, and that idea just pissed him off. So he forced himself to slow down, sorted his thoughts, and listened to his heartbeat, trying to pull himself back into reality. And he finally calmed, because he'd always end up right here. To make it to the award ceremony, the guy begged John to grab him some clothes. Once he dressed up, he marched out toward the crowd, and John loved how perfectly they fit him. But Ulf's sharp eyes caught it right away. Her master looked different, and those clothes clearly made him feel miserable. After all, he looked like a straight-up medieval aristocrat. Then he stepped outside just as he spotted the carriage barreling in. It was Kargu, and once he saw him, he strapped on his armor like always. Those details were weird as hell. The guy honestly thought there'd be some special armor for the ceremony, but nope. The hag had to grind and polish it like crazy. Then boom! The country handed Ian the job of running trade between the demi-human tribe and the A's. So for now, every merchant has to bargain through him. To settle negotiations with the demi-humans, the guy gets a slice. Several percent of the tribe's future net profits from trade. And before long, he and the crew are already at the palace. Because of it, he's finally off the unemployment line. The ceremony was about to kick off. Then, out of nowhere, this guy heard nasty rumors about a girl. Turns out the nobles couldn't stand the king's people and claimed she didn't know her place. And just when the chatter died, the whole room went silent because the king had arrived. The guy finally met King Fidus for the first time, and, shockingly, he looked way too young for that crown. Then it hit him. The king's eyes locked onto him like a spotlight. The award ceremony kicked off. Then squads of knights started getting summoned, one after another. The guy froze in his thoughts, feeling the king's stare like a spotlight, convinced he was just imagining it, until the name Ilya finally rang out. The king beamed and praised her as she wiped out those bandits with pure guts, and then the whole hall erupted in applause, right as the ceremony wrapped up and the buffet finally kicked off. Tables piled high with every kind of feast, and this guy dove into the food with zero hesitation. Ilias, meanwhile, spotted a suspicious silhouette in the crowd. The girl was done with her business. Then she told the guy that Ragudo wanted to meet him, only for the guy to spot Ragudo standing right there with the king. The man clocked him and popped his name, Salvat Ragudo. Then thanked me for looking after a squad, but the guy swore I wasn't the one. Right then, the king crashed into their talk. Marito, king of them all, stepped in, staring down Ilias and saying she might be brave, but she was still green. And he somehow managed to turn that into her falling for him hard. The king couldn't wait to see how the guy would react to his words, and the reports said this stranger had dark hair and dark eyes. Marito had already heard the rumors about his connection to Ilias, and now he was ready to step up and ask for a handshake. The king had already warned his subordinates not to get in his way, because all he wanted was this stranger's identity and what he planned to do next. But the guy turned on a dime and headed straight for the buffet table. That move snapped the king into full tension mode, and the wanderer filled a plate and handed it to him, daring him to taste. Marito thought the guy's handshake was asking for food. Then the guy handed him fruits so stubborn to peel that Marito barely got through them. As soon as he finished eating, the king's focus snapped back to the guy, only for him to blow past everyone and march straight for the banquet hall exit. Marito just stood there, jaw dropped, completely stunned. Marito couldn't believe it. This black-haired guy just strolled off, totally ignoring him. The king went still, stunned for a beat, then snapped into action and chased him at once, because after all this time, he finally found him, and he was already walking away. Marito had plans ready, but he refused to let it end that fast. Meanwhile, that guy watched the king vanish into the distance with a smug grin, and Marito just froze, wide-eyed, staring at the wanderer like he couldn't believe it. The guy knew the king was setting a trap, but he never expected the king to come after him. So Marito figured it out. He was keeping tabs on him. The king broke into laughter, then apologized for getting too curious. Just as that happened, Ilias and Ragudo stormed in, and the guy promptly told the girl her acting was awful. The king burst into laughter, clearly loving the guy, and then he promptly yanked him away from Ilias. Next thing they knew, they were in the king's study. Marito grinned and said they could talk to him without any stiff formalities, and the whole situation shot off the rails fast. The king flashed a casual thank you, and right then the knights stood proud, chained to their chivalry, so the bandits seized that opening and turned it to their advantage. The guy stared, baffled at how relaxed the king was, but Ragudo waved it off like it was nothing. That's just how their king is. Then he leaned in and finally said, "Looks like luck's on our side right now." The king was convinced it was all because of this guy's wisdom that the knights squeezed answers out of the bandits and that Rachel could finally take down their leader. The man just watched, realizing the guy wasn't bragging at all, because to him, using people's weaknesses wasn't a victory worth being proud of. He even said it would have hit harder if the king had praised Ilias, because even with her dream of walking the knightly path like her father, she was still ready to take the consequences head-on. And yeah, Ilias accepted the guy's offers too. Then the guy bowed and thanked the king for how he treated the Black Wolf tribe, backing fair treatment instead of giving his power an easy excuse to crush and control them. The king heard the guy's words and burst into laughter, smiling as he said there was no point even bringing up something this dangerous, because if he entertained it, he'd wreck his own reputation as the wise king. The king's move threw the guy into a total awkward mess, and his actions screamed severe stress like he was about to snap. Because the king loved hearing stories from the guy's world, sure. But first, he wanted to end something, and the man's signal went out to his subordinates. Next, the knight yanked a battered notebook from his chest and revealed a title page stamped, Sample 4, Studies of the Blue Demon Lord. He broached the one topic the guy was desperate to dodge, yet it mattered to them. The king knew the book was written in the guy's own world's language, but the guy never bothered to read it. That's exactly how he's about to march straight into danger, because if he'd read it, Grandpa Kargu would have instantly teamed up with him, and that's the last thing the guy wanted. The king got it too. Resurrection magic is outlawed in this world, thanks to an intercontinental agreement. If this country had a ruthless Majim taboo rule, they'd be hunting some poor guy across the whole nation for execution. So yeah, those words made him frown hard, because even without reading them, it was already doomed, and if he actually did read it, he'd be wiped out on the spot. Mages took the hardest hit from the Demon Lord. Most of it is still dead, barren wasteland, and everyone's on edge about anything to do with him. And the bandits' Dokela leader had been turned into a destroyer from Magus, so the black-haired guy was left completely stunned. Honestly, it all smelled fishy like total nonsense. If that book truly had research in it, we'd be staring at a worldwide disaster. And the guy wanted nothing to do with any of it, so the king had no choice but to force him to study the book. The king personally promised his safety because this book mattered too much. The man still had to know one thing: how much secret power was crammed inside these pages. Only the king and Ragudo even knew this book existed, and Yagura with Maya were left completely in the dark. Even Sir Yagura's sacred place sat somewhere in the mages. Maya also gets shoved into the toughest, most responsible role out there, because once her team finishes the assignment, they'll be back at headquarters, ready to run research. They probably knew this book existed, and the guy nearly lost his mind when he heard it. But honestly, he shouldn't have been that rattled, since Maya was never really some hidden, secret agent mastermind. Even if that guy trusts her, he'd better not trust the people lurking behind the Mayan Yugur, because Megist never checked this book at all. The king's gut was screaming about whether he'd spill it to Rachel. Still, he made the call to stay quiet and didn't tell Ilias. Ilias' mom was Maya's closest friend, so if that guy spills anything, she'll come running to Maya. And that's why the king had to figure out one thing: was this book dangerous or not? Then he finally cooled off. eager to know what the king had in mind. The king ordered him to translate a whole book into the language of this world, because if it were written by hand, it would be deadly. And the real twist? The king planned to keep every detail of that book locked in his own head. From now on, the king wants that guy to keep showing up at his castle and translate the book for him, because they're already planning a name to throw off suspicion. The title, Consultant. He's about to become a minister, standing beside the king to share what he knows about their world. Yet to everyone else, he's basically the court jester everyone can't stop watching. The Wanderer didn't exactly love that title, but maybe the truth about his world could still help them. Still, he was just an ordinary citizen with no special knowledge, and the king clearly hadn't planned on anything like that. The man only wanted to hear him talk for pure enjoyment. The guy swallowed the king's ruling, but one itch wouldn't go away. He demanded the king tweak a few things. After some talking, the man finally nodded and agreed to the Wanderer's terms. And honestly, it wasn't even that complicated. The Wanderer thanked him, then held out his palm to the king. Then they clasped hands, and Ragdor clocked it right away. He realized the king was actually enjoying himself with this guy, the kind of fun that could only lead to a long, long business friendship. He turned out way more interesting than the man ever expected. Then he even spilled the tone he used when talking to the guy. And Ragdor, remembering his king's laid-back vibe, fought to keep from cracking up. The king stared at it and swore he'd keep talking to that man in private like this, because one day he'd finally get to rest and relax. Then the man's mind snapped into place. He didn't just want to use that guy as a helper for their mission. He wanted him for his country, too. Then the royal-blooded man downed his drink because he was dying to get this man as his subordinate. While that was happening, Ilias hurried home, and soon she stumbled inside, utterly worn out. A breathtaking view burst into her sight, and the guy the girl met stepped in with food cradled in his hands, both of them thanking Ilias for the great work. Sure, their preparations weren't finished yet, but they couldn't wait to celebrate. That meeting with the king blindsided everyone, but on this wild day the spotlight was on Ilias, while the girl just stared, totally stunned, as the table was buried under food. That prejudice against Ilias probably won't ever vanish, and that's exactly why he stepped up to congratulate her for everyone standing there, before the whole house erupted into a heartfelt speech of thanks aimed straight at the girl. In a dark room, a thin glow from dark energy flickered as the demon demanded we stand down, asking if they'd found that recording, yet they still hadn't, and they tore through every place he'd been. That could only mean one thing. Someone else already grabbed the book. The demon's lieutenants were posted along Thies' borders, guarding it so it couldn't be smuggled out, and they even hunted for her with secret intel agents. Before long, they'll track down those records, no doubt about it. But they've got to rush right now, because if that book slips to the public, they're in deep trouble. Once they uncover that demon is real, their bond snaps in two. He turns into a drag, and the demon stops guiding him. Meanwhile, the man with the mole by his eye bows and thanks the red demon lord for the help. He stacked the stones into a crackling fire, tossed the food onto the tiny flames, and just like that, the meal was ready. Time kept slipping like crazy. 10 months had already burned since he'd arrived in this world. He was reaching for breakfast when, bam, someone shouted his name. Shisho! It was Ulfi, she greeted the guy with a bright smile. But the whole thing was a scam, and he'd only been trapped in this world for 2 weeks. Then he snapped his focus to the white-haired girl and learned fast. She didn't need magic to talk to people anymore. Even with only simple words, she was already speaking the language of this world. The girl even picked up a handful of Japanese, like itadakimasu, the words you say before you eat, while the guy kept leaning on Maya to master his magic, because learning this world's language was impossible for him. And right then, sleepy Ilias finally drifted down to join them. Ulfi greeted the girl, and the guy figured Ilya would be bright and cheerful, even first thing in the morning. Yet she looked wiped out, sleepy in her armor, even at home. She realized she had to nail her public image. At minimum, she had to greet people with a real smile. But instead, she stomped along with a scowl. She honestly didn't think you could learn to smile naturally, until the guy flashed his grin at her, and her whole world hit pause. After a while, the company spilled outside, and Ulf was already starting to brace herself against the side-eye from everyone. If she just builds a little more confidence, she might finally slide right up to one of the popular animal girls in the area. The country just dropped an official statement, calling out the demi-humans in the TSA territory, while the past few days had the guys spotting multiple half-humans from the Black Wolf tribe roaming near the city. The company scrambled to get into the palace, so the guy pulled a pass from Ragudo, and with that magic piece of permission, they could meet Ragudo or Marito straight away. No formal procedures needed. Before they knew it, they were standing in King Marito's office, and the moment he saw them, he greeted them back. Though right then, he was still buried in paperwork, filling out documents like the world depended on it. So they had to take a seat somewhere. Once Marito slammed his paperwork shut, he picked a spot for them so they wouldn't lose their minds waiting. Ulfi felt like a blissful court jester then. Out of nowhere, distant weapons clanked in the dark. "Training time," he muttered. The girl didn't hesitate. She wanted that hag gone for good, so she sprinted straight for the training area like lightning. The guy felt like a blissful court jester. Then Alphei suddenly heard weapons clanking in the distance. Time to practice. The girl shot to the training area at lightning speed, determined to beat that hag. Right then, the king slammed the last page of the documents down because he wanted students to pick their own path. So he sifted through the hopefuls and chose the right candidates. But when it came to raising educational standards, the king got zero help because the kids weren't being taught to learn, they were being shaped to work. The king loved hearing about the guy's world, and he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there were over 7 billion people out there. Because right then, the guy was answering Marito's questions about his world. He fielded questions about political rules and the population's condition, then pushed the discussion deeper, why all of it mattered. After that, they zeroed in on this policy and decided to roll it out in Theos, because just because it worked in his world doesn't mean it'll land the same way elsewhere. A hereditary monarchy versus a democratic election? Yeah, figuring out which one fits their country is the real headache. Then the king demanded answers about how their culture's growing, especially cooking appliances, and last time that guy had already broken down the rice cooker and the microwave oven. Then he rushed the sketch straight to the king, because this thing could change everything if magic could build it. But the real nightmare was figuring out how it actually worked. The king realized he'd have to hunt down a seasoned magician he could fully trust. Then boom, his focus snapped to the brutal clang of weapons colliding, and with a grin, Marito laughed and took a break. Then they rushed to the window to catch the workout. Ophi was battling Ragdoor, and that girl kept springing off his massive hammer like it was nothing. She slammed the man with every weapon she could grab, because the king knew this girl was still escalating at a terrifying speed. Yet somehow, she couldn't land a single hit on Ragudo's team. But the experience and skill behind this were insane. The guy's gaze snapped to Ilias because she wasn't just good, she was on a whole other level. Deadly in combat, packed with massive magical power, and her body-strengthening magic was something else entirely, letting her deflect a spear with nothing but her own body. That girl wasn't just a gorilla, she was a magical metal one. Ilias caught everyone staring. She shot the guy a gloomy glare. The king beckoned him to come join them, but Ilias explained something to him so badly it barely made sense. Ulfa could tell right away. The guy didn't have those powers, and when Marito heard it, he cracked up laughing. Then Marito offered him Ragudo, telling him the king could even keep him company. This king was loaded with talents, but the guy flat out refused. Marito instantly remembered Maya's request. She wanted to borrow some knights to guide her through the villages of the TSA kingdom, so the king decided the guy would come along too. A messenger is coming straight from the Ugra church headquarters to sweep through and inspect the branches, every village, every church. Marito picked the guides for the job, Karga and Elias. The king pushed the guy to seize the chance and tour the villages, and the man couldn't help but be blown away that the wanderer truly understood the gap between worlds. So yeah, the only smart move was to send him out to investigate. He didn't have to stress about everything. The king already told him the department's candidate would show up for training. And the best part? That guy was thrilled he wasn't going to get stuck playing court jester. They slipped out of the palace, and by evening the air turned cold. The guy who'd just bathed headed straight to the gym, while Ilias stayed locked in, grinding on his weapons like his life depended on it. The girl knelt there, scrubbing her sword clean with a cloth, and Ulf was already out cold, fast asleep. She meant to tell him good night, but she didn't wait long enough to catch him. He was relieved that Ulf had a full, chaotic day. Then Ilias pulled him in, asking him to join their training, and Marito backed the same invitation, so the guy didn't feel too thrilled about it at all. Still, Ilias just couldn't stomach the stranger calling the king out without a single honor. The king personally told him, "Call me by my first name," but in front of everyone else, he still had to mind his speech. Then the guy snapped his mouth shut and fixed his eyes on the girl, saying Marito had already ordered a place be set up for him so he could live there. Now that he had to sprint to the castle every single day, he decided, no hesitation, to move closer. And when the girl heard that, her shoulders sagged for a second. She tried to play it cool and hide the hurt, but then he dropped the bomb. He refused the king's offer. Then the guy asked for her permission to stay in this house, and the girl froze, because she had to know why he ever refused in the first place. His first reason was Ulfe, and the girl was already emotionally tied to Ilias. His second reason was him, because he was still trying to wrap his head around this whole world. He still couldn't shake the pounding anxiety of living in this country, and when the girl just stared at him in dumb confusion, his frown deepened. Then an awkward silence slammed into the room. The guy slipped out of the room, awkwardness choking him, and Ilias couldn't stop herself from trying to figure out what his words really meant until he cut her off. In her eyes, he was trusting her, so she forced a blush down and tried to calm her nerves, even though Ilias was left utterly confused. He slammed himself into his room, using Alpha as his excuse for refusing everyone, and yeah, that stung him with a little shame. He couldn't stand thinking about anything sentimental. Then, when he got back to the house, he saw Ilias, and suddenly the whole life like this didn't feel so bad anymore. Even though he played the part of an adult in front of everyone, this guy was still totally immature. He couldn't stop leaning on other people, like he should have been able to live on his own in this world, just like in Japan. But then a dangerous situation hit, and his heart started to explode. He convinced himself this would be a good experience, but it was only a matter of time before Ilias's presence blew up in his life. She handed him advice, opened doors, and even gave him a place to live, while Ilias planted the first foothold so he could survive and learn this world. Yet his immaturity has gotten in the way so badly, he can't even bring himself to thank her. This world wasn't as cozy as his, but it had perks. Most folks here lived straight, even bandits. After the guy squeezed the info out of them, Cargo told him the robbers were gone, wiped out after the cola liquidation. One of the robbers slips him a message. He's finally calm now, even after the destruction. And he's so grateful he thanks the guy for easing his mind. Honestly, people in this world just live with their whole hearts, and being around innocent folks with a pure soul feels easy and right. He didn't have to drown in negative feelings. When he picked his quiet life, it felt like he was tucked in the countryside, far from everything. He was dead set on finding a way back to his world, and he refused to lose track of that one hope. All he cared about was carving out a quiet life in the middle of it. The very next day, they were already near the church. Ulfa beamed and declared she was ready, while Maya didn't see the candidate angle coming. He flat out told her this was a sham, and the king ordered him to dig deeper and expand his knowledge. Ufe will walk this road right beside him. Then the guy suddenly demanded, Who's the church's messenger? Right then, a voice boomed that she'd arrived. Out stepped a gorgeous girl named Lakra Self, and she greeted the candidate with a warm smile, wishing them great cooperation. He bumps into her and blurts out, "What's your name?" Then she jerks his hand in hers, blushes hard, and whispers, "I'm Lakroth." Lukra clocked the stranger's weird vibe, jet-black hair, dark eyes, and a spark of magic clinging to him. So the girl demanded to know where he came from, and he just shrugged, saying he was a wanderer. For years, it was the first place on the whole continent that he finally called home. Then he was born with only a few magical powers, and physical work never came easy for him. That's when the girl suddenly noticed something. She noticed the guy wasn't alone. He had a spirit riding shotgun, and it all traced back to Maya's possession technique. Right after that, the guy snapped the conversation straight to the Black Wolf tribe. Black Rose's eyes lit up when she saw Ulfi. She realized she was one of them, from right there, and the guy explained that Ulfi already spoke their language. But when he needs to talk to other Black Wolf tribe reps, he uses that special technique. Then the guy leaned in and told her, "My friend found this village, and I'm just helping him out." Her eyes widened in pure amazement. She blushed as she clocked it. This young guy was seriously diligent, and the wandering spirit didn't stay in debt. He even sang Lacrio's praises back to her with a slick, fake grin, telling her he was thrilled to work with her. Lacrog let out a giggle, but the cheer on his face couldn't drown out the gloomy stares from the other girls watching him. Then Ilias cut in fast, and the girl blurted that she wanted to take Lacrog somewhere else. As Lacrone and Ilias stomped away, Maya slid up to him, impressed by his cold-blooded cleverness. Because the truth is, he knew he couldn't spill every detail about his past or where he came from. So he leaned in and asked Maya if she'd caught anything weird in the way he talked. The girl felt no lies in his words, because he hadn't twisted a single truth. Just like Maya, Lakra was the spiritual face of the Ugura religion, and he even suspected she knew exactly how to spot a lie. Their senses for magic are sharper than everyone else's. They can spot those tiny surges and shifts in magical power, and that's how they catch a lie. If they could peek straight into a person's heart and see what's hidden inside, then that would be their edge, and the gloomy-looking guy was already grinding through their plan in his head. No question, once he got trapped in this world, he settled in the shadows, using Maya's technique to talk to the Black Wolf tribe, while their words loop around like truth itself. So even Maya and the others never realized they'd been fooled. Maya clocked it. He'd already cooked up the answers before the questions even hit, convinced they'd just come to him on their own. While he kept Maya in the dark about every tiny secret, he still played it safe, refusing to raise a single red flag when he used that trick. So the guy pivoted, praising Lakra's beauty from the bottom of his heart. Then Maya snapped into a frown right away, and before they knew it, they were already riding in the carriage. They rode farther and farther away from the capital of Tace, Wolfie grinning as he lounged on the wagon's roof, soaking up that warm breeze, while Cargo drove the cart onward. Meanwhile, inside the cart, everyone stared down at the map, then the seconds dragged on, and the wind started howling harder and harder. Ulfi clutched the wagon's fabric with both hands, because one gust and he'd get blown right out of it. They didn't waste time. Soon they were there, and a calm, blessed silence wrapped the place. Lacra, with Cargo at his side, was already chatting with the village headman. The moment he scanned the area, he saw locals hauling water with cranes, so they must have had running water, but only if they were lucky enough to be in the right spot, because even getting enough water for just one village was a nightmare. Then the guy jerked his head in shock and spotted a watchtower looming near the village. Turns out, Ilias said, it was built as protection against monsters, and that word alone left the guy stunned. When they brought up monsters, the black-haired guy's bravado cracked, because in this world monsters exist too, not just demons. But the guy had never even seen them until Ilias snapped it all into focus. The monsters slipped in from another world, a realm once ruled by demon kings, and their shadowy presence warped territories heavy with magic. Plus, there was that mysterious other world inside the fabric of thighs. The entrance sat right near the Black Demon King's Destroyer Mountain, so the guy caught on fast and realized that Slug was the slime's nickname. Kargu even warned him that sometimes a wyver slips out from that mountain, and almost every magical creature who comes to that place ends up under the control of that slime. Once Kargu heard the guy's tale, he realized that day was pure luck. Thanks to the hag's story, he finally understood why the wyvern started showing up here. And Tom didn't need any more enemies, because the Demon King was already gone. After a while, they climbed back into the carriage and rolled out at once, LaCroix practically vibrating with joy, because that inspection went perfectly, and the girl couldn't stop thinking about the award waiting to be delivered by Uyghur's main religious administration. The Uyghur religion carries the hero's name, the one who saved the world, because demons, spawned by resurrection magic, kept crawling back and threatening everything, until that hero fought them off and called on divine help. Now Yuga's teachings are basically his instructions for the next generation. This sacred place sat in Meiji. Sure, it's a monarchy, but the real power lives with the Pope. The King of Majes steps in, talks to him face to face, then hammers the news into the ears of everyone, because that's exactly what he's meant to do. Metis never let the taboo violation slide. Uygurianism was behind it all. The mage's devil puppet, the forbidden taboo book, and the whole Dokalu chase are tied to Uygurianism, and the ones who pushed Dokalu forward were Uygurians. He realized the situation was turning deadlier by the minute. Then, out of nowhere, they ended up in yet another village, and Ulfi stared around like he was hunting something. Then she lit up and told her master that the cows in this village were even smaller than the ones back at the last place. So he burst into jokes about cows. Then they kicked off their search through the villages. After the inspection, they pressed on immediately. But by evening, darkness swallowed the road, and they had no choice but to stop the trip. So the company made pit stops in villages along the road. Then they crashed for the night inside this village church, and the hag got lured straight to his house by the village head, because the gray-haired man was a legend people still talked about in the most remote places. The nuns rushed everyone to their rooms. Then the guy slipped into his, ready to spend the night, and immediately started sorting through his documents to find the perfect secretary candidate. He was so locked in on paperwork that the world disappeared, eyes glued to the page, filling it out like his life depended on it. Then, out of nowhere, a knock hit his door, and before he even asked, he swung it open and let me walk right in. Turns out it was LaCroix. She rushed to him and apologized for showing up so late because she couldn't sleep, so she went for a quick walk, and then she spotted the light still blazing in his room. The guy went wide-eyed at the girl's look. Her clothes weren't overly revealing, yet her kala hugged her curves, and that deep neckline up top made her come off irresistibly seductive. But the guy snapped back to calm right away and told her, in a steady voice, that he was just wrapping up his paperwork. The girl nodded, praising how diligent he was, and asked if she could look at the documents, and the guy didn't even hesitate. The girl blinked in shock that he'd scribbled everything down to the tiniest detail, and when she stared, he told her the truth. Beginners can only jot down every circumstance, so nothing important slips by. LaCroix went quiet for a beat, then purred in a seductive voice. As long as someone like you, like a secretary, stays close, everyone can stay calm. He just laughed at her words, already ready to thank Lacra. Then she suddenly sprawled against him, grabbed his head, and forced his eyes right onto her. The wanderer was in full-blown panic, and the girl calmed him by gently stroking his face, while LaCroix sat perfectly on his lap. Then she leaned in and said she'd come all this way for advice. This little inspection wasn't just for show. She slid her hand over his body, then snapped his chin up and stared at him with total, earnest focus. Then she leaned in and told me she was hunting for a book. She needed the exact location of the one that explains the resurrection technique. And the moment the guy heard it, his face tightened with instant suspicion. Then he jolted up from his chair and stormed to the window. He leaned back against the wall and let out a heavy sigh. LaCroix stared at him, totally worried and utterly lost. That guy knew the whole game. Him and the king had figured from the start that Laker's mission was simple: hunt down whatever was left behind. It was his first run-in like this since he landed in this world, and Lacrassen's patience completely threw him off. Because Lacrassen was furious. And the moment the girl dodged the conversation and snapped back to the book, it lit a spark of anger in him. That's exactly what he told Lecrae, and the moment the girl heard his words, her whole face went blank with shock. Because if he said that, it meant her seduction magic totally failed. He nodded along, admitting he'd only been tempted by what she'd done and the way she dressed. And when she finally caught on, her cheeks flared red on the spot. With tears burning her cheeks, she begged the guy to wipe the whole mess from his mind. But he didn't even spare it a thought, and he just felt relieved that she'd handled it. Lacra sank deeper into embarrassment, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stared at her failed magic. Utterly clueless, she had to force herself together just to keep moving through that humiliating moment. He wondered if her seduction magic was getting layered right onto the opponent's head, and Lacroix nodded along. Because that stare-to-stare enchantment slipped straight through the opponent's magical defenses and bent their power to her will. Then the secretary leaned in and told her the truth. He barely had any magic, so her seduction charms couldn't touch him. In this world, he was a bottom-rung magician, and at first, he actually felt happy, until most healing spells just bounced right off him, and that realization crushed the joy out of his life. Then Lacroix, practically vibrating with excitement, urged the secretary to pour her magic power straight into him. But the moment the girl imagined it, her face exploded into a blushing, embarrassed panic. The guy dared her to seduce him, but she shut him down and refused, so his face fell hard. Lecrae swallowed that loss, mourning that she hadn't finished the job, and then they finally pieced together every last fact. To stop the Demon King's return, the Ugra General Directorate orders every single document tied to Taboo and the Demon King to be classified. Stuck under Megis's strings, he slipped and snatched one book, Sample 4, Studies of the Blue Demon Lord. My artist asked for documents about a one-armed man who could control the dead. Then they dug in and uncovered a tease before the real story hit. But they still couldn't find the book they were hunting. So doubts snapped onto Maya, and they slipped a trusted, competent nurse in to dig up every secret. The girl lit up, bragging about her skills. She could sling high-level magic and was a total expert at exorcisms. But then her recent screw-up was so painfully ridiculous, it almost felt like a joke she couldn't help but make. Leclaire was completely thrown off. She tried to defend herself, saying she'd met him just fine. But that girl snapped it back. She'd put herself in this mess because she couldn't slow down. Lacker felt the weight of that truth crush her, because she'd totally botched her secret mission. Then the guy snapped back, telling her she just had to dig up the information the open way. Turns out she had a memo from the main department explaining everything, so Maya couldn't have hidden that book, or her whole work would have been shut down on the spot. The girl got it all in an instant. The guy just wanted to hit the bed already. But then a crying Lacra crashed the moment, and he figured he had to help her. The guy grilled her about seduction, and Lecrae snapped at him to drop it. She tried to ease him in, but he stayed cold and unreachable, and somehow he still agreed to help the girl. The Wanderer was sick of the girl's presence. He refused to spill a single thing about the book. Then Lecrae suddenly pounced on him with a question, and he snapped back that he needed Lecrae to describe the book's look. She explained it to him, and the guy finally admitted he'd never read anything like that book in his life. He played it cool and asked about the book Lacrosse had, because it supposedly carried magical powers, and once you set up a barrier, they'd burst right out. That's why she set up barriers inside the village churches. Lecrae couldn't believe what the man said, and when she pressed him, he told her Alfie had already filled him in about it. Lacra stayed cool about it because that barrier didn't hurt a single soul. And if the barrier's magic and the book ever collided, she'd feel the resonance even from miles away. So Lacra set her sights on weaving barriers all across Thais country. He asked her for permission to install barriers. Lacroix immediately wanted him to help her score that approval. But he wasn't the real deal. He was just a secretary candidate. Unluckily for him, those rights didn't exist. He could only go ask the king for permission, and Lecrae had zero patience left. The guy even snapped that the girl needed to take responsibility. But when Lacrata saw how much magic he had, she figured she could handle him. Yet the moment he heard that, fury sparked in his eyes, and he hauled her into a partnership. Then he started talking to her like she wasn't even worth respect, even though she was older, and he flat out didn't care. In Mayhas, inside Ugar's main religious sanctuary, Pope Uparo sat across from Archbishop UCCA as Akka ordered Lacrath to go fetch the book. And Dad couldn't ignore how that girl had already mastered the magic of exorcism at such a young age, because her wins and achievements were undeniable. She'd be a genius in a few spots, but everywhere else she crashed and burned so hard it was ridiculous. Papa Yukaro couldn't for the life of him figure out why she got chosen. Auka let out a laugh and said that if they picked an inspector as forgetful as Lacra, Maya would slacken her guard. And sure enough, the Archbishop quietly slipped in someone else. The gray-haired man already shoved Jesus's underlings into position, because as long as Lacrae stays clumsy out in the open, those sharp subordinates can snatch the book right out from under him. And that was the whole genius plan. If this plan was really that genius, nobody would have had anything to say, so they should have steered clear of moves that would have crushed their relationship with Thighs. But Uka stayed completely relaxed. After that talk, the humming man slipped away, convinced his plan was flawless. Then his pendant suddenly flared to life. It wasn't just light, it was a message from Lacra. Panic snapped into focus, and he ducked into an empty spot to hide. Uka practically froze when he learned Lacra spilled everything to Canada's secretary. Right then, someone came closing in, and Lacra leaned in to tell him the man was going to help her hunt down the book. Then the gray-haired archbishop finally cooled off, relieved that the girl had found a true ally, and the mole-faced man flashed a grin like he'd just heard exactly what he wanted. Then he shouted to Archbishop Uku, demanding answers about Lacra's message, and the white-haired man nearly froze at seeing the priest there. Then, like lightning, he got caught in the man's spell and spilled everything he knew about Lacroix. So fast, it shocked even him, and it was going even better than his own trained subordinates. Maybe Lacroix would track down that book faster than all of them. The man snapped his brows at what he said, but success was still the target. Then the priest marched up to the archbishop and thrust the document into his hands, begging for permission to bring in more helpers. The archbishop took the document, nodded like a calm storm, and signed it. Then once the permit was sealed, the priest slipped out of the premises, leaving everyone stuck wondering how anyone could still break free of his spell. The moment he vanished from the room, the spell snapped off the archbishop, and Uka could only blink, staring at the window like he'd been frozen in place. The priest had met that man recently, but he didn't remember any of it. Soon the guy found himself inside the palace, and in the study he spilled everything to King Marito, every twist, every detail. King Marito actually lit up at the report, and then they launched a no-stone-left-unturned inspection. By pure chance, the guy started cooperating with Lacra, and the king didn't mind at all, like, yeah, we should have used this from the start. Then the wanderer stood up from the sofa. He told the king that Lacroix was too distracted, so it only made sense to send someone else to investigate, especially since merchants and adventurers might have been hiring mercenaries powered by mages. Then the black-haired guy went straight to King Marito and demanded answers about that book, especially what he planned to do with her, while the king watched the clock run out and told him to start decoding it right now. That guy sat on a rock, staring into the distance like his brain was on fire. And that's why I barely looked at anyone else, while Ulfi and Lacroix struggled to figure out the magic items. and Ilias hung around with them just to keep them company. Soon, Lecrae strode up to the guy, and the girl blurted that the preparations were finally done. So I had to ask what would happen next. The guy froze, like her question hit him out of nowhere, and he assumed she was really trying to dig into the book. Then he rushed in with the news. Permission was granted to put up a barrier right outside the castle, so Lecrae could launch from the gate and slowly stretch it along the walls, until the whole city was sealed inside. This move buys them precious seconds from Lecrae, because to keep that book hidden, you only get one chance to do it this way. The guy's freaking out, sure that not only Lecrae is hunting the book, someone else was sent too. He should have been on full alert. Ulfi and Ilias watched the guy talk with Lecrae, and the knight seemed to realize just how tight they'd grown, while Ulfi told her the guy was thoughtful, like the time he pulled her from the village. Yet Ilias felt a flicker of shame the moment he realized Lecrae wasn't thinking about anything at all. He also told Lecrae to head into the Dokulu cave and set up there as their base. Then he pressed her. Could she handle fighting off monsters? Lecrae was so sure of herself, but the guy didn't buy a word of it. So she had to back it up fast, and right then, a cube-shaped barrier materialized above her. Lecrae's defense was unreal. Weak attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on that shield. Then the guy snapped an order. "Ulfa, smash it with everything!" And the white-haired girl surged in, slammed her barrier with all her might, and tried to break Lecrae's defenses wide open. When the dust finally cleared, the barrier was still standing, untouched, spotless, and stubbornly intact. And Ulfa couldn't even put a scratch on it. Lecrae looked genuinely proud of her strength, while Ulfa fumed because her arm was throbbing from the brutal barrier. The guy stepped in fast, trying to soothe the girl, but just then, right as the tension peaked, Ilias came walking up to them. The girl also demanded a real test of Lecrae's shield. Would it hold? Lecrae didn't flinch, and when Ilias saw Ulf's attack, she poured even more power into her own strike. Ilias lunged in and slashed Lecrae's barrier with her sword. Her strike blasted through it, and fresh cracks ripped across the surface. Lecrae stared in shock. Ulfa's brutal hit blasted her a short distance back, and Ilias instantly knew that barrier was rock solid. If she doesn't dig deep, she won't break through it. Lecrae proved his strength here, because even if Ilias didn't count, no guy like that could ever shatter her barrier. The wanderer quietly bent down, scooped the stone off the ground, and kept going. Then he grabbed a shovel and dug into the dirt. Then he flung everything straight at the girl's barrier. Lecrae snapped his gaze upward and found a nasty clump of insects sitting right at the top of the E-barrier. She snapped with horror, because now she's trapped in that barrier and Lecrae keeps it locked tight, so there's no escape. And honestly, time and time again, people are still blown away by what that guy did. Then the guy leaned in and asked Lecrae if she could twist the barrier's shape, but she couldn't. He fired back with, "Can I blast those bugs away with wind magic?" And before he could do it, Lecrae had to keep the barrier steady, meaning she couldn't manage both at once. The guy let out a heavy sigh and warned her that if she fought the enemy with poisonous vapor, she'd land in serious trouble. Lecrae was desperate, and she had to get the insects off the roof of the barrier fast, so Ilya blasted them away with wind magic. Lecrae was finally free, but the girl was seething over the guy's cruelty. Still, he swore he wasn't guilty, because he called out her weak spot, and Ilias and Ulfa froze, shocked by what he said. Time crawled by, and night finally slid onto the street, while in some alleyway, a hooded man moved in total calm, heading straight for where he needed to be. And when he reached the wall, magic kicked in, and he slipped straight through it into the room. The room looked neat and plain, but the man didn't even blink. He snatched the magic ball, and his master was waiting on a report. He said Lecrae, plus that other guy, had thrown up a barrier wrapping the castle walls and its gates. Then she dug into things at the base, too. His master finally clocked that the girl really had found a dependable ally. and the man just sat there waiting for the next set of instructions. Then, that priest with the mole under his eye pressed for more details, because their main mission was crystal clear: track down where the book was hiding. The priest's subordinate rushed up and told him about Lacra's ally: black hair, dark eyes, and not a trace of magic in his aura, which made the priest realize with a jolt that the man looked demonic, and in their situation, that was terrifying. The man also spilled that the guy was tied to Elias. Then the priest snapped at his subordinate to stay razor alert, sent more comrades to him, and told them to link up and be ready, while the man obeyed every instruction his master gave. A long-haired priest stood in the study, pressing his palm onto a glowing magic ball, while his mind raced on what he'd do next. Meanwhile, the Pope chewed out the Archbishop because when you team up with another country, you've got to spell out the why and the whole situation, or your moves could sour relations with thighs. So the Pope demanded UK reach King Fias, and he ordered that gray-haired man to remember every mercenary he'd sent. Then the Archbishop stepped in and carried out the Pope's instructions. He should have called Lacra and the mercenaries, but the second those mercenaries were mentioned, the man froze, realizing he had no idea who they even were. Suddenly, someone shouted his name, and Uka's face lit up when he saw his friend. The man refused the old man's gloomy sermon, and with a sharp command he yanked the Archbishop back under his control, then ordered Yuka to hand over the mercenaries' problem to him, leaving Yuka to focus on Lacra only. Meanwhile, the sickness is raging in the capital as the guy sprints through an alley, then bam, he runs into his friend. He grins and greets Gadsden, and the old man doesn't even blink, like his arrival was expected. Gadsden was the kind of man who had no home in Thias, no place to sleep, just the streets. He wandered the city like it was his map, so he knew every little bit of what went on. And yeah, he was hunting for anything new, especially when strangers showed up. Slip him a drink and you might pry out something useful, because that's how he sometimes closes the deal. Gadsden reported that nothing had changed in the city, and the old man lit up, thanking him for the delicious drink. The guy slid into the seat beside Gadsden and warned him that dangerous trouble was coming. But the old man shrugged it off like it was nothing, while the wanderer didn't want Gadsden stepping into danger, not through a coin. He snatched the coin with zero hesitation. Next thing you know, Gadsden started packing up. He finally had exactly what he wanted, period. The moment the guy's money runs dry, that's when the man stops listening to his endless chatter. And the whole time, the guy is dying to hear what the old man's wishes are. The gray-haired man claimed he was out in the fields, farming it with the guy's money, and if a rich harvest came in, Gadsden swore he'd split it with him. The guy who heard it grinned, buzzing with anticipation. Then Gadsden cut in and said his goodbyes, and the very next morning, an urgent message from Lacrosse hit. Megis shoved her to spill every detail to the king of Thys, begging for his help in the hunt for that book. And the moment the word hit, the guy rushed to Moretto for advice. But the king just laughed it off. Lacra had spilled every last detail with zero gaps, and that girl was plain naive. Next thing you know, Marino and the guy slid into the room, and Raguto was already waiting there. The man thrust special suits into their hands, and the king instantly knew the Pope was stunned by what he just heard, because this could spark a fight between the countries. So everyone hurried to pull their suits on. They knew they couldn't stretch time any longer, so everyone snapped into their full costumes fast. Then later they'd discover the book in a treasure chest and return it. And right after that, they swung the door open with a magic key. They kicked the door open and froze. Right above them sat a magic circle on the ceiling, and on the table lay a forbidden book. So they sealed everything up in this room to stop that book's magic from leaving a trace on anyone. And the king was sure the guy could crack the whole thing in a single night. He didn't deny it. He was all in for what came next. So from this moment on, he refused to listen to King Marito's complaints. Then they dove into decoding the book, and the more they read, the less they liked what it revealed. They yanked a short break, and the guy realized this book was a total disaster for this world. The hieroglyphs and scribbled notes are ancient, and they're a nightmare to decode, because the demon lord lived over 500 years ago, and the dates don't line up with the records at all. Still, there's movement between parallel worlds, so those mismatches weren't mistakes, they were distortions. The real issue wasn't the spell, it was the content, because the mages didn't even know what was inside the book. After all, if they ever cracked it, Yuga's religion would unleash every force it had to get it back. Raguto stepped up and offered to return the book before it was too late, and to act like they had never been involved at all. The king even nodded along, but Raguto refused to go along with it. Then the guy can only let out a helpless sigh, because this book is packed with dangerous intel, and right when he's reading, he stumbles on a jaw-dropping secret. He rushed the dangerous news to Marito, because if Ugurianism ever got its hands on it, this book would have been shredded already. Then the guy dragged out an excerpt from the page in a gloomy voice, and right at that same moment, Marito and Raguta froze in deep shock, stunned by every word. While outside it was dead of night, and two moons blasted bright light over everything. Gazin strode down the alley, savoring the drink like it was pure treasure, and he couldn't help feeling the guy was strange, always showing up with killer drinks and treating him like he was on the same level. Right when he was ready to move on, a sudden sound ripped through the air. Getson froze, then leaned in like a detective and locked onto it. The old man recalled that the grandfather from this very house was wiped out a long time ago, so all this meant one thing. Someone had busted into a house that should have been empty. Gadsden snapped, determined to scare the burglars off with a loud shout. Then the man froze for a split second. His mind flashed back to the warning about dangerous people. Yet God's ant never even got a chance to scatter before he got slammed with an attack. The priests on board fumed at what he'd done, but they didn't stress. After all, he was just some homeless tramp. To hide the old man's death, they staged it like a freak accident, then the mercenaries hauled out of the house. The king refused to even read what the book said, and none of them wanted to know her, while Ragdor shook with raw fear and panic trapped in the chaos. He knew bringing that book back was a terrible move. Then Marito pushed him to tell the clergy of Yugura about the book's decryption, and that choice screamed one thing: he could get eliminated. Marito defended what he was doing, saying his duty was to protect the future of the TSA people, so he had to carry it out, right? But not even close. He didn't agree with it at all. After some time, they were all seated with tea, everyone staring into space, heavy with thoughts, and nobody dared keep that forbidden book within reach. The guy froze, realizing he'd stumbled into something seriously dangerous, and the wanderer pressed on, asking about the mercenaries and those theses, even as he wondered if the book's contents were just fiction. They were hunting down the book's true origin and history, but Marito had to shut it down. He couldn't spill anything about the participants if he wanted to keep the guy safe. But the guy didn't care about any of that, because before the torture even starts, he's going to spill every secret. And they can't stop it now, since he already knows what's inside that book. Then they cooked up a Bolivian magic plan, but the guy's running on empty, so the spell never goes off. And that's why Tom only learns about the mercenaries. The king gets what the guy's going through, but he still needs to trust someone. Yet the wanderer refuses to hand over his life to anybody, especially not someone who'd sell him to the enemy. So Marito can only introduce him to a single mercenary. Turns out he was already right behind the guy, and the wanderer never even sensed him coming. How did that mercenary manage to slip in and tap his shoulder? He was about to spin around, then the king's shout slammed the brakes in his tracks, because Tom definitely wasn't supposed to know who that mercenary really was. And the wanderer was already on edge after that mercenary suddenly showed up out of nowhere. A ruthless mercenary stood watch over the king, escorting him through every danger, then used magic to vanish in plain sight, keeping the king locked down and protected. In the ice, he was the most unstoppable man around, and Marito felt completely safe with him by his side. Then the man swore he'd been wrongly wiped out on the job, and right after that, Marito promoted him as a personal employee. and the mercenary said yes without hesitation. The mercenary was always on the lookout for the guy, so he trusted Tom with his whole chest. Then, when the guy blindsided the king at the buffet, the mercenary drew a line in his mind and tried to wipe him out, but stopped himself. And during that whole crash, the guy tried to pull the same stunt. Then he changed his mind at the last second, and the man freaked out, not knowing whether he was serious or just messing with him. That mercenary wasn't just tough, he knew magic and could dodge stones flying from the ceiling. And once people caught sight of him, he'd have to wipe everyone out, so he spilled everything he knew about the other mercenaries. The king sat there sipping tea like nothing was wrong, until he spotted something. Marito caught the mercenary's gloom on his face right after the talk. He stormed out of the palace, staring at the dawn after burning all night digging through the book's secrets and everything else. Then Ilias called out to him, and while the girl slipped onto patrol at daybreak, she realized he'd suddenly gotten even busier. Ilias heard he'd been locked up in the castle all night, and she swore he was with Lacroix until the poor guy caught wind of all the messy rumors people were tossing around. He couldn't say a word about the book itself, but he could swear he knew Lacroix. He told them Lacroix had come to Thésée to hunt down a book Dokala had stolen, and the girl practically beamed at the news. Then he rushed to apologize because this information was top secret to her. Ilias felt lonely and heavy with sadness, but he still refused to break his promise. Then the guy finally understood it. Ilias was lonely without him. The girl's cheeks flared instantly. She figured he and Lacroix were keeping some secret, and that thought left her feeling cut off and alone. And then the guy hit her with the truth. She was still lonely. Ilias went red with embarrassment as she barked at Tom to shut up. And it wasn't just her. Ulf was panicking too. Then he finally clocked it. Ulf wasn't really worried about the problem. She was worried about Ilias. Because when someone you love is upset, your own heart won't rest. Suddenly someone yelled, "Ilias!" and he jolted in surprise, because something had already gone down since morning, and someone was dead. His eyes snapped to the alley's shadows, and there, N spotted a bag he knew, and it blew his mind. So he sprinted over and checked the scene, only to freeze when he realized the body was his friend Gadsden. The girl snapped it out. Those men weren't fighting, they were just drinking hard and crashing into the wall like it was nothing. Then the guy spotted a book on agriculture lying on the ground, and the man realized he'd only just now stumbled onto the purpose of his life. The wanderer grabbed the bag of drinks without a second thought, because the flask still held the exact liquor the man had given him. Yet the poor guy's elimination wasn't caused by that. It was too much and too late. And once things went wrong, even the small drink he'd taken wasn't enough to stop the disaster. Ilias caught on that the stranger was deep in thought. Then the wanderer learned Gadsden's body was headed to Maya's church, and he immediately decided he'd go with them too. The guy claimed there weren't any docs in the liquidation of that man, which screams that someone killed him. Plus, Gadsden Fell said his arm wasn't hurt, so now they have to dig in and investigate. Before long, they were inside the church. The guy leaned in, waiting for the verdict. Ilias bent over the eliminated Gadsden and started the check. Moments later, it was over, and the girl's face fell as she confirmed the truth. The man hadn't died by accident. Someone had deliberately wiped him out. His neck was broken. The second he heard the investigation's verdict, his face twisted into a hard frown. His dark, hollow stare just locked onto nothing, and Elias froze at the sight. Realizing the guy was in bad shape, she yanked his arm and held on tight, panic slamming her chest as her heart thundered. In a gloomy voice, he said he was rushing to the castle to consult Marito, and then Ilias stepped in to help. He didn't want the girl tangled in this mess until she already jumped in, and now the wanderer tried to dodge the debt, while Elias refused to just sit there and do nothing. If she keeps pushing forward, she's going to regret it. Ilias told him it was better to regret it together than leave him to carry it alone, and the guy just couldn't find the words. Then he snapped back that she shouldn't have pushed this far. Ilias, though, decided for herself whether it was worth it, and then he added that she should have convinced him to do it instead. Before the sentence even finished, the girl drew her sword. Ilias stood his ground, waiting for the guy to cool off and finally quit, because once he let his emotions run wild, he dragged himself straight into this mess. And that's why Ilias had to back the girl. Then they had to rush to the castle before Lacroix ever got back to them, and Ilias actually felt relieved about it. Soon they were inside Marito's office, and the king awkwardly shoved his gaze toward Ilias like, "Yeah, you're here." Then the guy told the king straight up, the girl's dead set on running her own business, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't talk her out of it. So the king shrugged and said he could just boot her out. He didn't do it because he thought bringing her in was safer than cutting ties and walking away. And the king snapped that the whole situation was serious and a real headache. Her choice could have blown up her bond with her friends. He also warned that it all could unravel, her bond with her acquaintances and her ties with the wanderer alike. Yet Ilias stayed stone calm, because if this went down, it just proved they weren't built for more. Her determination bulldozed everything in her way, so the girl was ready to cut her ties for good, because the king knew he'd never be able to break her stubborn will. That's why he told me to pull in the guy in charge, because it was his fault. The guy just sighed, like he'd rather talk than fight, and the girl lifted her hand and said she had questions for him. Then the guy dropped the bomb that Lacroix could be wiped out, right as Ilias shot her palm up with lightning speed, and you could tell that answer terrified him too. Then the guy decided to lay it all out, step by step, starting with the Ugurians who worshipped the Demon King. Ilias shot up her palm again. The girl huffed, irritated, because even she had no clue about any of this. So the guy had to begin from a place Ilias could actually grasp, and after he finished explaining, he dropped the bombshell. They'd finally deciphered the book. Ilya finally understood why Lacroix had to be eliminated, because the Uyghur clergy don't just want the book back, they're chasing answers to clear up every doubt about Mayan. Lacroix wasn't the only one handed that kind of mission. There was a chance other scouts were lurking somewhere in the city, but Magus, pleading for cooperation, stayed completely silent about it. The scouts kept their powers under wraps because they were mercenaries through and through, and this morning they probably already wiped that man out. The real crunch was time, though. The one who gives Lacroix instructions is Archbishop Yuka, and Yuka doesn't fly solo. She leans on the call and judgment of someone higher up. Only Papa Yukaro towered over him, so it was Papa Yukaro who stepped in, begging them for cooperation so tensions wouldn't explode. But once Gazan guaranteed they'd move quietly and peacefully, it still ended up getting destroyed. So the mercenaries weren't done. They had another boss, a cleric of Ugoar, yet he openly defied Pope Uparo, and the mission is simple: steal the book. Right now, only Lacra can grab that book, but the enemy doesn't want to hand it back to the Magis at all. They're moving to intercept it, snatch her, and that means they'll have to cut Lacra out of the way. Now they dove straight into the most dangerous topic imaginable, because the enemies already knew what was inside that book and craved it desperately. The resurrection technique wasn't written there at all. Instead, these pages held the records of the Demon King, and his very creation was the most forbidden taboo of all. This book chronicles how a brand new Demon King is forged through rebirth magic, known as the Blue Demon King, and it also dives into the fascinating moments as people watch him rise. Alias went wide-eyed when the guy blurted out that the book is packed with details about the Demon King, so the girl hesitated, like maybe he hadn't truly said it. Then reality snapped back, and she corrected herself. Papa Uparo and his crew will most likely never crack that book, so the strictest taboo stays locked tight, and the meaning won't help Lacroix at all. Because the truth is, the book originally belonged to Mages. Only Meiji knew about that book, and even Papa Yukaro had zero clue what was inside, because the Ugurians who understand the Demon King's moves were about to step into the spotlight, and when Ilias heard it, he instantly realized they meant the Demon King's believers. For a moment, the girl's head pounded from all that information. Then the guy leaned in and told her again. Among Uyghur's clergy, some hire mercenaries of their own, and they're hunting a book. Now Ilias finally got the whole picture. This guy was furious about the time he'd wasted, and the king just mocked him with a laugh. Then Marito leaned in and demanded what came next, and that man lit up with an idea. Then he slipped over with the whole crew, ducked into a corner, and whispered his whole plan, one breath at a time, until the guy nodded and agreed. Rage burned in his chest over the wrecking of his acquaintance, and if revenge was the only way to settle it, then damn it, it had to happen. The king stayed stone calm, handed the job to him. Then the wanderer snapped and called out to Ilya, asking if she could really handle it. Right then, the girl drove her sword into the ground and promised that, for his sake, she'd deliver results that blew past his expectations. And the guy took her bold initiative in a dark, quiet tone. Then he stormed out of the office and promised he'd expose their plan, while the girl sank into heartbreak at the sight of that guy. And once he saw Gadsden's body, everything inside him flipped. Not just that, he even stepped into the hidden side of his own personality they still hadn't seen. The girl lives with that guy, and I swear I thought I had him figured out until I saw it. Justice and pure evil tangled together in the same body. Right then, the king stepped in and stopped him, but where he'd been trying to lead him and how, Ilias couldn't make out. Marito wasn't a knight, he was a king, and now the big question hit hard. Which side of that guy's personality did Marito actually want? But she couldn't stomach staring into his dark, empty, gloomy eyes, because she refused to let that darkness stare back at the world. So she made sure she wouldn't leave him alone. The girl obeyed Uka to the letter, then planted a barrier by the castle too. But when her magic fizzled and didn't go as planned, Lacrosse still couldn't help but feel relieved. Suddenly, the girl spotted the guy she'd been waiting for, Lacra, and her face tightened, because she had to know why he called her here. Turns out the secretary just wanted to tell her where the book was. It was in the castle. At first, she stared blankly, no idea which book he meant. But then it clicked, and the moment she remembered her assignment, everything snapped into place. Lacroix burst out with joy because he finally found the book, and the girl didn't even hesitate for a second. Then the guy hit her with the truth. The book was written in a language no one on this world knows, and it even laid out the method for resurrection. She stared at the book like it was a locked mystery, but the moment she followed every diagram and sketch, the resurrection technique started to click, and that's why her nerves stayed steady, until the guy pointed out the illustrations. A crawl's stomach dropped the second she realized what was going on. This guy didn't want to step into it on purpose. They'd hand her the book, sure, but first they had to deliver something to Archbishop Uka. He told me there might be a chance to translate the book text in Taze, but it was totally impossible, because they couldn't have much tech knowledge, and it wasn't just that. The book hides even more taboos. Then he tells her the king hired him just to crack that language, and Lacroix, using her own gift, clocks instantly that he's not lying. They also needed Archbishop Uke's take, and if they could, Pope Uparo's too. If those officials didn't cooperate, they'd slap the book right back to them without hesitation. At midnight, by the fountain, the guy is going to be waiting for their answer, and he's showing up with that book no matter what they think. Even the king already knows it's coming. But Lacquer's heart sank with the news, and she stormed off to call her superiors, because clerics can see straight through lies, so the truth never even had a chance to show up. 1. The catch is brutal. Their trust comes way too easily. If Lacrab feeds his message to the Archbishop, it'll reach that gray cardinal lurking behind the scenes for sure. The gloomy guy kept his eyes locked on the moment the mighty cardinal would step into their trap, and he didn't doubt a thing, while the priest mercenary tracked every move. They learned the book would get handed over at midnight, so the priest mercenary snapped into action. Get rid of the girl and grab the book. The long-haired man accused the guy of all that destruction, then declared that if the lacquer held up, forgiveness would follow. but not for this particular guy. The priest aimed to tear brains from their bodies, and the mercenaries snapped into action, obeying his master's every command. All the while, the man's mind was locked on the black-haired guy. He figured it out fast because if he really is an Earthman, things are about to explode into something wild. Then the priest starts reporting straight to the Red Demon Lord. It was midnight, and this guy, plus Ilias and Ulf, held their breath, waiting for Lacroix to show up. The moment the mercenary spotted it, he knew the guards would crack down on them, and that he only had 4 mercenaries under his command. While Ilias was enjoying that night in Tice top 5, she smashed Dokalu too, so the leader decided to hold back and avoid an open assault. The Beastman wasn't even the real problem. She had magic power, sure, but she was still too green, so they'd crush her emotions and walk right past her. And the guy? Just an ordinary dude, easy pickings. The enemy mercenaries' leader marked Lacra as the real threat, sure. People whispered about her being scatterbrained, but on the battlefield she snapped into something terrifying, a true nightmare. If Lacra and Ilias team up, they'll slam into retreat, so they've got a plan. Numbers 1 and 2 will yank Ilias's attention away, while everyone else moves in and wipes out Lacra. Meanwhile, the guy proved the book was real. Then he held his breath, waiting for her answer to his request. But the girl was told to shut him down. So she just took the book back and handed it over, and the guy, surprisingly, nodded along and agreed without a fight. Lacroix couldn't figure out why, but once he sensed the book's danger, he still shoved it back, because he refused to make things worse with the clergy's magies. That choice hit him hard. Then, out in the distance, a sudden sound cracked the air, so Ilias immediately set off to hunt down where it came from. The mercenary knew it wasn't them, yet Ilias still shot out of her seat, and that move was perfect. Then the man barked, "Number 1 to Ilias, the rest to Lecrae." Right then, he reached to hand the book to the girl, but in the next heartbeat, it slipped right out of his palm. The enemy mercenary leader snapped, "This is it, strike now!" And as soon as they got the book's attention, they planned to wipe out Lacra. Nearly every mercenary leveled their weapons at Lecrae, and Ophé clocked it immediately, ready to move. The very next moment, Ilias's sword came flying in. Ilias snapped into place beside the guys and smashed into the mercenaries. She hurled one straight into the house, and while some managed to dodge, one of them got completely wiped out. And Lacroix was left in shock, totally clueless about what was happening, until suddenly a guy scooped her up and barked for the girl to throw up a barrier fast. Right then, a cube barrier snapped into place and trapped her and the guy inside, saving them from the blast, but barely. The whole thing was that close. And Lacroix? She was left mortified from being pressed so tightly against him. The guy finally got it, gently set the girl down, and blurted out an apology. But the enemy mercenaries' leader only laughed at the whole mess. Ilias straight up stopped a surprise attack from 5 people at that crazy distance. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And the scary part was she already knew exactly when they were going to strike. She made the call. Once the opening hit, they'd all slam into Lacra. The guy stared at the proud girl like she was danger and genius rolled into one. Even though she didn't invent the plan, the mercenaries' boss still praised it, then reminded everyone that, just like before, he'd need a resurrection technique. He clocked it instantly. Those were mage mercenaries. Lackrider couldn't wrap her head around it. Why would her parents want her wiped out? Come on. Uka wouldn't do something like that. Then the Wanderer leaned in and told her the truth. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. And it was the mystery person who had unleashed mercenaries to smash it. Lacra froze in shock. She had absolutely no clue who would dare to do something like that. Ilias snapped into a fighting stance, and the girl figured there were only 3 mercenaries left, until the 4th one shrugged off her attack and lived, sending her irritation through the roof as they still couldn't take real damage, even after they blasted off so hard that her hit barely even counted as weak. The mercenary's boss didn't think things were too bad. What made it even better was that Lacroix was trapped behind her barrier. Then he barked orders, sending them to smash the beast woman and Ilias. Ilias never thought three people could stop her. Then the leader nodded, and they didn't dare rush her head-on. Instead, at the same instant, a massive storm of hidden strikes slammed down, and the girl had to block blow after blow at lightning speed. Ilias caught on fast. Those mercenaries had slipped away with magic. Then, out of nowhere, someone slammed into Lacroix's barrier. The girl snapped it stronger, but she really needed to hold it steady, because without it, that guy was one hit away from being destroyed. The barrage kept coming, attack after attack. But Ulf snatched out of every strike with ease, until her crappy vision made it hard to keep track of where they'd land. Lacrab's panic skyrocketed when she spotted poison coating the blade, and she could barely believe the attacker didn't care a bit. Lacroix stared in disbelief because the man wasn't lying, but that dark, gloomy look was downright scary. The Wanderer understood that every emotion spilled right from his thoughts, so he breathed out, flashed a smile, and told the girl to calm down again. Ulf snapped aside and dodged their attack, but exhaustion already weighed on her bones, so she feigned surrender to the mercenary, and the very next second started gathering magical power. Ulfa gathered her magic like a secret weapon and feigned giving up. Then a massive ribbon of power swirled around her, and the mercenary froze in stunned silence at the sheer force of her magic. Ulfa shot up in a rage and blurted out the technique her master had taught her, then drove her fist straight at the mercenary, because he definitely didn't see her as an equal. The girl dropped her palms, and the man instantly knew he'd meant to strike. Then Ulfa snapped both hands together and boom! A massive blast hurled the mercenary flying. Lacroix watched in shock, because the fight didn't look wild at all. The guy stayed cool and calm. Ulf's trick wasn't magic at all. It was just a sharp clap in your palm, and that single smack dumped a ridiculous amount of power into the air. Right before all this, Maya was giving a lecture on the release of magic. Then a mosquito buzzed straight in front of Ulfa, who'd gathered powerful magic in her palms. The girl snapped her hands together to smash it. The outcome hit like a punch, absolutely stunning. Even though nothing was damaged, fear still slammed into everyone. Ilias even froze for a heartbeat. One whiff of that power could take down a normal person without breaking a sweat. Still reeling in shock from the cotton, the mercenary froze as Ulfa shot straight at him. He trembled and tried to grab her back, but she blasted upward into the sky. Legs waving, she yelled that Ulta would win. Then right then, she drove a kick into the opponent. Ulfel hit the ground safely, and the assassin who'd fought him collapsed dead still below. She grins, clenches her fists, and declares victory is hers. Tensley growls at his comrades, demanding why they're getting crushed by some nobody, and Ilias snaps his sword toward him, warning, "So you're calling Ulf a non-entity?" Ilya tells Ulf, "You're a rough diamond now, already crazy strong after just a month of training." The gang member slams the talking shut, snaps an arrow into the night, and the reply comes back, "Otho will be scared later, not right now." And sure enough, in the future, Ilias spins his sword to fend off every attack, then grips it with both hands and growls that fighting like this gets boring. Ilias declares she'll wipe out the killer in a blink. Then the truth hits him too late. He's done for. Before he can even process that it's bad, the night is already behind him, and a blazing arc of impact tears the air. The killer gets hacked clean in half and crumples dead, and Ilias throws her head back in triumph, because even if he blinded her, she can still feel him haunting her presence. Another attacker, still trying to read the chaos, shrugs and claims she was only messing around before. Ilias tells him she was only testing his strength and says everyone here is weaker than Dokala. The killer just shrugs like it was obvious. Sure, he was amazing, but in the end, he turned into a jerk who betrayed his own country. The killer breaks it down and realizes this job is already going bad. Winning is unlikely. First, they've got to distract her while they handle the others. and man's the real priority for the next murder, while LaCroix, ears on display, doesn't matter as much. Then a grim thought slams into his head. Ulf looks worn out, eyes slipping, mind drifting, which means she's right there to be seized as a hostage. He admits it, no other choice left. And then he cuts himself off, reaches into his chest, and pulls something out. He decides that once he knows how, he'll act. And with those words, he draws his dagger fully and lunges at Ilias. Ilias thrusts her sword out, only for it to be a trap. Her blade deflects the dagger, and then a smoke bomb detonates right behind her. The knight snaps the space out of his lungs and roars that this is just a smokescreen to everyone. Then the killer wastes 0 seconds, slips past her, and charges Alpha straight at the book. The mercenary snatches the book and blazes about how dumb their move was, then leaves it hanging like nothing happened. But before his joy even lands, everything flips, and a brutal blow crashes down from above, straight onto his arm. Then boom! Someone smacks him hard on the head, and the killer's hand shoots high in the air like a finishing strike. No mercy at all. As he clutches the open wound, he spots a spear planted behind him, and the shock hits him like a punch. The mercenary snaps into action, scanning his surroundings and wondering who or what sent him here, until he spots a strange figure perched on the roof of the building ahead. Sure enough, the grandfather cargo is right there, standing on it. Then the killer's gut drops and he bolts back, barking at a subordinate, "Come to me! Help!" Right as he's about to finish naming who needs help, he stumbles on his own body, severed right down the middle. Then the monster behind it reveals himself. Salvat Ragudo, and he looks absolutely terrifying. With a yank, the assassin leader rips his spear from the dirt and starts talking right away, calling out everyone's titles in the air, including the god of the spear and the strongest knight with thunderous thighs. He whips around at the hero with a wild grin and demands, "Was that you?" Then he drags himself up slowly, hands shoved in his pockets, and smugly plays it off like, "See? This is how you work people like me, right?" The leader has to swallow his pride and call it defeat. Because if everyone had shown up right from the start, they wouldn't have even dared to jump into the fight. So the hero fires back with a threatening grin. That's exactly why he kept them waiting. It makes them believe they still have a shot. The hero starts spilling his genius plan to the enemy, while Ilias slips away to trigger a sound meant to open a path. And when LaCroix finally tries to respond, she's stuck guarding, unable to move. It was just Ulfa, at least in his mind, the only one who seemed harmless. Then he laid it out with an analogy. If the road ahead is wide open and clear, wouldn't you rather march straight down it? The assassin leader can't believe how badly the hero's hunting them, so he fires back. "You killed the tramp. This is retribution." Then his face hardens into a cold mask of savage rage. The gang leader shudders and asks, "You're serious, just because of this?" The hero smiles, cool as ice, and says, "Yeah, you all die for it." Then the hero snaps, "Now tell me, who killed him?" The killer fires back, saying it was some guy who got humiliated and lost to a she-wolf right from the start. So what's he even supposed to tell him, huh? But the hero refuses to bite on the bait. He shoots back that it's all too clear to him, so the leader must have faked his death. The man's eyes turn even colder, and the killer can't stop trembling harder and harder under that stare. The leader spots the hero's terrifying eyes and panics like, "Are you sure you're on the right side?" The hero shoots back fast, clearing the air. He's never killed a single person, not once. Then the killer smirks and claims he doesn't even need permission. He's got people he can slaughter. Right after that, the leader snaps into action, hurls another smoke bomb, crashes back into the chaos, and yells that it's even worse. Ilya tells him it's like she's letting him slip away. Then she swings in with her sword, and the killer spits blood. Still, he finally breaks free, and Ilya hears him say that losing his arm made everything feel better. So he tells them to thank him for it. Ragudo yanks the sound back, cracks a calm grin, and says he's escaped. Then the whole place goes still. Right as silence hits, Lakra rockets upright with a brutal burst of surprise. She screams that the book is ruined because he snatched it, and then demands, "What do we do now?" She grabs the poor hero and shakes him hard for an answer, and he snaps back, all wound up, that it's just a brutal nuisance. She snaps still, stares the hero down with piercing eyes, and declares, "You're lying." "Is that so?" the hero shoots back. No anger at all, just an evil smirk. And that look hits her like a confirmation. He's definitely lying. While the killer catches his breath, he clutches that book and rages about the run. He couldn't kill a single soul. Then he stumbles onto a deserted street, wraps the wound with his cloak, and convinces himself this means there'll be a next time. So right now, he has to slip away. A dagger flashes in his right hand. He slams to the wall and swings to strike. Then sparks ignite there and start humming with the book, and the whole wall begins to rumble with terrifying power. The killer blinks in shock, trying to understand what's happening. Then it hits him. This is Lakra's barrier. She warned him, if the book's magic power ever clashes with the barrier, it triggers a resonance, and she'll sense it all the way from far away. But the killer doesn't panic. She's already figured out he's here, and it's no problem at all. He'll scale the wall and vanish long before they catch up. Then, he starts climbing. With a dagger in one hand, he scrambles up the sheer wall, only to realize it's too heavy to climb like this. Then he blurts that he can't believe Doc Lela can do it. Just as he stops mid-sentence, something hits his senses, and he whips around. The punch smashes the jaw again, so hard it rips through the wall, dragging the mercenary with it. Then the main character creeps up to the gaping hole, realizing the damage hits like a cannon blast. And yep, it's Ilias. As soon as the book started humming against the barrier, he snapped at Ilias to slam a projectile straight into that spot with everything he had. Then the hero's jaw dropped the instant Marito agreed, because he'd have no patience for anything else. And all he could remember was the laughing, calm king. At first he figured Grandpa Kara would handle it. He's got sniper-grade accuracy. But when the hero asked if he could get them from here to the castle walls, Grandpa Kara snapped that it wouldn't be easy. And then someone tapped the hero on the shoulder. Ilias stood right behind him, telling him she'd handle it, to stop worrying and to leave everything in her hands. Then the hero looked around and, just like you'd expect from a gorilla with a muscular brain, he spotted something weird hiding in the wreckage. The hero stares at the murderer's corpse, grimacing at how brutal his end looks. But it makes sense. One smash like that was always going to finish him. Then the hero snatches up the book, laughing with relief because Sir Ragudo clearly cast tempering magic on it. And best of all, she's completely unharmed. Suddenly the hero spots a tiny ball up ahead and breaks into a frantic search to figure out what it is. Later, inside the castle, Kura suddenly calls out in a shaky, nervous voice. "The candidate! It's her!" The hero slumps in an armchair facing Marito, while a book and the ball he found sit on the table between them. Lacroix leans in, begging him to finally explain what's going on. But he only tells her to wait, barely cracking one eye open, because they'll uncover everything on their own soon. Around them, everyone's faces light up with eager anticipation, while Ulfa sleeps peacefully outside the door. The ball starts burning with magical light, and a voice booms from inside it. "Haid, the defeated assassin, report in." From the other side of the sphere, the hero's voice answers back, snapping into place the truth behind the name of the killer, Haid. Then, right after that, a smug chuckle rolls out. A shadowy man jerks at the sound of another voice, then forces a sly grin and asks who he's talking to, only for the hero to flash an evil smile and tell him, "I'm the one you were ordered to kill. Glad to meet you." The guy in church clothes realizes he finally understood why the hate fell flat. And then you spot it. The hero actually paused to wait for his message, which means he's got to need something from him, right? Lacris starts to speak, but Ragudo slams a wave of his hand in front of her and shakes his head, cutting her off, while the hero presses on, telling the man he'd just been waiting for the chance to talk. The customer tells the killers to bring him his head, because he'll still pull information from it, even in death. Then the man slaps his hand onto the sphere. The hero gripes that this sounds like a bad hobby, but the other guy just shrugs and says he gets it. Then he cuts straight to the chase, asking what the hero wants to know first, what to call a man, what his name is. And then he pauses like he's choosing his words before finally saying, "You can call me Lahate." The hero nods at Lacra, but she snaps her head side to side, saying she never heard his name. Meanwhile, he turns to Lahate with a grin, thrilled to meet him, and tells him if questions are burning, then ask right away, no hesitation. Lahate smirks and says it's that simple too. Then he leans in and asks whether the hero has any last questions, hanging on an eerie, intriguing pause. And then, boom, he blurts out his real identity. The hero scoffs, firing back. "So that's it? Is you've got nothing but Demon Lord lapdog energy?" But that grin won't budge. Leet just freezes for a heartbeat, then shoots back. "Wait, how did you even come to that?" The hero flips open his cards, claims he cracked the book, and says, "It's all simple." And Lahate laughs at him, asking what the book even said, until the hero shuts him down fast, refusing to play the fool. He insists Lahate already knew what was inside, so that's why he tried to kill the hero, who claimed he could crack the book. Yet Lahate snaps back that he only killed him on a whim, and the faces of Ilias, Lacra, and Marito twist with disgust, horror, and pure skepticism. But the hero ignores the Heat's threats. He keeps digging into the truth, grilling whether the Demon Lord's secret bond gets exposed, and if the Heat is planning to turn into a demon later, thanks to the Lord. He stumbles into the question, "What are you?" But the hero cuts him off fast, saying his words are losing their footing, so now he needs to show some real self-control. Everyone snaps their mouths shut and freezes mid-breath, stunned into silence. But the hero shrugs it off. He's going to answer his question no matter what. Then he declares the book is packed with records of the Blue Demon Lord after he'd been exiled. That human who'd been brought back used resurrection magic, pulled the man from the grave, and forged him into a Blue Demon Lord. Then he wrote down every single thing that happened to him. The book doesn't just talk, it lays out hard data on their skills, their gifts, and their day-to-day life. And from the very start, the author reaches out with one goal: turn them into demon lords. And yeah, this same author also caused those people's deaths, then handed the rest away to fight back. All demon lords got shared powers. First, a way to forge a demon world and claim it as their territory. Then, a way to turn people into demons. Every overlord got their own freaky power, so why in the world is it called a book of necromancy? Because the Blue Demon King commanded the undead, and the author literally handed his knowledge to the demons. And that's when chaos exploded and history's worst disasters tore the world open. Lahate, Winsing shoots back that it looks like the hero really did crack the book, like you knew he would. Then Lahate leans in and asks, "So, you're an Earthman, right?" The hero insists he's right, but then points out that Lahate is clearly not from around here. What a shame. Lahate snaps, "So why are you so sure?" The hero fires back, "Because you butchered the pronunciation too. Only someone who's heard about it would do that." The man doesn't even argue. The hero demanded, "Should I tell you why I called Lahate a lapdog?" Then he explained that the Lord's power is sealed in that book, yet he figured the Lord wouldn't want it exposed, until Lahate tried to snatch it, and his mind flipped on the spot. Lahate paces the room, deep in thought, and asks because the Yuguro church already tried to bring the book back, so the hero knows what's going on. But he snaps that it's like the priest thinks he's the one who should be talking, because he isn't even telling him what's inside the book. Lahate grins and asks why the priest, like the hero is thinking, doesn't know what's inside. Then the hero sighs through tired lungs and mutters darkly that the dead demon lords are set to be resurrected, and if he'd known, the Yuguro church would have handled it a totally different way. Lahit just smirked and said, "Yep, that's what I figured," then tapped the book like it proved him right. Then his smile faltered. Even if he served the demon lord, nothing should have given him away. So when the hero shot back, "So if you didn't take Dokela into your hands, then what?" Lahit sat there with a haughty grin, completely silent. The hero lays out the whole thought process, starting with Dokela, a half-breed murderer who betrayed his country, stole the book, and then handed it to a total stranger, an Earthman, like he'd just met destiny. The hero answers every question by chaining the logic tight. Then it hits him. If the forbidden resurrection magic was introduced by an Earthling, and he couldn't read the book, how on earth did he even learn about it? The hero swears he got this from Lahit back when Dokela was still a murderer, and in his head he recalls the moment it hit. There was a shadow man pulling the strings behind the scenes, twisting Archbishop Uka, and the country he trusted turned rotten. Dokela snatched the book as his bargaining chip, but the moment he cracked it open, he realized it was way over his head. And now, all he could do was put his faith in whoever he could actually control. Then the Earthman finally showed up, and that's exactly why Dokela handed him the book right on the edge of death. Maybe Dokela bet the Earthman could crack who was really hiding behind that crystal ball. And yeah, he had massive hopes. Lahit nods with sharp certainty, praising the hero's point. Dokela truly was extraordinary, and who would have ever guessed he'd actually spot Lahit in the first place? The hero asks, like, wait, wasn't this really just easier for Lahiteu? Then he spills the truth. Lahiteu's been hiding in the Yuguro church this whole time, trying and failing to get the book himself, so that's why he roped Dokela into doing it for him. It was a gamble, but it was the only opening, his best shot to crack one of his tasks. Because Lahete also realizes Earthlings are packed with sharp, intelligent people. Then the hero cuts him off, straight up saying he must be on to something, and that Lahate probably thinks he's an idiot who won't stop talking. To throw him off, Lahate even pretends to ask it like, "So you're saying that yourself, huh?" Lahate realizes info is a weapon, and the hero brags out every last detail he has, only to look absolutely stupid. Then he goes dead silent. Then he snaps back, saying he'd rather stay safe than live some rational life. And when he turns to Lahit, he admits that if he lived wisely, he'd end up just like him, using people for profit. He's seen plenty of guys like that, and he refuses to become one of them. Lahate snaps that the hero's move is downright rude, and asks if his conscience is going to torture him for doing something like that. But the hero snaps back that it's because he's still too weak, because all he wants is to live in peace, both body and mind, until a door suddenly smashes apart behind Lahit. Then the hero finishes his sentence with a warning. People like him will interfere with this, while the crackling at the door keeps spiking, until strangers are about to burst in. And right when it gets unbearable, the door finally gives up to the magic, and a stout guy with a classic look storms through, smashing the door to shredded bits. The hero then lays it out. This is why he sent word to the priest of Yukaro through Archbishop Maya. Anyone who blabs carelessly in a time like this is the mastermind, and that mastermind is him. At the doorway, the priests crowd together under their head priest, and he explodes with fury, shouting that Leahy dares to plot against them, calling him a rat. The archbishop and the servant of the Lord stared each other down, sizing up their opponent, Yuke's rage flaring hard, while Leahy stayed icy, smug, and unshaken. Then he told Yuke-sama, "Look at that face. Your hypnosis finally worked, didn't it?" Lahitu tries to hypnotize the archbishop again, but this time the spell fizzles, and Uki's fury spikes through the roof as he roars that it's brutally audacious to think magic at that level would ever work on him. Lahitu realizes he's cranked up the resistance in his own mind, so this old idiot isn't falling for it anymore. The archbishop snaps orders to the other priests to ring the perimeter, taunting Lahitu that there's nowhere left to run, so just give up and surrender. Lahito even admits he's curious. Then he lifts his hand and starts reproducing the spell right there. 5 tiny runes snap into place around Uke, and Lahito immediately fires back that Uke's got it all wrong. Then the runes erupt. Sharp spikes blast out and spear the exact spot where Uka stood a second ago. But the Archbishop barely twists out of the way at the last heartbeat. While Lehig's still recovering, he somehow ends up right at the door too, like he's earned his way there by what he did. And then he tells him goodbye. Uke snaps back not to underestimate him. Then he whips out magic and slams the fugitive to the ground. So Lahitu can't help but wonder if gravity is magic, because when he tilts his head up, there's a magic circle hovering right above him. He decides the priest must have drawn that circle over him, Lahit tells him. Just think, he can crank out that brutal gravitational pressure. And somehow, he's still strong enough to stand out, even with the title of the weakest archbishop. Uki doesn't dodge Lahatu's words. He admits it. He's truly weak, and his abilities and accomplishments don't even come close to the other archbishops. The fugitive leans in, hanging on every word from the priest, as he insists, no matter what, that he's still the archbishop, and you can see sheer determination flare in his face. He keeps the gravity spell going, tells Logitate it's finished, and just when it seems he's done, he digs deep, lifts a finger, and fires the spell again. He swears he wouldn't have said it. Runes erupt in a glowing circle above the archbishop again, shattering his spell instantly. Then the very same runes spit sharp spikes outward as the fugitive pops up and sprints straight for the door. Okay, he bolts out of the way so he doesn't get smashed by the attack, and Lahetu blurts that it was really close, like 1 more inch and it would have landed. Then he catches a smell, starts to stagger, and the priest keeps shouting, "It's over!" Lahitu yanks his head up, then realizes the smell is just sleepy incense, and they're sprawled right beside the stairs. Panic hits him. He has to slam up a barrier now. He shoots his hand into the air, but nothing happens. Luca, stunned, wonders if he's even been activated. But Luca keeps repeating that it's over, then snaps that he won't say it a 3rd time. The priest seals the fight by casting a spell that traps Lahita inside a magic cube. While he's staring at the sleepy incense, something small drops out of his clothes. He scoops it up, holds it right at eye level, and says everything's crystal clear to him. A calm smile slides back onto his face. With a grim smile, he tells Yuka that this sealing stone is the whole reason his magic wouldn't work. Then Lahete hurls the thing away and snaps that he was careless. The man presses him on when the priest even had a chance to drop him off, and adds that barriers are supposed to go up around themselves, not everyone else. He went on to say he didn't just use 2 barriers, he even shoved the second one into place, baiting Lahate straight into it with the sleeping incense too. And he insisted this kind of move was exactly what the archbishop would pull. The demon lord's servant knows his magic is trapped inside a cursed stone, so he can't shatter that barrier. And to make matters worse, a thick haze of sleepy incense weighs down his body. He swallows his worries, yanks out a dagger, and declares it's checkmate, until Uka snaps that he can't expect to help with a blade that small. Still, he argues back, insisting he can do something for them anyway. Lahid insists that once they're done prying information out of him, this will still count as his victory. And just as Uka finally clocks what the enemy's up to, it's too late to stop it. Lahatit grins ear to ear, presses a dagger to his neck, ends the fight by claiming he outplayed them all, and then tosses out a chilling farewell. In the next heartbeat, he slashes his own throat, grins at the sphere that let him talk to the hero, then his body drops and goes still, and the hero on the other side finally realizes the battle just turned against him. Later on, a report slid in from the Meiji. Lahate took his own life after realizing he couldn't break free, and they sealed his corpse shut tight because someone else might try to snatch the body. The hero went wide-eyed when Archbishop Yuka trapped Lahate so ruthlessly that he ended his own life. And Lakra just shrugged, saying it wasn't shocking at all. After all, Yuka was her teacher. The hero figures out that this is the reason she turned out the way she did, all because her teacher pushed her. No doubt it means someone pulled off something huge. He's convinced Pope of Paro can handle it. Marito also filled Maya in on about 90% of the book's mystery, since she'd already been cleared of every suspicion. And when Popu Paro finally heard, he stormed off toward Tis. It all comes down to a real, personal apology for what happened, and I'll take the book back myself because I'm not about to dodge responsibility. Up on the balcony, the hero declares this case is basically over. Case closed. But Marito, right beside him, snaps back. If my theory's right, then who's left out there? Is there still a man, or even a demon lord who sent Lahite? The hero's exhaustion hits him, and he gets it, fully and painfully. Then he snaps to the king. Talk to Popu Paro directly, and fix this now. That's when the whole situation turns delicate fast, and Marito agrees. Marito secretly hopes he can hand the narration role to Popo Paro, but the plan crashes fast. Popo Paro stubbornly refuses and fires back, insisting this is no king's work. And when the hero hears the answer, he groans that they're already drowning in too much to carry. Marito sprawls on the railing and groans that the hero might actually end up king, while the guy zones out in his own head because deep down, he knows nothing's been settled yet, and the book's biggest challenge is still waiting right around the corner. All that's left is this. None of them have told the others yet, and once Papa Yukaro hears it, they'll have to figure out what to do next, because this could flip world history on its head. Me? The hero's convinced it's safer to keep it unspoken. The hero decides these days will be calm no matter what, and tells Marito, I'm heading out. Thanks for everything. Marito freezes, because he thought the hero still wanted to see him tomorrow. The hero hesitates and asks why he even has to do this, and the king just smiles, saying it's so the hero can share even more about his world. He awkwardly scratches his head and blurts, Wait, was this just a cover to crack that book? Marito snaps back that he's saying exactly what he means. So we're really on different strategies, huh? And then, boom. Of course the contract gets extended. The hero has no choice but to agree, because he can feel it. The peaceful days he wanted are still far away. Marito stands beside him, grinning like he won. Then the hero warns the king not to come at him with wild ideas, and the king just laughs, asking if they aren't friends. The hero screams helplessly, begging him not to come closer. Then, after their talk, he creeps toward the church building, steps inside, and finds Maya standing over Ulf. A young wolf stares into empty air for a beat, then spots her master, and bright joy lights up her face. She hops up at the table, quietly studies, and the hero strides over to tell her how fiercely loyal she's been, all proud. She shoots back in the same tone like, Ulf is amazing, right? Isn't she? Maya snatches the hero by the shoulder with a sharp, irritated grin, then tells him that while someone's always plotting at His Majesty's side, he just stands there awkwardly apologizing. He starts to say he wants to apologize for it, but he doesn't even get the words out because Maya is already snapping back that Irius tried to trick her too. So can he finally stop being such a bad influence on my daughter's best friend? Finally, she lets out a satisfied breath and tells him she'll even give him a passing grade for showing up and apologizing, because she knows he shaped Ilias for the better. And the hero just stands there, totally clueless about what she means. Maya keeps going, saying she's gotten mentally stronger lately, and since she's been chasing her father's shadow up until now, this shift feels like fresh air. Then she snaps her focus to the hero and declares that Ilias is her daughter's best friend, so she's going to watch her growth, the right way, every step of it. Right then, she storms out of her tirade and snaps, Wait, I'm making tea! The hero squints off to the side, confused. Ulf sits next to you, scribbling like there's no tomorrow. Then he slides in closer, right beside her, and says he's got something he absolutely has to tell her. He blurts out that he wanted to apologize to her, so he apologizes right then. Ulfe stares at him, confused, and the young wolf asks the master if she did something wrong. The hero shuts it down fast. He used her as bait at night. In his head, he flashes the plan. He used Ulfe, the one who looked the weakest, as bait to drag the killers out. And right then, it's clearly the only move that works. He snaps at Ulfa that there were other ways, but he chose to use her as bait, and then admits he's just as bad as the Black Wolf tribe that tormented her, leaving Ulfa staring in stunned disbelief. She rockets up to the master and snatches his sleeve, blurting that he's wrong, because back then, she says, it wasn't some calm reason, he was raging with wolf fury. The hero stares at her, completely lost, while the wolf keeps talking, explaining that when he saved her, his anger was driven by the wolf inside him. The hero finally clicks in to what the young wolf is trying to tell him, and she snaps back that Ulfa's got a priceless treasure, the one worth protecting. If the master is raging just because other people are involved, then Ulfa won't stand by. She'll help those folks, right alongside the hero. In a flash, the hero stops cold in the sunbeams, smashing through the church's stained glass windows. Ulfe doesn't let go of his sleeve, but she stares at him in silence. The hero says it all makes sense to him, then pats Ulfe on the head. Ulfe answers that since the master apologized, she'll forgive him, so the hero thanks her. He gets it. She's already grown into a stunning young girl, and at least she's strong, not like someone whose feelings get yanked around by every little influence. But the hero can't break free from the trap in his own head. He keeps spiraling, convinced this is exactly why Ilias has been chewing him out for so long. And worse, he didn't even flinch before using Ulf. The hero tells Ulfa he's thinking of planting something at their house and asks if she'll help. And Ulfa, wagging his tail like crazy, cheers that he wants to try. Still, the hero clocks the truth. For all his weak little psyche, he's treacherous to his core. He's racking his brain about that book Gazine had. Maybe it holds the answers for what crops he wanted to grow too. While Ulfes grumbles that he hates vegetables, the hero fires back, "Just wait, once I'm grown, I'll love them." Then he makes his crazy plan. When those veggies finally sprout, he'll bury them on his grave, even though, honestly, he'd rather be drinking sake. With a cocky grin, the hero tells Ulfa he's got terrible news, and her whole body cringes with fear as her heart slams in her chest. After a beat, he finally drops the bomb. LaCroix is coming for them. Ulfe chews on the master's words, saying them over and over, and she can't figure out why they feel like bad news. Because just a few hours ago, the hero was in the city square soaking up the sun, basking in peace and quiet. He glanced up and realized the sky was finally gorgeous, and the hero couldn't help smiling. After all that restless chaos lately, it felt amazing to just breathe and relax for once. When the assassins hit, this whole block got wrecked, mostly by Ilias. But now it's restored to perfect condition, like it never even happened, and the magic is downright unreal. Right here, the hero's gaze lands on her. And in just one night, the ruined castle wall Ilias smashed is rebuilt like it never broke. Ragudo's crew somehow busts their asses all night to patch everything up, and the hero can't help but marvel at magic. While the hero sinks into magic and kicks back to relax, Lacra's sobs go totally unnoticed beside his bench. He doesn't even hear her, lost in the thought of learning magic himself, even if it's just some plain run-of-the-mill spell. Now the real question hits. With training, can he actually pull it off? Lacra starts breaking down. Tears spill fast and her face twists with pure distress. At last, the hero finally spots her. Then, before she can breathe, he springs off the bench, ready to head to lunch. But LaCroix yanks his sleeve and demands to know if he'll really just ignore her. The hero pleads with Lacrita to let him go, begging her to spare him. He wants today to stay bright and good, but she won't budge, saying, "No, let him help me." And she keeps crying as she finally spills what's really wrong. she got kicked out of the Maya-sama church. The hero, all innocent, finally says she's been exiled, pats her on the shoulder like it's nothing, and even admits he's sorry she's gone. Yet Lucrece wasn't exiled. The hero figures she tried to help, but it all backfired, and they basically snapped at her to get out. Then boom, the hero lands the bullseye. The hero finally snaps and thinks, I'm totally useless. She was ordered to wait at Maya's church until Yukaro showed up, but she messed everything up and got thrown out. When she asked Maya what was going on, Maya shrugged, said they were slammed prepping for the Harvest Festival and didn't have room for extra hassle. That's what the barriers she planted during the inspection were for. She basically dared the next move. Other priests clear them 10 times faster. The hero figured she'd get pushed out sooner or later, but he never expected it to happen this fast. So now Lacroix, hanging onto the hero's shoulder, begs for his help, but he coldly shuts her down, saying she's hopeless and he's not skilled enough, then orders her to let go of her clothes. Lacroix lets him go, but she keeps shadowing him like she can't stop, mumbling something awkward about it not mattering, like, it doesn't matter, just wait, most importantly, can I stay with you? The hero snaps back, stubborn and refusing, and Lacroix collapses into that pitiful, why, while you can practically hear her heart breaking. The hero shrugs off the question and says, I live in Ilias's house, so I can't just let some freeloader in on my own. And Lacroix freezes, stunned for a beat. Then boom, dancing light ignites in Heart's eyes as she forces a smile and drops a subtle clue. A young man and a girl share the same roof under one charge. But right when her hints start landing, the hero's voice cuts in. He reminds her she forgot all about Ulf. But Lacroix has already carved a way out. She coughs like it's a warning siren and snaps that this is bad news. What happens if he slips up? Then she points out, loud and clear, that it demands her supervision. The hero snaps back to reassure her, because the only real mistake is murder, caused by the wrong force setting. Lacra stammers that it could be, then she cuts herself off and changes it to no. She bursts into a justified scream that she has to protect both of them from his hidden agenda. And the hero shoots back that she's got motives of her own too. Then he tells her to quit fighting it, give up, and sleep outside instead. And Lacroix rips into him, calling it pure cruelty. Lacroix starts pleading for the hero's help even harder, snapping that she can't bear sleeping here anymore. Then she points straight at the straw under the bench where the hero was sitting, and he finally realizes she really slept right there. Lacroix doesn't stop. She sobs and wails that she's all alone and terrified in this place. And the hero realizes there's no escaping now, clocking just how stubborn she is. While they're at it, they spot Ilias chowing down on a kebab, and when she hears them out, she just shrugs and says she doesn't mind, leaving the hero staring in pure shock because he never expected anyone to agree. And Lacra lights up like the happiest person alive. The hero closes in on Ilias and demands answers. Why would she pull this off when she should have just refused? Meanwhile, Lacra is already darting around the square, grinning like the world's good news is finally here. Ilias just can't figure out what she even did wrong. She snaps back with real conviction. She's a noble knight, so she refuses to abandon a woman left out to freeze under this cold sky. Then the hero smirks and asks if she's just acting all cool. The hero tells Alpha, think it through calmly, then points out they only have 3 bedrooms. He'd hate for her to have to share. But since he's a man, he still can't sleep with her either. So Ilias steps in and offers Alpha a room. But the hero refuses to lose hope. He snaps, calls her a fool, and fires back with a promise. Suddenly, her uselessness will start hurting Ulf. Right then, Lacra leans in and asks the burning question. So, is he being too cruel? Still, the hero cracks through and makes Ilias take it all seriously. She admits he's right, and Lacroix even pushes the point until Ilias can't stop thinking about it. Ilya tells the hero that Lacroix will be sleeping in the attic, and the hero shoots back that it all makes perfect sense. He thanks her and goes on his way. Then Ilya snaps, "Stop, I was just kidding." Ilya tells everyone there's loads of space in the pantry, just clean it up. But the hero snaps back that it's way too soon to judge like that, and Ulfush better go ask about it too. A few hours later, right back at the hero and Ulfa's conversation, Ulfi smiles and says she's totally fine. She even likes Lakra. Ulfa beams, pulls her into a warm hug, and praises her as a good girl. And the hero, watching behind them, finally realizes he's been totally crushed. The hero decides to grab control, slaps a handkerchief on his head, and, grudgingly, tells everyone to clean everything up fast. He calls for Ulta's help, lets Krat try to slip in where she can, but he shuts her down so coldly she doesn't even dare to argue. The hero and Ulfa dive into tidying up the pantry. Ulfa pulls out an old chest of drawers and the hero points out exactly where it belongs. Around the corner, Laura watches them for a moment, then grins and decides she can help too. So while they're distracted, she slips down the stairs clutching a box of stuff. But she trips and hurtles down clutching the box while all the heroes scramble to catch her. After the mess is cleaned up, Lacrosse sinks back and soaks in a wooden bathtub, just as a spider starts creeping down from the ceiling behind her. Lakra clocks him and starts making a whole scene. Her screaming hits the air, and the hero and Ulf, right outside the door, snap their attention over from her shout. She yells that she saw the spider she despises and that she's taking matters into her own hands. In the room beyond, both of them go rigid at once, then whip their heads toward the door where the noise is coming from. The hero begs Ulfi to say he didn't do a thing, and Ulfi just smiles. It's okay. She shrugs like it's nothing because her master's got a flawless alibi, and the hero can't even figure out where she learned to talk like that. Then Lakra bursts out of the bathroom wearing the exact same look again, and he jabs his finger at the hero like a furious warning, shouting at him. Then, all three of them dive into cleaning the room. Right in the center, Lakra spots a bucket of water and plots his revenge on the hero. She snatches it up and strides straight for the guy, but he clocks her move and demands she stops, too late. Lakra drops like a rock, crashes into the bucket, and topples it right on herself and Ulfa, while the hero just freezes, caught in the act of trying to stop her. So after the whole incident, the girls are already soaking together in the bath, having the time of their lives, while evening sweeps in and Ilias comes back home. She pushes in, calls out that she's back, and all three of them cheer her on like it's no big deal. They've already bathed, swapped into fresh clothes, and they're just waiting for her to join in. The hero snaps to it. The third freeloader is slipping in fast, so they all cheerfully barrel toward the newcomer, and Ilias flashes a grin, confirming she's already home. Then it hits her. She had no clue there were this many, and right in front of them sits a mountain of items hauled out of the storeroom. Ilya points out that she keeps jamming everything into the pantry, and yeah, it all ties back to Rachel's family. The hero realizes these things are top grade, and he insists they're vital to Ilias. She beams back with a happy smile, then whips out her sword and twirls it in her hand. Ilias hears the sword sing as it nudges in its scabbard, and he swings it just a little. She goes, "That sound brings it all back for me," because this blade was a gift from the late king to her father. The hero says that if his memory doesn't betray him, her dad was a knight of Theus, and her mom was a priest like Maya, and Ilias snaps back, "You've got it," praising them as the kind of parent she truly respects. Then Ilias swaps the sword with a sharp clink. The hero asks if she wants to toss their memorabilia, but Ilias snaps back that she's got to sort it first, because there's no way she needs all that stuff herself. She's already planning to donate it to Maya's church and Raguto's team. She yanks open one of the drawers and boom, 2 full sets of clothes sit inside. Ilias glances at them and realizes, this is my size. Then the hero thinks, if I dress her up, she could grow into someone decent, like her father. But he bristles, warning that clothes with effects are cursed. Ilias just grins like it's nothing and says, "No worries, we'll keep going tomorrow." Then she taps the moment and urges them to hit the bed early tonight. She said she'd got a message from His Majesty, then he declared, "Tomorrow morning, I want a hero at the castle." The hero snapped back, asking again whether Marito said it, while his mind raced with one question. What does he want from him? And at the same time, Lacrocra insisted she was starving. Ulf burst into the kitchen to announce what she brought. Then the hero whacked Lacara on the head, yelling that she'd help too. Ilias headed for the second floor. Lacara wiped down the table, and Ulf set the food out. And soon 4 people sat at a table stacked with food. Just like that, another freeloader had crawled into their home. After dinner, the whole crew crashes into bed. Lacra even falls asleep clutching Alphen in her arms. Next morning, Thais Palace. Ilias and the hero stride down the corridor to Marito, and when they step into the office, Marito tells Ilias, from this day on, she'll be assigned the job of protecting someone crucial. Ilias feels flattered, but she can't wrap her head around why she was chosen, while the hero barely reacts, until the news lands that Father Ifbaro has already arrived. Marito shakes his head and says Ifbaro's father is coming with a whole crowd, so he'll likely be late, and the hero just stares, baffled, asking who this big deal person even is. Marito stays totally calm, tells him he's right there in front of him, then punctuates it by jabbing his fingers straight at the hero. Marito declares he's a hero, then snaps his eyes open in pure shock, so the real hero blurts out, demanding answers, and Marito fires back that he's got no self-awareness, plus the fact he can speak Earth's language? That makes him a big deal. The king smirks and says, if this gets out, more like Lahaitu will come for his head, and when it happens, Marito narrows his eyes, wondering if the hero can actually defend himself. The hero thinks it over, grudgingly realizing the logic, then starts speaking out loud. The hero shoots a skeptical look and asks if Ilias is really going to be his bodyguard. She bristles and snaps back, asking what the issue is. Marto cuts in and says if the hero has someone in mind, then let him say it, but he's not about to give up Sir Ragebow. And the hero isn't even surprised. The hero's skin breaks out in sweat from pure excitement, and he's like, yeah, Ilias could be perfect for this. Then catches himself because it's Ilias. Marito starts piecing it together, flashes a sly smile, and asks if the hero doesn't want it to be a woman. Ilias just freezes, still, silent, and frozen in shock. The hero roars inside his head that the king only baited Ilias. Was it planned? And Ilias starts to tremble with pure fury. The hero drags out a tired breath and snaps back that it isn't like that. And just like that, Ilias lights up with his words. He pushes on, saying he'd actually rather have it be a woman. But Ilias has zero charm. He swears Ilias is perfect for the job, no matter her gender. Then his confidence fades because her compatibility with him isn't all that great. So the moment he pauses, the hero cuts out and the king takes over. Marito, with a sly twist, asks who he thinks he's truly most compatible with. The hero shuts one eye like he's weighing fate, then says, if you're counting all the knights, it's Grandfather Kara who stands at the top. And right then, Ilias explodes with indignation at his words. Later on, Ilias and his grandfather Kara collide at the training grounds for knights, squaring off with spears in hand, armor on, while the fire of rage burns in Illyria's eyes. Ilias clenches his sword so hard his anger can't escape, shouting that this is it. They're fighting for real now, while she tells Grandpa Kara to go all out like his life hangs on every swing. Grandpa Kara just looks grim, like he can't believe it's come to this. A dark aura pours out of Ilias so hard that Grandfather Kara's body starts to tremble. He whips around, grabs the hero's attention, and demands to know what happened. He's convinced Princess Ilias wants to kill him, but the hero snaps back. No, she was ordered to guard me. He even points out the only reason that could make sense is because His Majesty said so. But Grandfather Kara doesn't buy it at all. He presses, asking what else they talked about, and the hero suddenly replays every word in his head. He remembers he'd shouted Kara's name when the choice came up, and since Kara is his friend, it clicks way too perfectly. And Marito even goes back on it, admitting the hero's answer makes him wonder if Mr. Demeter Kafkan really could be the right fit. Marito shoots back that the escort spot is already taken for him, so forcing him into that role would be a nightmare. He then asks, with real sympathy, if they should call the young knight to take his place, but the hero waves it off and says it won't be needed, since then the chat with Ilias will be over fast. Marito nods and confirms it. All right, it's decided. He barks at Mrs. Rachel to shield the hero, despite how furious she is, and she snaps back that she got the order. Then, after the hero's tale, Grandfather Kara says he understands everything, and with a sharp, accusatory stare, steps aside. He pulls the hero into a hug and insists security is an honorable job. Then when he hears that someone else might be better for it, his whole mood drops, and the hero blinks in shock, demanding, "Wait, is that really true?" Grandpa Kara turns and stalks off, wailing that it's terrible, and the hero stammers a stiff, awkward apology. Then the chorus grandfather snaps that he should lean on him, because he's got honor on his side. For the first time, the hero realizes he's watching a duel, Grandpa Kara versus Ilias. Ilias is pure gorilla-level strength, and Grandpa Kara matches her blow for blow. Even Ulfe, who's been grinding and training like crazy, hasn't landed a single hit on Grandpa yet. Now Ulfe has stepped in to back up Ilias. The hero jolts in surprise when she's suddenly right there, completely baffled by what she's doing. Ulfa blurts at Ilias to lift Grandpa onto his shoulder blades, and the hero can't stop wondering how Ulfa even knows those words. The hero figures she's still sulking over that first meeting, and since she's clearly not seeing him in a good light right now, he rushes to apologize to his grandfather again. Meanwhile, the duel kicks off. Kara's grandfather drops his easy smile, locks onto Ilias, and charges like a storm. Then he whips his spear in a massive sweeping strike. And then he surges forward, landing a flurry of brutal quick attacks, yet Ilias swats every single one away. The hero roars that Grandpa can do it too, that he's not slower than Ilias, not even for a second. The moment she catches the words, everything snaps into focus. Then she suddenly clamps onto the tip of the opponent's spear. The hero's eyes go wide as Ilias's sudden move hits him like a shock. She swears she gets what speed really means. And the second a smug grin flashes across her face, Kara's grandfather lunges to yank the spear from her grip, but he can't budge it. Then she snatches it up with her spear hand and holds him there like dead weight, before finally dropping her hand and leaving him grimly bracing for whatever trick is next. Right after that, Ilias slams the opponent in the stomach and sends him flying back several meters, and the hero shouts for him to stop. He even drives his spear into the ground to blunt Ilias's assault, but Ilias is already trying to figure out what he's seeing. And before the hero can fully snap with rage, his face suddenly turns to a dumb, confused stare. Unraged, Ilias barrels straight at him and hammers the old man with ruthless blows, driving him to try blocking with a grimace, only for the force to slam him down to his knees. And then Ilias sheathes his sword, ending the duel with formal, heartfelt words of gratitude. The hero panics and calls out to Grandfather Kara, but Kara cuts him off with 3 brutal words. "Lower back. I'm dying. Goodbye," then crumples to the ground. The hero is already screaming for him. While the other knights haul Grandfather away on a stretcher, Ulfi practically skips up to Ilias, grinning as she praises how strong she is. But the hero just shrugs and tells him that Ilias could have thought of Grandpa. Then she snaps around, furious, shouting back at him. Ilias answers, dead serious, that Grandfather Kara is a battle-tested warrior, so she couldn't possibly go in half-hearted. The hero snaps that she can match the old man's pace and calls this duel training, while Ilias scrambles for words, then blushes hard and digs in, insisting it's tough to tell who's stronger, and the hero stares at her, locked in. He leans in and seriously asks if she actually cares about what the hero's saying, Because Grandpa Kara is a way better match, right? Then he breaks it down. With him, you can build any strategy so much easier. The hero admits she knows the real truth, that he'd rather plot strategies than throw a punch with his own hands, while Grandpa Kara stands firm, locked in for his part. Because when the perfect moment hits, it's going to swing the whole outcome. Ilias huffs, "What about her?" And the hero shoots back, "She's too strong." Then she finally steps in, and the whole battle suddenly turns easy. Ilias is mortified that this is how he sees her, but he whips around and tells her, no doubt at all, that she can be counted on, and if it's only to protect him, he wouldn't mind. The hero presses on, saying he'd only want someone to talk it through with. Then he grins and asks, "Would you really be happy to pull a trump card like that, just because?" Ilya tries to answer, but the hero slams his hand on her head and cuts her off. He's certain she's 100% reliable, like he's being spoiled rotten in this moment. The hero tells her she's not worthless. Then he finally owns up to his guilt, apologizing hard for making her feel bad, because he knows he was wrong. Ilias reached out to where his hand had just been. Then she snapped back that if that's the case, she'd better apologize to Kara's grandfather, too. With those words, Ilias sprints away with Ulfa, leaving the hero behind. Then the hero whips around and starts chewing her out. He demands whether she really thinks her last words were normal, and Ulfa shrugs it off, saying Grandpa deserved every bit of it. The hero blurts out, "So, when are you going to make up with me?" And Wolfie grins and says he'll think it over. Right then, Ilias slips into Grandfather Kara's room and lies on the bed, back up, with a magic stone placed on his lower back, healing him. With guilt written all over her face, Ilias admits she acted out of pure resentment, then shoots her grandfather an apology, but he only laughs. He tells her it looks like she's been talking to the boy, and then reassures her. Let Ilias worry about nothing. He understands everything. Then he rips the towel away with a magic stone and keeps talking, because in the end, he truly loses. He stares hard at the girl and asks if she's really ready to take his place, but she only says she can't dare it. Grandpa Kara spills the details to her, what he wants, and how she bends over backward just to get the boy to notice her. But she's clueless about her own motives. And Ilias? He's completely baffled why he's the one doing all this. She blurts out, "Grandpa, do you know?" And he nods without hesitation, like he already had the answer queued up. It's love. What else could it be? But Ilias doesn't buy it. Then a dark aura flares around her, and Ilias yanks out a sword, growling that if she snaps his lower back right now, the pain will finally stop, while Grandpa Kara just laughs it off as a joke. Stumbling, he tries to plead with her, telling her he has a wife and kids, like that proves he knows what love is. Yet her heart feels something else entirely, and Ilias leans in with a terrifying glare, demanding, "Then what is it?" He tells him, "It's respect or something damn close," then breaks it down. Not the kind a knight shows, but the real respect you feel for someone who can do what you can't. Grandpa says the boy won't live like the rest. If it comes down to it, he'll dig deep to understand what drives the villain's heart, and he's ready for that road, because his feelings don't match the knight's at all. He shrugs and says, of course, her spirit is the most chivalrous, and makes it clear she won't chase any other road, and she definitely doesn't want the path a boy would choose. She respects him for being ready to take whatever road he decides, and then Ilias clenches his fist and demands the old man say it a little plainer. Then Grandfather Kara leans in and asks if Ilias, tracing the path of the knight, could ever turn to evil, and she snaps back, of course not. Grandpa laughs at the heat in her words and says, that's it. The boy gets knights, and somehow he reads everyone else too, doing things they can't. In other words, he can do what she can't, so she pushes him to admit it. After the old man explains it, Ilias's face lights up, and she answers, all right, I'll take that. I'm just not mature enough yet. Grandpa leans in and tells her, yeah, it's really like that, then begs her not to play favorites, because she wants the boy to actually appreciate her. She fires back, "Do you really think so too?" And Grandpa answers, "It's not just for one boy." Even a little praise from someone like him would hit her hard, because getting recognition from a person who can do what you can't feels like pure joy. Elias blurts it out and freezes for a second. Then her face lights up with a knowing smile like she finally gets it. She thanks him because everything clicks for her now. Then she storms out and slams the door shut, and that smile slowly turns to ice on Grandpa Karas's face. He trudges back to bed, fuming about the hero he vouched for on that battlefield. Turns out the guy can't copy anybody worth a damn, and he almost got them killed. Night starts to fall. Ilias spills the truth about his grandfather's condition, and the hero twirls the liquid in his glass like it's no surprise. "Yeah, that's exactly what I expected from Kara," he says. And when Ilias blushes in pure embarrassment, he snaps, "Don't. You should be the one feeling proud, and he should be the ashamed one." Then Ilias grins through the nerves and swears that from tomorrow on, she'll guard him, because he can absolutely count on her. Ulf and Lacroix are out cold, sleeping like nothing's happening, while everyone else trades words in the room. Then the hero leans on Ilias for help, and she turns to him and asks about that sticky broth thing sitting on the table. And the moment she does, his face lights up like, "You mean me? Great question." The so-called hero smugly claims he snagged this stick in the forest and lined it up, saying it's his second partner, because the first one got hauled off as firewood. But Ilias doesn't get swept up by her words. She tells him she'll end it in a single strike, and if he needs to, he should steal weapons from them. Yet the hero snaps back that he can't bear that kind of burden. He says this stick is all he needs. He made it so he wouldn't lose sight of what truly matters, because no matter how powerful the allies are, he can only fight using this. So don't lean on the folks around you. Fight for the satisfaction of knowing you did it right. Ilias caught his meaning and shut it down, saying there was nothing to do right now. Then she tells him that if the hero needs anything, he should speak up without hesitation. And the same one who just got up from the table snaps back that one garment is all he needs. If he loads up too much stuff, moving turns into a nightmare. So Ilias asks the hero if he's really leaving, and the hero snaps back that it's definitely not happening. Not now. Meanwhile, the hero keeps replaying everything in his head. If he's not stuck living here anymore, then maybe he should pack up and chase a new life in another country. Ilias covers one hand with the other, voice shaking as he asks if he isn't happy with those thighs, and the hero snaps back, "On the contrary, how could I not love a place like this?" Ilias blurts out, "Why?" And she clasps her hands tight. While nothing clicks for the hero, he blurts out that he's hunting for a way back to his world, then insists he's actually enjoying this life, and vows to look after Ulf while thanking Ilias properly, every last bit. Even though he just said all that, the hero admits he has no clue what tomorrow holds. Maybe the comforts of his old world won't last, and one day he'll run out of strength just trying to survive in this one. He scrambles for every escape route he can find, then pauses like, "Get used to this world." The hero jots it down. He won't be leaving. No way. Because you're the one who's responsible for abandoning everything here. Ilias doesn't have to worry. Still, none of this comes without consequences. He lets out a slow breath. Ilias's mood flips on a dime, yet she keeps smiling, claiming that if he vanishes, Ulfa will be left all alone, while the hero totally misses what Ilias is going through and shrugs, saying it's fine. He just needs to get to know this world better first. And until then, he'll push himself to give her as many fresh encounters and wild new sensations as he can. Of course he's not handing Ulfe over to some sketchy strangers. His smile screams pure self-pride, and Ilias awkwardly clocks that he's acting exactly like her father. Ilias caught the hero off guard, firing the question, did he have friends and family there? And the moment it landed, his whole mood crashed. He spun away from Ilias, headed upstairs, and snapped that it was personal. Maybe someday, when he was drunk, he'd finally tell her. Until then, he begged for forgiveness. Then he tells the girl goodnight and finally slides into bed. But Ilias won't let go, not even for a second. And she realizes his whole lifestyle is nothing like the chivalrous dream she's been clinging to. She can't even fathom living like this, yet he charges down that road with zero doubt. Then she snaps at him for choosing the path of evil, certain there's no turning back. After that duel, Kara's grandfather told him he'd seen how the boy respected her, and she better never forget it, because he didn't hesitate to jump right between them. She sticks to her lane, but you bolt down a different one, and Grandpa swears the boy can't pull that off. And if we're talking respect like knights do, then the hero holds Ilias in higher honor than Grandpa Kara. Ilias starts liking the idea that the hero is really her. Then sparks fly, because they're drawn to the stuff they can't pull off alone. But still, Ilias can't shake the doubt. Was that the right way to look at it? She doesn't know which road he'll take next, yet right now, he, Ilias, hasn't even finished the words pounding in his mind. Night just vanished into the new day. Then Ilias burst into the hero's bedroom already armored, yelling that it's morning, but the hero didn't stir at all. Ilias kept shouting it was morning, and the hero only murmured an apology, swearing the sun had just risen. Then they both go dead quiet, until the hero snaps up out of nowhere, barking, "What are you doing here, Ilias?" She lights up and says, "From today on, I'm your guard, right from when you wake up. I'll be by your side all day." But before she can finish, the hero cuts in with sharp, pounding shouts. "Got it. I understand. Now I'm already getting up." Then he shuffles up to the closet with his stuff, yawning the whole way, until he hits a stop and stares at Ilias standing right there. He fires off a sarcastic question about her changing his clothes, but Ilias grins with sparkling eyes and says she doesn't mind. The hero decides he'd rather handle everything himself and hurls her out the door, then blurts the words that out, and only after that they finally head downstairs for breakfast, where Ilias stands at the foot of the stairs, staring intently at the hero while he eats, and a sleepy Ulfa finally drifts down behind her. She slides into breakfast with us, and the hero offers Ilias. Then she shrugs it off, saying she's already eaten. Right away, an insanely excited Ilias floods the hero with non-stop questions. Is he done? Does he want to head outside? Or should they do something else entirely? The depressed hero gets hauled outside, and Ulf yanks him by the sleeve, barking, "Go!" The three of them set off on a walk, leaving Laka behind at home, her eyes heavy as she watches their backs fade away. Ilias, trailing after the hero, just grins like he doesn't care, soaking up every second they share. After a while, the hero and Marito stride down the castle corridor, and the king bursts out laughing because the hero just laid out the whole situation. Marito nods, saying the hero's doing great, and now it's finally obvious where all those people are coming from. The hero shoots an awkward apology, mortified but trying to keep his cool. But Marito insists he's not upset, and in the end, they finally talk about what really matters. The weather forecast from his world, plus how their worlds differ, blows Marito's mind, and he's genuinely hooked. And he clocks how well the hero gets along with La Crasaf from the Yugu Ro Church, because he's heard they even live together. The hero tells everyone she's slowly settling into local life. She's even landed a job she can handle, and she'll finally start paying rent. And Marito can't believe it. The hero figures Lecrae's struggling to juggle a bunch of things at once, but when she locks onto one target, she's deadly. So in battle, she only has one mission: wipe out the enemy, and that's exactly what she does. Maya once ordered Lecrae to embroider a crazy, complex pattern, and somehow Lecrae handled it at superhuman speed, like it was nothing. She's way more dependable than most, even if her childish streak is basically impossible to fix. Marito's eyes narrow. After all they've busted their backs for, he can tell she's hiding something. The hero shoots a look at the king, then calmly places a hand on his shoulder and tells him, "Don't worry." Marito's completely baffled. The hero laughs like Lecrae knows nothing at all, And right then, before she can haul her off to Mages for even a second, the king goes stone still, realizes what was just said, and exhales, stunned into silence, while the hero grins like he's just won. Then they step out into the garden and bam! Bright sunlight blinds the hero for a split second. He lets out an odd little wow. They spot a warm, cozy setup, a gazebo tucked in the greenery, with a fountain murmuring nearby. The hero grins and goes, "What a nice garden this is." Marito proudly blurts that he knows, because pride is burning in him as they head straight for the gazebo. The hero leans in and says Marito looks just like the Western-style gardens from Earth, even though he hasn't seen them much. Then Marito fires back, exclaiming how absolutely amazing he is. He leans in and demands the hero prove his words are real in his country. Then the hero stays cool and says, "In Japan, every garden is built on wabi-sabi." It's beautiful, but it's packed with symbolism I can barely put into words. Like flowers that refuse to bloom, bonsai twisted into little potted worlds. And Marito can't stop asking himself if those same tiny trees can even survive indoors. The hero says he thinks mana might actually feed these trees, and the moment he says it, he remembers the Demon Lord Killer's Ridge. Those trees are stunning, and Marito agrees. He claims that, according to legend, the leaves and tree trunks shine like crazy from that place, like they've soaked up all the magic water. Marito just sighs, dreamy and hopeful, saying it sounds amazing and he'd love to see it at least once. The hero whips around to Ilias, joking that she must be bored, only for her to snap back, "No way." Then Marito turns to Lee Rachel and asks if she too sometimes spends her time staring at flowers. Ilias shoots back, all fired up, saying she loves blades more than anything, and she could stare at them for ages. The hero and Marito just stare back, totally lost. Then Marito blurts that it's the taste and the color that the hero stands by. Right here, Marito blurts out, "So, you want to get married?" And the hero snaps back, "That's way too sudden." Still, he insists, "I needed more than you think." And Marito doesn't argue, because everyone keeps telling him he has to find his queen. The hero's convinced he's the queen. At least that's what he thinks his status means. Then the guy fires back, "What about the Marito brothers?" And the hero snaps, "My dad doesn't have brothers. He's got 3 wives, and I'm the only prince. The rest are my younger sisters." The hero smirks and claims this is the best possible outcome. No power struggle, just peace. And Marito nods along, saying his little sisters can marry whoever they want. Then even quit the country to roam the world as adventurers. And the hero is totally shocked. Papa Danette claims everyone's freaking out over Marito, like nothing happened to him. So they're hunting for a bride, and even the king agrees. But there's still more to it. Marito leans in and tells the hero, "At dinners like this, I have to look girls in the eye, but not a single one of them does anything for me. And every time the night ends with 0 sparks, it grinds him down until he's mentally wrecked." Marito pitches the hero on joining him, sweet-talking like, "You've never seen girls this gorgeous." And right then, Ilias overhears the whole conversation. She's tasked with escorting the hero to his highness, and she's convinced it'll never happen, because the hero goes for older women, not her. Arito blurts the question again, totally shaken. The hero wheeled on Ilias, stammering that she shouldn't say stuff like that, and she calmly fires back that when she watches how he talks to people, the truth pops out. She's a gorilla. Ulf is her father. Lakra is a pig. And that leaves only Maya. The hero shoots her a strange look and says, of course he'll talk to the higher ranks with respect, because he's got a type, and it's never older women. And when Ilias realizes that, she's genuinely blown away. He pushes to explain everything to Ilias. Ulf was in trouble, so he had to step in and take care of her, because he literally couldn't see her any other way. Sure, Lekra's sweet, but she's a fool, so she doesn't even count. Yet Ilias tries to shut him down and object. She snaps, "So what about me then?" And the hero shoots back with brutal honesty, She's got muscles, not brains. Then calmly adds that he doesn't think she's awful, so Ilias can finally breathe easy. Meanwhile, Marito's just grinning, watching the whole thing go down. The hero keeps going, saying she hates being treated like a girl. At first, he tiptoed around it, but Ilias insists it's only at the beginning, because now things are different. At last, the hero declares she's a brute force lifesaver for every problem, even if, deep in his heart, he knows she's just a girl. Marito snaps and erupts into loud laughter, while Ilias turns bright red, utterly embarrassed, and can't get a single word out. Marito wipes the tears from his eyes and says it all clicks. Yeah, it's fascinating. The hero laughs too, but Marito can feel the trap behind it. Then the hero blurts it out. The king wants them to start a family and stay in Tizen for life. And Marito doesn't bother hiding what he's really planning. He springs up from the bench and says the hero can read him like a damn open book, so he has no reason to hang around. But Marito insists the hero is exactly who this place needs. The king smirks and swears that once he wants something, it's as good as his. Then the hero shoots him a cold stare and answers, "Not yet. I'm not leaving." Marito jotting down those words for now, because if he can't think of something to keep him here, he swears one day he'll just walk out and leave. And he doesn't want to face those dates alone. So he begs the hero, his friend, to come with him at least once. But the hero shoots back that no way, no matter how you slice it, they're not on equal footing with him. Marito mulls it over, and that's how they land on their rule. If one side drags a girl into the mix, the other side has to invite someone back. Marito grumbles that he can't crush the hero with sheer numbers, but he's got a trump card. He'll pick a girl for the hero, and it'll turn into a brutal duel where everyone has to fight for the best girl. Ilias just mutters, "We're acting like little kids." Somehow they hammered out the rules and swore they wouldn't tack on a single new one. Then as they stormed out of the castle, Ilias snapped at the hero that she still couldn't believe he'd drag his highness into those bizarre games. The hero snaps back, telling her not to say that. Marito's a total mystery, and he wouldn't even bat an eye if, on his orders, she ended up someone's wife. Then Ilya blurts out, totally lost, "Wait, what are you talking about?" The hero promises he'll hunt down a decent wife for Marito too, tells her not to fret, and then Ilias leans in and asks the hero what kind of girls he's into. Meanwhile, Marito lounges in the garden, soaking up the sunset's glow, and then it hits him, a grin breaking across his face as his guardian calls his name. He slides the glass in front of the king and grins, asking if he remembers that hilarious thing. And Marito adds that when people jump into the conversation, it somehow turns the whole moment way more interesting. The king raises a glass and can't take his eyes off the hero, still just as fascinating. And he can't help thinking, if the hero had been a prince instead of a king, they'd have been exchanging secrets non-stop, and the intrigue would have gone wild. Staring into his own reflection in the glass, the king admits he's terrified his unpredictability could blow up in his face, yet he can't stop himself from counting down to his next move. The guardian snaps back that he gets his king perfectly, even if the king is weaker than most people out there, and his moves hit harder than anything the knights have ever done. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Marito can't believe what he's hearing. He never expected his servant to actually care about someone like him, because until now, he hadn't shown interest in anyone, no matter how powerful they were. The guardian snaps back that there's nothing anyone can do, because in his eyes, every person in this country is nothing but a weakling. Then Marito insists the hero's safety has to be placed in his hands, because as long as he's around, the king will finally stay calm. But the guardian snaps at him, telling him to stop clowning around, because if he's not standing right beside the king, he won't be able to carry out the contract they just signed. Marito smirks, looks satisfied, and says it's time to get back to business. Then, a few days later, Pop Paro rolls into the capital with his whole crew, Pop Paro Rosario, Archbishop Uka Canuck, Machias Yax's captain, and Pop Laris's caretaker right at his side. A horse-drawn cart rattles down the city street as the delegation barrels toward Tissa Castle, rides straight through the gate, and marches down a deserted corridor to the throne room, while guards are posted everywhere, watching their every move. In the center, the priest declares, "I'm a priest of Yukaro," and then he snaps into full apology mode, bowing deep for the mess he's caused. He admits it happened because of their carelessness and that Baishi has paid the price with serious damage. Then he bows again, and his whole delegation follows suit, heads dipping right after him. Marito snaps back that it wasn't worth panicking. Somehow, they kept the damage low. The priest blames Archbishop Yuki for everything. Marito shudders at the accusation, then fires back, "No, that's not it. What went down opened the door to expose the traitor, Lahit." Then he yanks a book out of his clothes and declares the whole mystery is hiding in that diary of the Blue Demon Lord. He hands the book back to them right on schedule, just like they promised, and admits the readers and the ones who checked every word were him, Lord Ragudo, and Marito. Then Marito shoots the hero a look and claims he's the only reason it all got done, pointing behind his back at the hero like, "Yeah, him." He keeps a sharp eye on every arrival, and Pop F. Paro gives the hero a quick calculating look too. Then the priest steps up and tells him, face to face, that he's come from another world and asks them to shake hands with him. He wants to uncover what kind of hero someone truly is. So the caretaker tells him that thanks to the magic inside His Holiness's body, every time he touches another person, he can instantly read who's standing right in front of him. The hero swallows his nerves and nods, then thrusts out his hand right away, and they lock grips safely. Pop Paro starts scanning the info, and when he realizes the hero's body is basically bone dry of mana, he cuts himself off and just says, "I understand." Pop Ev Paro calls the hero a full-on coward, terrified of everything, and then he throws himself into studying the world around him just to stay safe, because on Earth, violent people are everywhere. The hero stays on guard because the priest isn't a fool. He clocks everything right away, and the hero just nods back like, "Yeah, that's exactly it." Then the priest dips his head to the hero, and even after everything, tells him he's truly grateful, because thanks to him, he finally tracked down a traitor in his own country. Papa Danans answers, "Don't say that, because those who've fallen away from them still deserve respect and gratitude." The priest rushes to apologize for calling him a coward on a whim, but the hero calmly shoots back that they're not bothered by the truth. Then he turns to Archbishop Yuki, bows in thanks, praises how he's helped massively in the Lahikan case, and awkwardly asks him not to thank him. Archbishop Auka snaps with regret that he was too careless, then fixes every mistake right on the spot. Behind him, the caretaker lets out a soft giggle. She admits that on the journey, Mr. Auka had been so worried it practically showed. He cuts in and tells Laris to stop talking so much. Laris plays along, covering her mouth with her palm like a guilty kid, and begs for forgiveness. She flashes a sweet smile, and suddenly the hero's instincts scream, something's off. He decides to lock in, steps closer, and asks, "Have we met before?" She shakes her head and claims it's the first time she's come here to Thighs, then adds flat out that she's never met him before. The hero, eyes dark with doubt, decides he has to check it out, because F. Paro, slipping away from the book, says the hero already claimed he can only tell certain parts face to face. The hero nods and agrees, but first, he wants to make that same check. The priest says, "Fine," then fires one more question. Does the hero have the same power? And the hero answers that he's got something close to it. Then he tells everyone to step in since they're all gathered. Marito just smiles, already sure something wild is about to go down. The hero tells him this is the test of how sure they really are in themselves. Then he yells, "Start now! Pop the Aparo!" and demands he repeat after him as he kicks it off with, "I am Pop Ev Paro." The man calmly echoes every word the hero throws at him, then asks, "So it'll be like this?" And the hero nods. Yep. Now we do the same for Archbishop Uka. Tom's cheeks burn because the hero's watching him way too closely. He stammers, then blurts out the hero's words again and again until Papa Danit snaps that the next line has to be repeated. I am Archbishop Uka. He repeats it, calmer this time. I am the Archbishop of Uka. But then he just can't help it. He stares in confusion and asks, why are we doing this? What's the point? The hero tells him that Archbishop Yuki reacts completely different from the last time someone lied or told the truth. Because when Yuki speaks truth, he gets way more confident in himself. And the Archbishop just nods like, I got it. Then the hero whips around to the knight's captain and declares it's the Yawk's turn, straight-faced. Then he says the opening line again, calmly slips in the wrong name, and somehow the same mistake hits again with the second phrase. Then he orders everyone to repeat the third phrase. He's the captain of the Order of Holy Knights, and he says it with total confidence. The hero praises the knight as if it was worth the wait, barely even hesitating, and now it's the lyricist's turn. The hero repeats the first two phrases, and she answers back just as calmly. Then his voice turns colder as he drops the third sentence. Laris locks eyes with him and calmly repeats that one too. The hero goes quiet for a beat, then mutters a gloomy truth she's forced to say, that she is a Lahate. The whole room snaps to attention at once, bracing to strike the moment anything goes wrong, while Lyris stays silent. Everyone drops into fighting stance, and the air turns electric. Dark power swirls around Larissa as a sickly familiar grin crawls onto her face. The hero demands, what happened? But she hesitates. Then he cuts in. You can't repeat it, because Pop F. Paro can sniff out when someone's lying, and Archbishop Uka knows when they're telling the truth. There's no point in hiding anymore. His lips curl into an even bolder grin as the crowd stares, and he blurts out the question, when did the hero finally notice? He admits he's not totally sure, but one thing is crystal clear. He can't wrap his head around the idea that he'd actually choose to walk away from his own life, like it was nothing. The hero leans in and says, Lehi'd already cracked what the book contains, but not every last detail. So he swears he won't risk his life for anything until he learns the book's full truth. The hero insists that ever since that day he's been insanely cautious with everyone he meets for the first time. Yet Lahite, hiding as a girl, refuses to buy it, because she didn't even think twice before blaming him, or rather Lyris, and now she's pressing him for the real reason behind his confidence. He studies the hero like he's measuring his next move, the same one who's already wondering whether Lahate might strike. Backing off would pay more, sure, but maybe he'll blurt out some useless nonsense anyway. The hero decides to speak up. He claims he's great at reading the ties between people, and as King Merito chats with Popu Paro, he keeps his eyes locked on exactly how far everyone stands from one another. The hero answers that only she felt weird around the whole group, so Lahade pushes again, and she admits that Lahade just smiled when he teased Archbishop Uku, and that's the whole reason. Pop F. Paro kept his distance just right, never too warm, never too cold, while the hero watched his every move like a hawk, expecting his subordinate to act with the proper attitude, yet somehow he didn't. The hero snaps that people might assume he's just into a cute girl, but with the dark reputation he's got, that kind of happiness is just not something he can have. Lahite heard the hero loud and clear, then ruined everything. So careless about getting to meet him alive, he slipped and made a mistake. Still, the hero pushed through and finished his speech anyway. At the start, he asked if they'd met before, and Lahite answered, shaking his head, that this was the first time he'd ever seen him. Only the guy trying to trick the person in front of him would respond like that, so he decided to size him up. The hero tells himself he knows these moves inside out, because he's used them before with Maya and Lakra, and the moment the words hit, deja vu crashes over him. Lahite grins at the hero's thoughts and happily jumps in, like an Earthman would. And then Archbishop Okit snaps at him. He demands what Lahit did to Larousse, only for Lahit to glare back and say, "Can't you see? That body clearly belongs to Larousse." Lahate admits that the day he slit his own neck with a knife, he didn't die so much as use magic to rip his soul free, basically letting it slip out of his body's shell. But this ritual demands ruthless prep, and doing it over and over is a nightmare. So Lipide steps in to warn them, because the next body is already lined up, meaning there's no reason to butcher the one they're in right now. The hero realizes this magic is a lifesaver for him. He doesn't have to fear dying. Yet it takes real backbone to just toss his own body aside. Father Ev Paro warns that soul movement magic is forbidden, but he just crossed the line anyway. Lahate grins with a crooked little smile, saying he'd love to talk more, but it won't change a thing. Then he cuts it short. That's it. Then he whips around to the hero and blurts that it's a real honor to finally meet him face to face, only for the hero to narrow his eyes at the hitman. Right after, Lahit bows like a master of ceremony, says, "All right then, I'm out," and promises they'll meet again. The Lyris lets out a wet gasp. Blood starts pouring from her mouth, and she crumples onto the carpet. Then Archbishop Uka rushes in, all fired up, shouting her name as if time just stopped. He pops her mouth open and blurts that sharp magic crystals are stashed in there, so they've got to rush first aid right now, because the crowd is already swarming and panicking.